Chapter 201. The limit is 5 seconds. Ultimate blasting. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Chapter 201. The limit is 5 seconds. Ultimate blasting. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Naruto's strongest Emperor utilities. Chapter 201. Limit 5 seconds. Ultimate blasting. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Secret skill. 5 Road Revolver. Hanayu had a cold expression on her face, and she let out a low drink. The palm of her right hand instantly threw a small round sphere towards Yanin village. In the center, a bright red number is constantly counting down. Then, goodbye, everyone in Yanin village. Hanayu had a smile on his face, with a low drink from his mouth, and his body quickly went out of Yanin village. Only 5 seconds. You must get out of the explosion range. Hanayu walked through the air quickly, glanced at the countdown number on the 5 revolver behind him, and muttered, 5. The blue wings behind Hanayu flapped quickly, and his body instantly traversed a distance of 1 kilometer, and the number on the 5 revolver instantly changed to 5. 4. Hanayu whispered in her mouth. The position of the 5 revolving furnaces fell instantly, and the extremely small 5 revolving furnaces fell 2 kilometers in an instant. This is ... what? Liang Championona's eyes stared at the 5 revolver in front of him. His face gloomy, although Liang Championonoki didn't know what this little ball was. Something. But looking at Hanayu leaving quickly, Liang Championonoki still had a premonition. Danger. 3. Hanayu's figure has appeared 10 miles away. At this time, Hanayu's body is hovering under the moon, with a cold expression on her face, and her mouth is still timing. It seems a bit unpleasant. Laozi, the four-tailed monkey in Laozi's face changed slightly. His eyes solemnly looked at the 5 small revolver above his head, and he said in a deep voice, I see. Get ready for defense. Laozi frowned tightly while looking at the 5 revolver still high in the sky, and said in a deep voice, Hey, 2 days old man Damu, can't you fly? Go straight to the air and smash this small ball with dust. Laozi's eyes flashed a ray of light, and his mouth said calmly, Do you think the old man doesn't want to fly up? It's all the damn Uchiha Hanayu kid, using a strange ability to limit my flying ability. Up to now, I still can't fly. 2 days. Onoka's face flashed after a trace of irritability. He said angrily, Can't you fly? Really passive. Give the order. Old man Onoki. Laozi's face was serious, and he reminded him. You don't need to remind. Pass the order. All Iwanin will go to the refuge. Liang Championona's face was dignified, and he commanded loudly. Yes. There was a heavy expression on all Yan Shinobu's faces. With a loud shout, his body quickly galloped toward the refuge. 2. The red countdown of the 5-way revolver instantly turned to 2, with the change of numbers. The 5-way revolver has appeared in the 10-meter position of Yanin village. Old man Oyemu. Laozi shouted loudly, and suddenly spit out a stream of magma from his mouth, and the magma swiftly attacked the 5 revolving furnace in an instant. Chendun . The technique of peeling the original realm. Liang Tamping Oyema's mouth also shouted, and the Chendun barrier in his hands drew a white light! 1. And just as the 2 ninjutsus were about to envelop the 5 revolver, the red number in the middle of the 5 revolver also counted down to 1, and then the number was instantly cleared to 0, and a dazzling white light instantly out of the 5 revolver furnace. Ask for flowers. It's too late. When Liang Tanping's eyes saw the white lights blooming from the 5 revolvers, he realized that it was not good. And then the original attack enchantment was instantly placed into a defensive cover, and Lao's and Liang Shanping on Oki's body enveloped. Erupt. 5 Revolver. Hanayu in the distance was already watching the situation of Yan'an village with her far-sighted ability. At this moment, he saw the white light appearing on the sphere of the 5 Revolver, and the corner of his mouth was hooked. There was a sneer, and he said in a low voice, "Zero Peng." Following Hanayu's words, the 5 revolving furnaces exploded instantly, and with a loud noise, a huge energy burst into the sky instantly, and the energy fluctuations produced by the explosion almost moved the area around Yan'an village 10 miles away. All submerged! Peng. Almost at the moment of the explosion, all the buildings within 10 miles of the 5 revolver furnaces were all razed to the ground. At the center of the explosion, a huge circular pit appeared instantly. Cough cough. Although Lao's and Liang Tanping Ohiemu in the center of the explosion were protected by the dust escape barrier, they still vomited a mouthful of blood from their mouths because of the huge energy shockwaves constantly breaking through the dust escape barrier. And in front of the refuge on the edge of the explosion, the 200 Iwanin who had not entered the refuge were instantly knocked out. Life or death is unknown. Hanayu escape. Lao Zi pursues. Chapter 202 Hanayu escapes. Lao Zi pursues. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 202 Hanayu escapes. Lao Zi pursues. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes Chapter 202 Hanayu escape. Lao Zi pursues. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. Ahem. Lao Zi and Liang Shanping Onoki in the center of the explosion are protected by the dust escape barrier, but they are still because of the huge energy shock wave constantly breaking through the dust escape barrier, and spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. And in front of the refuge on the edge of the explosion, the 200 Iwanin who had not entered the refuge were instantly knocked out. Life or death is unknown. Uekai Hanayu, 2 days. Onoki couldn't help yelling in grief and indignation as he watched the 10-mile pit around Yan'an village had been blown out of a pit. Terata, count the casualties in the village. Liang Shanping Onoki's face was gloomy. His fists clenched, and his mouth said loudly and angrily, "I see." 3 generations of Tuiying adults. Kitus 473 also had a trace of anger on his face. He glanced at the tremendous destructive power caused by the 5 revolvers, and said sadly, "Order, issue an assassination order. From now on, assassin Uekaiha Hanayu's Emperor Uekaiha at all costs, until Uekaiha Hanayu's death." 2 days ago, Onoka's face was cold, and his mouth said angrily, "Old man Nohimu. The old man is leaving." Lao Zi glanced sadly at the devastated ruins around him. His face was a little nostalgic, and he said in a deep voice, "Cut." Lao Zi, can't you still have the idea of the tail beast threat theory? As long as you give up, you can be respected by the village. Liang Tanpi and Damu didn't have any unexpected feelings about Lao Zi's sudden departure. With a hint of emotion on his face, said quietly in his mouth, "It's been 40 years. It's been 40 years since I have become the 4-tailed man Zulai. I and the 4-tailed monkey king have become partners for a long time. You are still thinking that I can support your idea and treat the tail beast as a weapon, is it?" A look of anger flashed across Lao Zi's face, and asked in his mouth, "Don't be kidding. The tail beast? Just a weapon? How can the ferocious tail beast be a companion? Have you forgotten that the tail beast is running away? It's just like the horrible situation now." He glanced at Lao Zi calmly, and said in a deep voice, "It's really ridiculous. Forget it. Anyway, I'm already planning to leave Yan'an village." Lao Zi's eyes were filled with sadness and he glanced at Onoki for 2 days, and said in a deep voice, "Really, Lao Zi? Before leaving the village, I hope you can do one thing for the village, one last thing." Liang Tanpi and Yima's face showed a trace of sadness, and he pleaded, "I know you want me to catch Uekaiha Hanayu, but if Uekaiha Hanayu is so easy to catch, It won't cause such great damage to Iwanin village. Lao Tzu nodded and said with a deep voice, Oh, the power of the 5 revolver is really amazing. Iwanin village's destruction plan is complete. According to the news from the nitrate team, the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi seems to have begun to look for the candidate for the 4th generation of Naruto. Hanayu's figure fell on the ground, and he gathered away from the flight fallen angel, and said thoughtfully, Hanayu kid, don't be careless. The old man has already felt the familiar breath approaching. In the sealed space inside Hanayu's body, Nine Tails' eyes narrowed slightly, and his mouth reminded, familiar breath. That's it. This feeling is the 4-tailed man's Yulai Lao Tzu. Hanayu's eyes closed slightly, opening her own perception, and then opened her eyes with a slight brow wrinkled. What are you going to do? Hanayu kid, fight? The 4-tailed monkey is not so easy to deal with. Moreover, after such a long battle, there is not much chakra left in your body, right? A solemn expression flashed across his face, and he asked in a deep voice, 4-tailed monkey, can you melt? In the later stage, he and Naruto broke the sacred tree with one blow. The combination of Lao Tzu and 4-tailed Monkey King is completely a general red dog. Hanayu's face flashed. After a trace of contemplation, thinking of Lao Tzu's escape, he couldn't help but vomit. The king of beasts, Lion King, it's not the time to fight, so let's run away. Hanayu let out a low cry, and his body was transformed into a beast in an instant, and his body quickly rushed towards Konoha! Escape? What do you plan to do? Lao Tzu. The 4-tailed Monkey King's eyes showed a slight expression of interest, and asked in his mouth. Just now, the 4-tailed Monkey King had already sensed the breath of Nine-tailed. Of course it's chasing. Isn't we leaving Iwanin village to hone our sense of cooperation? Such a powerful kid, but the most ideal opponent. Lao Tzu's face was a hint of contemplation, and then he said in his mouth, said firmly, is that so? I see. A smile flashed across the face of the 4-tailed Monkey King, and he nodded, and then Lao Tzu's body quickly chased Hanayu. It's catching up. So ... 6 style middle ... finger gun. Hanayu's face had a calm look, and he snorted, and an air bomb popped out from the index finger of his right hand. The air bomb flew to Lao Tzu, who was attacking quickly. 1.9 It's useless. Melt escape middle ... melt armor. Lao Tzu looked at the flying air bomb, his expression unchanged, and he snorted, and a layer of magma armor appeared on his body instantly. The magma armor blocked Hanayu's attack the moment it appeared. Is this the melting armor? It's really troublesome. 6 style shave. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, his eyes scanned the magma armor on Lao Tzu's body, and he let out a low cry. His feet hit the ground dozens of times in an instant, and his body quickly disappeared from Lao Tzu's sight. Next chapter, back to Konoha. Chapter 203 Back to Konoha. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 203 Back to Konoha. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor makes Chapter 203 Back to Konoha. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Finally got rid of that fellow Lao Tzu. On a tree, Hanayu's face was wearing with a trace of sweat. He gasped slightly and said, it's the strength of the 4-tailed Monkey King. A magma armor is almost like a tortoise shell. The hot magma makes my physical skills invalid, and most of the ninjutsu attacks can't break through the defense of magma. With a look of helplessness, he complained slightly in his mouth. Simply Lao Tzu's not as fast as me. Otherwise, he would waste a lot of effort in fighting. However, if you can kill Lao Tzu, you will have 4 tails. Well, wait until after the war is over, find Lao Tzu and make him your own doll. Hanyu's face showed a look of expectation, and said 18 in a deep voice. The Naruto version of the Red Dog. Maybe it will be very interesting. In the 4th Ninja World War, there will be a meteor volcano, which is absolutely dead and wounded. Hanayu's face showed a slight excitement. his mouth whispered secretly. However, it is not the time yet. I have to rush back to Konoha village as soon as possible. Hanayu's brows frowned slightly. Just now, the night raid squad received information, and Konoha village seemed a little turbulent. Faced with the news that 3 generations of old men are about to abdicate, Shimura Danzo began to secretly make arrangements. At the same time, the 2 most popular candidates in the village are Lenjun Oshimaru, one of the 3 forbearances. One is the Bofing Watergate, known as the Golden Glitter. Is the 3-generation-old man really old? One is his proud disciple, Oshimaru, and the other is his favorite candidate for Naruto, Bofeng Shuiman, and the 3 generations who have been caught in a dilemma began to give the right to Shimura Danzo. What a fool. It's a decision. Shimura Danzo has always wanted to be Hokage. Hanayu's brows wrinkled tightly, a slightly funny expression appeared on his face, and he said contemplatively, "Hey, have you heard that? Master Onimaru has repulsed the troops from Sunen village to the vicinity of Kikyo Mountain. You deserve to be the disciple of 3 generations of Naruto, Master Onimaru. This time the 4th generation of Naruto, am very strong. I recommend Lord Oshimaru." In Konoha village, a battle has just ended, and the middle-aged ninja trained in the village has a look of admiration on his face, and said with excitement, "However, the Golden Glitter Master Bofing Mizuman is the idol of our young ninja. Moreover, Master Bofing Mizuman's strength is not inferior to Oshimaru." A respectful light appeared in a young ninja's eyes and his mouth retorted, "Huh?" Although Bofeng Shuiman has the same strength as Lord Oshimaru, Lord Oshimaru is slightly better in terms of qualifications and experience. Therefore, this time Hokage is not Lord Oshimaru. This middle-aged name, the ninja retorted with excitement. Cut. Master Heifeng Mizuman's experience will definitely not lose to Oshimaru. Also, Konoha village needs a young leader. So, this time the position of Naruto must be Master Heifeng Mizuman. Huh? The stinky kid. Do you want to fight? The middle-aged ninja looked at the young man with an angry expression, shouting loudly, "Cut, old man. I will show you the blood of young people." Unwilling to show weakness, the young ninja rushed towards the middle-aged ninja with a loud shout. Yeah, I saw such a dispute as soon as I came to Konoha. It really annoys me." Just when the 2 ninjas were about to fight for the 4th generation Naruto candidates, the 2 among the people, a young man appeared. "Hey, you kid. Don't let go. Didn't you see us fighting here?" The middle-aged man's movements stopped slightly, his mouth questioning. "Who are you?" Compared to the hot middle-aged ninja, this young man looked at the young man who appeared cautiously, and asked in a low voice, "Uchiha Hanayu, my name." The young man was Hanayu, who had just returned to the village. At this time Hanayu looked at the 2 Konoha ninjas with a calm expression, and said playfully, "Cut. Is it from the Uchiha family? However, even if you are from the Uchiha family, if you don't let go, we will attack you." A dignified look flashed across the young man's face, his eyes staring at Hanayu closely. He said 007 in a deep voice. Oh, as expected. All the information about me and the night attack team was sealed up. It's really interesting. Is it a 3-generation-old man or Shimura Danzo? Hanayu's face, a smile appeared, and the body slowly walked past the 2 ninjas, whispering slightly in his mouth. However, it doesn't matter. First of all, we need to find the members of the night assault squad. Hanayu quietly looked at the surrounding streets, watching everyone in Konoha smile, and her face couldn't help but bring it up. With a gentle smile, he said contemplatively. However, Oshimaru was also longing for becoming Hokage in the early days. However, it is obvious that the village's practice has completely dispelled the idea of becoming Hokage. Under the peaceful appearance, is the darkness hidden? Hanayu muttered softly. Hanayu's figure slowly disappeared in this street. The night raid team is assembled. The evil name hidden in the dark. Chapter 204 Night Assault Squad assembled. On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 204 Night Assault Squad assembled. On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 204, Night Raid Team is assembled. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Hey, you guy who separates the family. Don't give me such arrogance. Hyuga Sect's training ground. A member of the Hyuga Sect Fujiki looked at the boy in front of him with disdain, and yelled, "I don't know what to say." The boy from the Hyuga branch took a cold look at Hyuga Fujiki. His face was expressionless. His brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth said in a deep voice, "Hey, stop for me." "Hyuga Sato, is that how you treat the members of the clan?" Hyuga Fujika's eyes gloomily looked at the young man in front, and said angrily, "Huh? Sect family? Ridiculous guy." This young man, no. Hyuga Sato turned his head, glanced at Hyuga Fujiki with cold eyes, and said disdainfully, "Damn it, ignore me." Hyuga Fujiki saw Hyuga Sato's eyes look like an ant, his face was furious, his mouth yelled, and the green veins around his white eyes were instantly highlighted. "Give me to die, you scumbag!" Fujiki Hyuga yelled angrily, and his body instantly made a soft fist, and his right palm quickly slammed toward Hyuga Sato. "I can't help it. You, who are immersed in the superiority of the clan, can't see how far you are from me." Sato Hyuga narrowed his eyes slightly, his face was slightly gloomy, and his mouth said coldly. Then Hyuga Sato just casually stretched out his right hand and blocked the attack of Hyuga Fujiki. Peng! With a soft sound, Hyuga Sato's left hand hit Hyuga Fujika's chest almost instantly, knocking Hyuga Fujiki back several meters. "How can it be repaired? You who broke the family hurt me. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable." Hyuga Fujika's face was distorted, his eyes gloomily stared at Hyuga Sato, and his mouth was full of killing intent. "You guys, catch him for me." Hyuga Fujika's eyes were cold, and his mouth whispered to the separation guard behind him, "Master Fujiki, isn't that good?" A guard's face flashed with a trace of hesitation, and said cautiously, "What's wrong?" "It's just a crap from a separate family. I occupied this training ground at the beginning, and now it hurts me again." "You have forgotten your identity. You are just my guard." Hyuga Fujika's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "Yes, Master Fujiki." The expressions of the two guards were stagnant, and then each nodded, and rushed towards Hyuga Sato quickly. "Soft fist middle dot bagu empty palm." The two guards shouted in a low voice, their palms interlaced, and the two hurricanes instantly hit Hyuga Sato. "Soft fist 8 kai's break." Sato Hyuga's eyes were calm, and his face calmly looked at the two striking palm winds. A chakra wave suddenly appeared on his body, knocking the palm wind in front of him away, and at the same time, Sato Hyuga's body quickly appeared in front of the two guards, and his palms were printed on the chests of the two guards at the same time. Peng! With a loud noise, the bodies of the two guards flew back upside down, and then landed on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "What is this?" "Steel fist." Hyuga Fujiki looked at Hyuga Sato slowly walking towards him with a horrified expression, and said in terror, "Cut, idiot guy. This is my secret technique for forming my own chakra into 8 Aku points in the enemy's body based on the idea of Hanayuzama. It can be said that this is an attack method that surpasses the soft fist." Hyuga Sato looked at Fujiki Hyuga with pity in his eyes. A flash of memory flashed across his face, and he whispered to himself. Afterwards, he ignored the question of Fujiki Hyuga, and a hand knife in his right hand stunned Fujiki Hyuga. "Yo, my strength has improved a little bit." "Sato, is this a boxing technique created based on my dark power concept and the 8-door retreat technique that Matt wears?" 8 doors that smash the enemy through the dark power. A good secret technique. Just when Hyuga Sato stunned Hyuga Fujiki, a chuckle came into Hyuga Sato's ears. "Captain Hanayu!" Hyuga Sato's face showed a look of joy, and his mouth cried with excitement. "It's been a long time, Sato-san," Hanayu said with a gentle smile on his face, greeted softly. "Finally back." "Captain Hanayu!" A long-lost smile appeared on Sato's face, and he said with a little nostalgia. Such an expression. It seems that you are not doing well. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, his eyes calmly looked at Hyuga Sato, and he said with deep voice, because of the selection of the fourth generation of Naruto, the Konoha executives have hidden the existence of our night raid team and sealed up all the tasks we performed. At the same time, the night raid team was suspicioned by the Konoha officers for their merits in this war. So, all the members of the night raid team Wang's Zhou stayed in the village because they had no mission. Sato Hyuga's face turned gloomy, and his mouth whispered, "Is that so? Interesting. Have you even reached out to the night assault squad? It seems that everyone in Konoha is going to know the horror of the night assault squad." Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly. He got up. His eyes were cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Let's go." The night raid team is assembled. Hanayu's body slowly walked forward, and said in a deep voice. Following Hanayu's words, a smile appeared on Sato's face, and he quietly followed Hanayu. The night raid team is assembled. The 205th chapter Night raid team assembled. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 205 Night attack squad assembled. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 205, Night Attack Team assembled. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Let's go. The Night Attack Squad is assembled. Hanayu's body slowly walked forward, and said in a deep voice. Following Hanayu's words, a smile appeared on Sato's face, and he quietly followed Hanayu. Let's go, Wano. Let's go eat. Kudao Dingzao, who had just completed the task and returned to rest, looked at his cousin with a smile, and said hello. Oh? Do you want a treat? This is a big deal. Please allow us to go together too. Naralukisa walked over with a smile on his face, and said jokingly, to make ends meet. With a slight surprise on Yamanaka's face, he walked over slowly, and said with a light smile in his mouth, You are not the same. The usual mission savings are used to make ends meet, and I heard that Hai wants to buy a flower shop after the war. Kudao Dingzao's face was revealed with a simple smile. He also hit back at his companion, unwilling to show weakness. Well, this time, my savings are going down again. A look of helplessness flashed across Kudo's face. 597 glanced at her two friends, some worried about her wallet. Her mouth slightly said complaining, I want to eat barbecue. A simple smile flashed across Kudao Ueno's face, and he kept stuffing snacks in his mouth with his hands, and said vaguely, Hi, barbecue. A smile flashed across the face of Kudao Dingzuo, and said with a chuckle in his mouth. Looking at the way of eating in Wano, Kudao Dingzuo couldn't help but think of himself when he was a teenager. Oh, it's been a long time. I heard that you were going to eat barbecue, so please allow me to go together. Just as Kudao Dingzuo was planning to set out, a sweet voice came, and an unusually beautiful girl appeared in front of everyone. Oh, it's been a long time. Womae-chan. Kudao Ueno looked up at the girl who appeared, and said hello with a happy smile on her face. It's Womae. It's been a long time since I saw you. Naruto said with a smile on his face, sighing. The relationship between the Nara family, the Akudo family, and the Yamanaka family has always been very good, and most of them seem to be close. Let's go. Now that you heard it, then, we'll also come. Kudao Dingzuo said with a smile on his face. Thank you Uncle Dingzuo, Uncle Lujiu, Uncle Hai. Narawami showed a sweet smile on her face, bowed slightly to the pig, deer and butterfly trio, and said happily, Uncle Womae-chan, we are not so old yet. Please call it Uncle next time you call it. Naraluji's face stagnated, and he corrected it loudly. In terms of speaking, Narawami's father and Narakajiu are brothers, while Akimi Wano and Akimi Toza are cousins. Let's go. Kudao Dingzuo greeted, and took the lead to walk towards his own barbecue restaurant. followed by Nara Lukisa and Yamanaka Keiichi. The three kept talking. And Narawami and Akimi Wano behind the trio were also talking. Fatty, when will Captain Hanayu be able to come back? I have been waiting for a long time. Nara-Ami's face has a trace of expectation, and she whispers to Akudo Wano. Captain Hanayu, he owes me several big meals. When he comes back, he must let him pay back my big meals. The promised meals have never been honored, which is really disgusting. His movements were slightly stagnant, a trace of anger flashed across his face, and his mouth whispered softly, "It's really an idiot." The big meal that Captain Hanayu said, it can't be fulfilled at all. Nara-Omi patted his forehead helplessly, a black line flashed across his face, and his mouth couldn't bear it, said with a blow. Oh, talking about your captain in private. But it's not allowed. A gentle voice rang abruptly, and then Hanayu and Hyuga Sato slowly walked out. Captain Hanayu, a look of surprise flashed across the faces of Naruom and Akudo Wano, and they shouted, "Oh, Hanayu-san, are you back from the mission?" The pig, deer and butterfly trio walking in front heard the shouts and turned their heads slightly. When they saw Hanayu, their eyes lit up, and then, he said with a happy face, "Ah, I'm back. It's been a long time." Luju Ding's Yuo Hai Hanyu's face showed a slight smile, nodded slightly, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Captain Hanayu, I'm here." Just as everyone greeted, a figure appeared in front of Hanayu, a young man with a scrolling back and a trace of excitement on his face, whispered in his mouth, "Yo, Kato. It's been a long time." With a smile on Hanayu's face, he patted Kato's shoulder with his right hand, and said in a deep voice, "Peng." With a soft sound, Yuakai Hashishui, wearing a black tights, quickly appeared in front of Hanayu. At this time, the three jade writing wheel eyes in Shishui's eyes were slightly rotating, and in Yuakai Hashishui's face is still an immortal facial expression. "Senior Hanayu, you are finally here," Zishui said with a sigh of emotion on his face, whispering in his mouth. "Yo, good progress recently, Zishui sang." The name Shishin Zishui has been spread out, Hanayu said with a smile on his face. Night Assault Squad, all members are assembled. The five Zishui looked at each other, and then there was a happy smile on their faces, and they shouted in unison. Just like people will decay, a country will one day be ruined, and there will be war. War derives killing, killing gives birth to hatred, hatred evolves into vengeance, and what follows is a chain reaction of hatred. If I can't sanction the war, I will disappear in the darkness. Walking in the darkness, I will wait for all the members, the professional assassination team, the night attack team, join. Hanayu's face was calm, and his eyes were serious. Looking at the slightly excited five people, they said in a deep voice, "The evil name hidden in the dark." Chapter 206 The Evil Name Hidden in the Dark. On, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking monthly pass, seeking receipt. Chapter 206 The Evil Name Hidden in the Dark. On, seeking subscription, asking for a reward, asking for a monthly pass, asking to collect the murderous name of Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 206 Hidden in the Dark. Go up, for subscription, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass, please accept. I'll wait for all the members, professional assassination team. Night Assault Squad, join in. Following Hanayu's impassioned words, all five members of the Night Assault Squad said in unison. Neat voices revealed. The momentum of the pig, the deer and the butterfly can't help but sigh slightly. The night attack team finally returned. Shan Zonghai looked at the Han people in front of him with emotion, with a trace of nostalgia on his face, and whispered in his mouth, "Yeah, the night raid squad that frightened the 4 ninja villages finally returned." Narakajiu said with a look of expectation on his face. He said contemplatively, "Yo, Captain Hanayu, you are back." Just as a smile appeared on the faces of the pig, deer and butterfly trio, a thick voice appeared in everyone's ears, and then a man instantly emerged from the sky, jumped down, peng, with a loud noise. The man trampled the ground out of a deep pit as large as a bowl as soon as it fell. Then, a bitter wind blew past everyone, blowing the corner of Hanayu, and others got to be hunting. "Oh, it's Uncle Lan." With a smile on Hanayu's face, her eyes calmly looked at the man who appeared in front of her, and she said in a deep voice, "This is with one's own strength against the blue of the Shizaru of Sand Ninja Village." A dragon-shaped body technique directly severely injured Shizaru, and was crowned with the Konoha Dragon God. The title of If Narashikohisa's face was still calm just now, when he saw a middle-aged man named Blue, Narashikimara's face raised with a look of surprise, and he said softly, "Blue, what about a mysterious guy?" Before, he has been silent for 10,000 years of ninja. Like Matt Dai, who is also 10,000 years of ninja, he is a ninja who only practices physical skills. The third ninja war broke out. Later, he accompanied the ninja to the Yunin battlefield and killed 4 of the 7 Yunin swords with his own power. Then Hanayu was fancied by Hanayu and invited to join the night raid team. Yamanaka Keiichi also looked surprised. Looking at the man who appeared, he whispered softly in his mouth, "Didn't you hear that Lan has been training in the training ground since returning to the village? It's been a long time since I saw this guy Lan." Kudao Dingzuo's face was slightly murmured with a smile on his face. "Say, it's the deputy captain. It's been a long time, Uncle Lan," Narawami said with a sweet smile on her face. "Whoa, my source is still as beautiful as ever." "It's been a long time." Lan Pingfan's face showed a happy smile, and said softly in his mouth, "Senior Lan, long time no see." All Hyuga Sato nodded their greetings to Lan. Lan also nodded, and then Lan's face showed a slight excitement. "How are the boys, Kato-kun?" Lan's face was slightly worried, and asked quickly in his mouth, "Reassure Senior Blue. These teenagers have been making progress." Kato had a smile on his face, and he passed a scroll with his right hand and said with a light smile in his mouth, "Is that so?" "That's great." Lan's eyes glanced at the information in the scroll, his face lightened slightly, and his mouth said in a deep voice, "Okay, Uncle Lan is here too." It's time for Konoha's senior management to know what the night attack team represents. Hanayu's face became slightly gloomy, and his mouth said coldly, "Hey, Hanayu, don't be impulsive." Yamanaka Keiichi said with a worried look on his face, persuading him. Yamanaka Keiichi was not worried about Hanayu and others, but worried about Konoha's high-level staff. Middle dot 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 fine flowers 0 middle dot 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 middle dot. "Oh, Hai-san, you should understand my anger too." Han calmly glanced at Shanzong Hai, and said in a deep voice, "Hey Aichi." Konoha's high-level approach is very chilling. So, don't stop Hanayu. Moreover, Hanayu knows how to measure. Narashikohisa reached out to stop the Yamanaka Yuichi who wanted to continue to persuade him. Lee sighed and said calmly, regarding Konoha's high-level approach, even Naralujai was a little bit chilly, not to mention Hanayu who heard the news just back. 0 Let's go. Night attack squad. Hanayu nodded to Naralujai a little gratefully, glanced at the people behind her, and said calmly, "Swish, swish, swish." A series of 7 figures instantly disappeared besides Yuludi and the others, and then disappeared into the sight of the 3. Just as Hanayu said, the senior Konoha would never understand the meaning of the night raid team. Otherwise, the senior Konoha would definitely not make such a decision. Naralakuji said on his face, with a look of contemplation, he said quietly, "For the enemy, the night raid team is a bad name hidden in the dark." Since Hanayu-kun established the night raid team, all tasks performed have been coordinated by the intelligence department. So even those high-level Konoha guys, and few people know what mission the night attack squad performed for them. Maybe the night attack squad is just a slightly stronger combination. Yamanaka Yuichi frowned slightly, and sighed in his mouth. He said in a low voice, "The evil name hidden in the dark." Under Chapter 207, The Evil Name Hidden in the Dark. under, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking monthly pass, seeking receipt. Chapter 207 The Evil Name Hidden in the Dark. Under, please subscribe, ask a reward, ask a monthly pass. Want to collect the evil name of Hokage's strongest emperor? Chapter 207 Hidden in the Dark. Next, subscribe, ask a reward, ask a monthly pass, please accept it. Speaking of which, among all Konoha ninjas, there is not the slightest knowledge of the existence of the Night Raid team. Even some ninjas don't even know that there is such a team. Narukage, his face was calm. He touched his chin with his right hand, and said in a deep voice, "Yeah, the murderous name hidden in the darkness." This is the summary of the Night Raid team from the 4 ninja villages. Since Hanjun created the Night Raid team, he has performed as many as 40 missions, among which 25 sleevel hunting missions. The results of the missions were perfect, 1 super sleevel mission, and the rest are all A-level missions. All the missions were completed perfectly. A hint of admiration flashed across Yamanaka Keiichi's face. His mouth said like a few treasures. Perfect infiltration. Created the style of the night attack team. 963 Kudao Dingzuo, who has been eating barbecue, has a faint light flashing in his eyes, and said in thought. Yoch said, "Didn't I come back?" Womeijin. However, as soon as I came back, I heard that you were confined to the village of Konoha by members of the Konoha elders, and I was a little unhappy. Hanayu's face was a little bit smile, then his face was slightly gloomy and said, following Hanayu's words, all members of the Night Assault Squad entered the headquarters of the Root organization. Split it. Jingwe Shuayu. Hanayu's right hand erected a mark of opposition, and he snorted, and the Five-Vision Universal Observer on his forehead instantly released a mental wave. Let's go. A smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and she whispered in her mouth. Following Hanayu's words, Hanayu walked straight ahead. The members of the Root organization who patrolled around turned a blind eye to Hanayu. For Danzang's root tissue? Don't be so gentle. Hanayu's face showed a cold expression, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she said in a deep voice, "We know." Captain Hanayu. There was a hint of understanding on the faces of the 6 Hyuga Sato, nodded, and said softly. Then all the 6 Hyuga Sato were scattered. Secret technique shadow strike. A sweet smile appeared on Nara Oma's face. Her hands formed a complicated seal, and she let out a low voice. What is this? The 2 Root members who were patrolling looked at the shadow under their feet in horror, and said in a deep voice. Following the fearful voices of these 2 Root members, the shadows under their feet instantly appeared behind them, and the dark palms instantly stunned the 2 ninjas. Noah Gale. The middle-aged Uncle Lan gave a low voice, and his body instantly turned around, knocking the 4 unsuspecting ninjas into the air. At the moment they landed, these 4 ninjas lost their ability to move. Super Beast Pseudo Painting Huy. Kato's hands quickly drew a tiger on the scroll, and with a low drink, the tiger in the painting instantly appeared in front of the 2 ninjas, and the tiger's eyes burst out. Dazzling light. The body can't move. The 2 ninjas who saw the tiger's gaze were as if they had been in an illusion. At this time, the 2 people didn't even have the courage to speak. Funfist Acupuncture. Sato Hyuga's eyes opened, and his hands were in the Hyuga fist-up style, and the body quickly rushed in front of the 3 ninjas, and sharp chakras emerged from the fingertips of both hands, suddenly, into the body of 3 ninjas. Captain Hanayu. It seems that I don't need to attack. Kudao Ueno, who stood behind Hanayu, kept holding snacks in his hands, with a simple smile on his face, and said with satisfaction, "You foodie." Hanayu turned her head, looked at Kudao Ueno's food, laughed and cursed, and looked at the 5 Night Raid squad who returned to her again, with a dark smile on her face, which was unsearchable. Nodded. Understand. Yuukai Hazishui's face was paralyzed with a rare expression of excitement. His eyes nodded to his teammates, and he said with a chuckle. After that, Zishui came to the side of Kudao Ueno. Kanweno, please, with an excited smile on Shishui's face. His right hand suddenly grabbed the fat body of Kudai Ueno, snorted in his mouth, and suddenly threw Kudai Ueno out. You damn guys. It's not fair. Kudai Ueno was caught off guard, the snacks in his hands suddenly spilled, and then he yelled complaining from Kudai Ueno's mouth in midair, said, "What sound?" Shimura Danzo, who is at the core of the Root Organization headquarters, frowned slightly. He heard a scream just now, which made Shimura Danzo's face slightly gloomy. "Who are you?" The members of the Root Organization who had been patrolling around suddenly woke up amidst the yelling of Ueno on Autumn Road. They looked at Hanai and others who appeared out of thin air next to them in amazement, and a cold sweat appeared on their faces. Shouted in horror, "What's going on? What happened?" The dozen or so ninjas who had just arrived nearby looked at Hanai and the others in surprise, and asked in a low voice, "Cut, is that old fellow Shimura Danzo still not showing up yet? If you want to play, then I will play with you." Hanayu's eyes scanned 3.1 times, but Shimura Danzo was not found. His face was cold, and he said with a sneer in his mouth, "Ueno." Hanayu's mouth quietly commanded. Following Hanayu's command, the face of Kudai Ueno, who was flying in the air, became slightly serious. Secret technique water swivel. Kudai Ueno whispered from his mouth, and his body instantly spun up and down, and then the head of Kudai Ueno that was spinning at high speed suddenly hit the ground. Peng. There was a loud noise, and everyone's figures shook twice. And then the members of the Root Organization looked at a huge pit in front of them with a dull face, and swallowed in terror. Chapter 208, The Crushed Root Organization. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 208, The Root Organization that was crushed. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor is the Root Organization of Chapter 208 being crushed. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Peng. There was a loud noise, and everyone was shaken twice. Then the members of the Root Organization looked at the giant in front of them with a dull expression. Deep pit. His mouth swallowed in fear. How can it be repaired? Damn kid. Who are you guys? A cat whose face is codenamed Zaji looked at Hanayu angrily with dark eyes, and asked loudly, "Cut, a chattering idiot. You are not qualified to speak here." Hanayu's eyes narrowed slightly, and her body instantly appeared next to Zatu. Her right hand opened slightly with 5 fingers open, and she casually pinched Zatu's cheek, said coldly in his mouth. So fast, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Zika's face. His eyes looked at the sudden appearance of Hanwoo in horror, and his mouth said in surprise, "Enemy attack, enemy attack, attack." A gloomy light flashed across the dark part of a fox mask's eyes. He shouted, and a wind blade suddenly spit out from his mouth. Interesting. It's really interesting. Hanayu had a cold smile on her face. Her eyes were indifferent, and her right hand casually grabbed the straight body and blocked it in front of her. Peng. With a soft sound, the wind blade instantly slammed into Direct Take's body. As the smoke dissipated, Direct Take's mouth suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Cut. Use the enemy's body to block your own attack? Damn kid. A cold look flashed across the dark part of the fox mask's eyes, and there was no self-blame for the injury to his companion, and he said calmly, As a member of the Root Organization, you will never care about the lives of your companions. As long as you can achieve your goals, even if you give up your own lives, these dark parts will not frown. This is how Shimura Danzo trains members of the Root Organization, a mission machine. Do you want to test my strength even if the ninja I cultivated suffers casualties? That guy Danzo. You deserve to be Konoha's dark leader. A look of thought flashed across Hanayu's face. On his forehead, the 5-vision universal observer in the screen kept scanning the figures in the surrounding buildings. Although a large number of dark parts of the root tissue were found, There was still no figure hidden by Shimura-dan. "Uncle Lan, these guys are handed over to you," Hanayu said with a playful expression on his face as he saw the root tissues gradually gathering. "Oh, peace of mind." Han Wuzang, "I really want to experiment with the results of my practice." Lan's face showed a trace of excitement, his eyes bursting with light and looking at the dark part on the opposite side. His mouth laughed, said, well, Captain Hanayu, don't you think it's a waste to let Senior Blue solve these guys? And once Senior Blue gets excited, maybe he will remove Konoha Hyuga Sato's. He glanced at Lan. His face flashed with helplessness, and said softly, yeah, I forgot Lan can't be too excited. However, these guys are not enough to excite Lan. So, Sato-san, peace of mind. A smile flashed across Hanayu's face. His mouth said in a deep voice, really, Captain Hanayu, you know that even Kudawe no, who has never been practicing, can kill the guy in front of him, but he still wants Uncle Lan to fight. By the way, during the last mission, Uncle Lan was emotionally excited. I almost kicked a Shuzaru to death with a kick. It is estimated that Sunin Village is already discussing the replacement of a sashimi. Naomi glanced at Lan worriedly on her face, and complained with dissatisfaction in her mouth. Relax. I'm just looking at Lan's recent achievements. A look of helplessness appeared on Hanayu's face and said softly, then, you guys ... but you must stick to the end. With a smile on Lan's face, a huge blue chakra appeared on his body instantly. Then, I'm going to fuck. Lan's mouth let out a low voice, and his eyes calmly stared at the Konoha root ninja in front of him. The blue chakra above his body quickly flowed over Lan's body. 6-style shave. Lan shouted loudly, and his right foot struck the ground dozens of times. The reaction force caused Lan's body to disappear instantly in place. Disappeared ... disappeared. The 24 Anbu faces with various masks on their faces were slightly dazed. Their eyes kept scanning the surroundings, and their mouths solemnly said, Razor. The blue figure instantly appeared behind an Anbu. His right foot kicked out instantly. A low drink from his mouth, and a sharp slash instantly knocked the Anbu in front of 367 away. Peng, peng. This Anbu slammed on the ground instantly, then bounced on the ground 3 times, and finally smashed into a building. This guy Lan is merciful. Hanayu calmly looked at the dark part that flew out. Her face was calm, and her mouth whispered. Besides, the blue razor is not very skilled. Is it because most of the time is practicing a move? Hanyu's face flashed with a hint of thought, and said with a chuckle in her mouth, the warm-up time is over. Lan's body paused slightly. His eyes calmly looked at the dark part that was shrinking in front of him. His face flashed a little bit of boring, and he said in a deep voice, yeah, any one of us can crush these guys. Kato said with a chuckle on his face, his mouth deep, and Uekai Hashishyui, who stood beside him, nodded in a rare nod. Next chapter, Scary Blue, Lan's True Identity. Chapter 209 The Blue of Horror, Lan's True Identity. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. For collection. Chapter 209 The Blue of Horror, Lan's True Identity. Please subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Ask a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor is the 209th chapter of The Horrible Blue. Blue's True Identity. Subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Please collect. The warm-up time is over. Lan's body paused slightly. His eyes calmly looked at the dark part that was shrinking in front of him. His face flashed a little bit of boredom, and his mouth said in a deep voice, look carefully. The results of my recent training. Lan's mouth yelled, and the chakra above his body turned cyan. The huge amount of chakra was like cyan steam, lingering on Lan's body. Now, cyan ... cyan chakra. Ananbu had a hint of surprise on his face. He looked at Lan in front of him with a solemn expression, and his body instantly assumed a defensive posture. Be careful, everyone. This guy feels ... different. Anbu Ninja, codenamed Crane, frowned tightly, reminding him, as a perceptual ninja, Crane clearly perceives the coercion of chakra above the blue body. If the blue just now is a powerful person, then the blue has become a beast. Shave, Lan said in a low voice, and his body appeared in front of an Anbu in an instant. He made a fist with his right hand and knocked the Anbu in front of him with a punch. So fast, all the eyes of all the Anbu ninjas flashed with a trace of terror, and there was a whisper in their mouths. Their eyes kept staring at Lan's body. Attack! Crane shouted loudly. A kunai appeared in his right hand, and his body quickly swooped towards Lan, and a bright light flashed across the kunai in his right hand. Iron block middle dot empty wood. A smile appeared on Lan's face, and the muscles on his body instantly became like an iron plate! Exclamation mark ding! With a sound of metal, Crane's Q-Wu instantly hit Lan's body. However, Crane's imaginary piercing did not appear. Q-Wu just left a white mark on Lan's body. On the contrary, it was Crane who was bounced off by the force of the counter-shock. Sure enough, it is Uncle Lan. Are you proficient in the use of iron to this level? I am really envious, Narawami said with a trace of envy on her face, and said with a chuckle in her mouth. Cut! I still envy your shadow secret technique, Womei-chan's shadow guard secret technique. But we have been envious for a long time. Hyuga Sato couldn't help but say when he heard Nara's words. Speaking of it, it is true that it is the most correct to hand the 6 forms to a physique expert like Lan. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and said in a deep voice, Ninfa middle dot fire dragon flame bomb. The 2 Anbu quickly formed the seal with both hands, snorted in their mouths, and suddenly spit out 2 fire dragons from their mouths. And the hot fire dragon quickly attacked the blue ninjutsu. Iron nuggets middle dot Kinoa whirlwind. Lan's face showed a hint of excitement, and the iron nugget was used in his body instantly. Then, his body instantly rotated, and as Lan's rotation, a huge the whirlwind appeared in front of everyone instantly. Peng, peng. With 2 muffled sounds, the huge whirlwind instantly swallowed the fire dragon. And then the whirlwind kept appearing next to the 2 Anbu, and Lan's feet instantly kicked the 2 Anbu away. Secret technique middle dot insect jade. An oil girl family Sanbu yelled in a low voice, and a huge worm ball appeared on Lan's head in an instant, and quickly smashed towards Lan. Iron middle dot spike. Lan's eyes glanced at the insect jade above his head. The 10 fingers of both hands were like sharp blades in an instant. Lan's hands waved at super high speed, instantly cutting the insect jade in half from the middle. Exclamation mark boo. Lan whispered in his mouth, and his body quickly moved in the air. Then Lan's figure appeared above the head of the root organization member. Iron broken. Lan's mouth yelled again, and the fist of his right hand instantly slammed into the dark part above the ground. Exclamation mark peng. With a loud noise, the ground instantly cracked, and a huge pit appeared on the ground instantly, and it was spreading rapidly. The 20 Anbu were all thrown away by great power. How? How is it possible? This is Tsunade-sama's strange power punch. As a member of the root organization, Jura has of course seen many Konoha strongmen, and the blue blow at this time reminded Juru Tsunade's weird fist. This is not a strange force punch. It seems to be a little excited. Lan's face showed a smile, and slowly stood up straight, frowned and glanced at the badly injured dark parts around his face, flashing across his face. A calm smile. Okay, blue, Hanayu said with a deep smile on her face. Following Hanayu's words, Lan's figure instantly appeared beside Hanayu. Yeah, Uncle Lan, your control of power seems to be getting more and more precise, Narawami said with a sweet smile on her face, with a chuckle in her mouth. What, Uncle? I have been cultivating. Today I got a little bit excited because I heard the news of K. With a smile on Lan's face, he whispered in his mouth. Speaking of which, Captain Hanayu's transformation-free Gaia Foundation is really amazing. You just go out and say that you are the Blue Beast, Matt Dai, and no one believes it. Hyuga Sato's face with a sigh of expression. He said in a deep voice. I still have to thank Hanayu for allowing me to see the growth of my son after death, Lan said softly with a grateful expression on his face. That's right. The middle-aged Uncle Lan was Matt Dai, who died for Metki in the Third Ninja War. Because he opened the dead door of the 8-gate Dungeon array, he gradually moved towards death and was fancied by Matt Dai. Han, who is wearing strength, made a doll with the March of the Dead 8 rooms. Although he turned Matt Dai into a doll, Hanayu did not restrict his freedom from Zeus, but let him join the Night Raid team. In order to make Matt Dai still be able to walk among Konoha, Han used Transformation Freedom Gaia Foundation to turn Matt Dai into an ordinary middle-aged man. At the same time, Matt Dai's name completely became in the past tense. The blue deputy captain of the Night Raid team came into being. Speaking of which, because there is no death limit, Matt Dai, as a doll, can open any 7 doors of the 8-door dungeon at will without being hurt by backlash. At the same time, after opening the dead door of the 8-door dungeon array, the body will fall into a deep sleep for a week, and then resurrect again. And Hanayu, who got this situation, even told Matt Dai about the 6-style cultivation method. No, it should be called blue, meaning the blue beast. Spikewind, Doruni Danzo appeared. Chapter 201 Spikewind, Doruni Danzo appeared. For subscription, for reward, for monthly pass, for collection. Chapter 210 Spikewind, Doruni Danzo appeared. For subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket, for collection. Naruto's strongest Imperial Emperor. Chapter 201 Sekil Wind, Doruni Danzo appears. For subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Please collect it. That old fellow Danzo really calmed down. Wano, destroy me the building of the root organization. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Said in a deep voice, I see. Captain Hanayu. Kudawena nodded, with a simple smile on his face. Whispered in his mouth. Secret technique middle dot super double transformation technique. Kudao Ueno's hands suddenly folded, and with a low voice, his body instantly swelled, and then Kudao Ueno became a 10-meter high giant! 8 punches. Kudao Ueno yelled in a low voice, and his right fist suddenly clenched, and instantly hit a house in front of him. Following Kudao Ueno's movements, a huge shockwave came from Autumn Road Wano, released above the huge fist. Peng. With a loud noise, the 4 buildings of 010 around Wano on the Autumn Road were instantly crushed by giants, and they were razed to the ground in an instant. Okay. So powerful attack power. A cold sweat appeared on the face of the only sober root organization, and Juru, watching the huge Autumn Road Wano, unconsciously yelled. One more punch. A simple smile appeared on Kudao Ueno's face, and his left hand clenched a fist and instantly hit another building. What followed was that the huge building was directly hit by Kudao Ueno's huge fist, smashed under the ground. Enough, Uekai Hanayu. Just as Wano of Autumn Road continued to destroy, a cold loud shout came from a distance. And then 2 men appeared in front of Hanayu. Oh, it's Feng and Doruni. Hanayu glanced at the 2 calmly, her eyes narrowed slightly, and her mouth softly received. Give me enough, Uekai Hanayu, otherwise, I will issue a wanted sentence for the village later. Feng's face was cold, and he said in a deep voice, Ahahaha. What did I hear? Hanayu suddenly laughed when he heard the wind, and said with a big smile, sentence the village? Even Shimura Danzo dare not condemn me like this. Ridiculous. Hanayu put away his smile, his face was slightly gloomy, and his eyes looked at Feng and Doruni with cold eyes. Said coldly, arrogant kid. Feng's face flashed a little anger. His eyes were full of killing intent, and he looked at Hanayu, and said in a deep voice, stupid guy. Who gave you the courage to stand in front of me? Hanayu's face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes were full of killing intent, looking at Feng and Doruni, and said in a deep voice, with the sound of Hanayu, a thick layer of chakra steam appeared on his body. Peng. With a loud noise, a layer of rich blue chakra steam appeared on Hanayu's body. With the appearance of the chakra steam, a violent hurricane instantly dispersed with Hanayu as the center towards the 4th Thursday. bearing the brunt of it. Feng and Toruni's body was pushed back by the strong wind 4 meters away. So strong. Toruni, who has been silent for a while, frowned slightly, looked at Feng with a solemn expression, and said in surprise, "Such aura ... It really deserves to be in existence that Master Shimura Danzo must take extremely seriously." Feng's brow furrowed deeply, and he said with a light sigh, "Although you don't have the qualifications to let me do it, but you, as to Anzang's confidence, seem to be more valuable than those dark pasts." Han Yu's face showed a cold expression, and said in a deep voice, "Moreover, I'm just a little interested in skills like insects." A smile appeared on Han Yu's face, and a small rain appeared on his right hand, and said in a deep voice, "So, I'm going to attack." Han Yu's right hand raised Murayui in front of him, staring at Feng and Toruni with playful eyes, reminding him, "Are you tortured? How can it be repaired?" Feng and Toruni could all see the abusive look in Han Yu's eyes. A look of unwillingness flashed across their faces, and Toruni's hands changed even more, become blue. Clearing insect type 2 red migratory locusts. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Han Yu's mouth, and with a low drink, the village rain in his right hand randomly traced a semicircle in the air! And every time Han Yu moved, it would leave a sharp blade in the air. With Han Yu's movements, the original village rain seemed to split into countless handles. "Come on." Toruni frowned and looked at the blade in front of him. His face changed slightly, and his mouth reminded loudly. And following Toruni's words, Han Yu's right hand moved slightly, and the sword blades instantly pierced towards Feng and Toruni. Swish, swish, swish. These tiny blades were completely formed by Han Yu's ultra-fast slashing of the air. For a time, countless blades swiftly attacked the wind and Toruni like raindrops. Secret technique insect jade. Toruni yelled loudly. His hands suddenly pressed on the ground, and the nano-poisonous insect quickly crawled out of his fingers, forming a semicircular shape. Wormball protects Feng and Toruni. Oh, interesting bug. But that's it. The second type of insect cleaning Yanmo cricket. Han Yu's mouth uttered a low voice, and the 5-vision universal observer and his forehead opened instantly, with one another. The mental fluctuation was released instantly. "What's the matter? Wind. What exactly is here?" A look of horror appeared on Toruni's face, and his mouth said in horror. At this time Toruni was in a dark and boundless environment, and what made Toruni even more frightened was that all his vision, hearing, and olfactory perception disappeared, leaving only a touch of touch. And the wind beside him was the same. The two in panic had no idea that their companion was 1 meter away. "It's over," Han Yu whispered in her mouth, and her body instantly appeared in front of Feng and Toruni. The village rain in her right hand sent out air/0.2, and the slash instantly passed Feng and Toruni's body. This is when Han Yu feels that Feng and Toruni are not dead yet, otherwise, Han Yu will directly use Curious One blow to kill. Peng, peng. With the lifting of the dark world, Feng and Toruni's body instantly smashed onto the ground, and the slashes on their bodies were deeply visible. As expected, the captain of the night raid team, Uchiha Han Yu, a deep voice came out from the shadows. Danzo did not even look at Feng and Toruni, and said in a deep voice, "Danzao, you finally showed up." Han Yu's face showed a cold smile. Her eyes calmly stared at Danzao in front of her, and she said in a deep voice. Chapter 211, A Superb Illusion. Danzo's Fear. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. The 211th chapter, Superb Illusion. Danzo's Fear. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor is the magical magic of chapter 211. Danzo's Fear. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Danzao, you finally showed up. Han Yu's face showed a cold smile. Her eyes calmly stared at the Danzo in front of her, and she said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Han Yu kid. You dare to destroy the root organization base." Danzo's face was expressionless, his eyes gloomy looking at Hanayu, and he asked with a deep voice in his mouth. Funny. Danzo, I came to you this time to settle the accounts, just to destroy the root organization base. If it weren't for the fact that you are still a member of Konoha, I can't help but kill you directly. Hanyu's face was cold, her eyes looked at Shimura Danzo with contempt, and she said calmly, as expected of Dashwin's subordinates, it's the same as Dashwin's style. Danzang's face became slightly gloomy, his eyes calmly looked at Hanayu, and his mouth whispered, Feng Dun middle. Vacuum Jade. Tuan Zhang's hands suddenly made a quick seal, and he snorted in his mouth, and suddenly a huge air bomb was spit out from his mouth at 18. Cut. It really fits Danzo's character. Sneak attack? Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the air bomb in front of him. His face flashed with disdain, and he said in a deep voice, the technique of doubling. Rebound. Kudao Ueno's body instantly appeared in front of Hanayu. His hands clasped together, and a loud shout from his mouth. His body quickly swelled into a mat! Boom. A weird voice sounded, and the air bomb hit the fat on the autumn road Ueno, causing ripples, and then instantly bounced back. Autumn Dao Ueno of the Autumn Dao family? What a pity. Such a genius is not used for me. Danzo's eyes glanced at Kudie Ueno, a look of pity flashed across his face, and his mouth muttered. Danzo's philosophy is to control all geniuses. Suol onion middle. Open. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at Tuanzang, and he let out a low drink. The three gooey Suol onion in his eyes opened instantly. Sheol onion? Be careful. Shimura Danzo's face was dignified, his eyes drooped slightly, avoiding Hanayu's sight, and he said in a deep voice, one sword style middle. Juice lash. Hanayu let out a low voice, and the March of the Dead Date Room appeared in his right hand, and then a silver-white light appeared in Danzang's line of sight. How is it possible? When did it appear? Danzang's eyes shrank slightly. Hanwin his sight instantly turned into a bubble and disappeared, and Hanyu's real body instantly appeared in front of Danzang. Peng. With a soft sound, Tuanzang's right hand could only come to resist it, and Hanayu knocked him out! Cough cough. Is it a phantom? How can it? I have obviously avoided looking directly at the writing wheel. Why do I still get a phantom? Shimura Danzo's right arm was bloody, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. The look of his mouth was puzzled and contemplative. Simultaneously, Danzo looked at Hanayu's hands again. One sword style middle. Juzan. Hanayu's face showed a look of abusive expression, and he let out a low voice again. His right hand still released Juzan, and Hanayu's body once again disappeared suddenly in Danzang's sight! Illusory magic middle. Solution. Anxiousness flashed across Danzang's eyes, and a loud shout in his mouth instantly blocked the flow of chakra within his body. Afterwards, Danzo looked at Hanayu, who suddenly appeared in front of him again, with a look of fear on his face. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's 8 rooms still slashed on Danzang's right arm, and with Hanayu's slashing, Danzang's body flew out again. What the hell is going on? Why? Why is there illusion in the body? Ming Uekaiha Hanayu kid didn't open the eyes above his head, nor did I see Uekaiha Hanayu's writing wheel eyes. Why did I still get illusion? Danzo's face was gloomy and water dripped. His eyes flashed with an unbelievable look, and his mouth said in a slight panic, oh, the old guy Danzo is unlucky. Captain Hanayu's illusion is not so resistant. If Danzo thinks that Captain Hanayu's eyes can resist the illusion of writing round eyes, it will be great. Wrong. The reason why Captain Hanayu's writing round eyes has not evolved into a kaleidoscope writing round eyes is because Captain Hanayu is developing the ability of Sangha Jade writing round eyes to the maximum. Hyuga Sato, a trace of worship and fanatical gaze flashed through his eyes, and he whispered in his mouth as he looked at Hanayu with a calm face and abusive eyes. Hanayu Iznya has been so fascinated with Sanguia's illusion skills and the use of illusion skills, whether it is gestures, sounds, or even a single action can make the enemy fall into the illusion. With a look of excitement, her eyes were staring at Hanayu's movements, and she said in a deep voice, "One sword style, you cut." Hanayu's body is still 100 meters away from Danzang, completely unchanged from when Danzang was first seen. Hanayu's face is calm at this time, and his eyes are looking down at Danzang. Said softly 553. How can it be repaired? This is another trick. Yuakaiha Hanayu kid. Are you using this trick to humiliate the old man? At this time, Danzang's face was full of anger, and his mouth roared loudly. Humiliation? If you understand it this way, it's okay. Hanayu's body appeared in front of Danzo. The 8 rooms in her right hand were still cut on Danzo's right arm, and she whispered softly, This guy. Danzo glanced at his injured right arm again. A feeling of weakness rose on his face. His eyes looked at Yuakaiha Hanayu in terror. Danzo already knew that at this time, it is definitely not Hanayu's opponent. Even if the opponent only uses Sangui to right round eyes, he can still play with himself. At this time, Danzang felt a sense of fear for Hanayu. Shimura Danzo, put away your thoughts. Want to destroy the night trade team? You are not qualified. Feel the fear on your right arm carefully. I will keep staring at you. Hanayu's body moments turned into crows. They quickly danced over Danzo. A blood-red writing wheel appeared in the sky, looking at Danzo coldly. Chapter 212 The Battle of Kikyo Mountain breaks out. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 212 The Battle of Kikyo Mountain breaks out. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 212. The Battle of Kikyo Mountain broke out. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Oh, Hanayu, it's been a long time. The 3 generations of the Hokage office, Bofeng Shuiman, who just walked out of the office, looked at the station with a gentle smile on his face. Hanayu outside greeted softly in his mouth. As the 4th generation Naruto candidate cultivated by 3 generations, the mission of Bofeng Watergate is not decreased but increased. With the increase of tasks, the reputation of Golden Flash Bofeng Watergate has begun to spread in the ninja world. It's Miss Watergate. Did you just come back from a mission? Speaking of it, does Miss Watergate plan to marry Lord Kushina after this war? Hanayu stood quietly on the roof railing of the Hokage office. The eyes calmly looked at the panoramic view of Konoha village below, with a smile on his face, and said with a smile in his mouth, unexpectedly, even Hanayu knew about it when I married Xiaojiao. I thought only Taito and Kakashi knew about it. An embarrassment flashed across Bofeng Shuiman's face, and a trace of his eyes appeared. With a happy look, he said with a chuckle, the scenery of Konoha is very good. Miss Watergate will soon become the shadow of this village. Hanayu smiled noncommittently, looked at the Hokage rock in the distance, and said calmly, Ha ha. Hanayu, even the teacher doesn't know who will become the 4th generation of Naruto in the end. Lord Oshimaru is very prestigious. However, I will not give up the dream of Naruto. Hanayu sighed, smiled and patted Hanayu's shoulder, said with a chuckle in her mouth, You will be the 4th generation of Hokage. Teacher Watergate. Hanayu's eyes flashed slightly deep. Her face looked at Bofeng Watergate earnestly, and she said softly, Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the recent situation. Han didn't wait for Bofeng Shuiman to speak, but changed the subject, leaning on the railing again. The 3rd Ninja World War. I'm afraid it's coming to an end! Bofeng Watergate whispered with a worried look on his face. Yes, often the more the later stages of the war, the more the number of dead people will multiply. Hanayu said with a trace of emotion on her face, and muttered softly in her mouth. Speaking of which, Hanayu seems to have been learning medical ninjutsu recently. Bofeng Shuiman said with a sigh of exclamation on his face, and asked abruptly, Yeah, I'm very interested in medical ninjutsu, especially Tsunade-sama's secret regeneration technique. But, it's a pity. Tsunade-sama is not in the village. Otherwise, I must be with Tsunade. Master Hand discusses medical ninjutsu. Hanyu's face showed a trace of regret, and said slightly expectantly, I have to say that Hanayu is a rare all-round genius. Now most of the seriously wounded in the hospital are taken care of by Hanayu Jun. Bo Feng Shuiman said with a hint of appreciation on his face, and said softly, I'm not so exaggerated. It's just that I have a very strong interest in medical ninjutsu. Hanayu's face rarely showed a trace of embarrassment, and said calmly, a year has passed in the blink of an eye. A sigh appeared on Hanayu's face, with a trace of sadness on her face, and her mouth calmly said, after Hanayu's strong crushing of the Root organization, 1 year has passed. During this year, the Night Raid team became active again in the shinobi world. At the same time, Hanayu, as the captain, fell silent. He did not choose to continue on the battlefield. Instead, he joined the Konoha medical department and systematically studied medical treatment. Ninjutsu, using the precision finger abilities of God's Royal Hand Perfect One. Hanayu's medical skills are completely comparable to Tsunade. In Konoha's 46 years, Dashimaru was tired of the various practices of Konoha's high-level leaders, and completely lost interest in becoming Hokage. Officially withdrew from the stage of the battlefield, established a secret base in Konoha, and began to concentrate on research. Forbidden. The stage of the battlefield has officially become the only show of Golden Flash Bofeng Shuiman. As a teacher, Jiraiya, in order to make his disciples become Hokage smoothly, he chose to go out to collect materials and began a journey that belongs to Jiraiya alone. After the Root organization was crushed by the cold moon, the originally active Danzo fell silent again, hiding in the dark. It can be said that the Root organization withdrew from the stage of Konoha rights during the war. Han-kun, you are finally here. The secret base of Oshimaru, a laboratory filled with densely packed experimental equipment. Oshimaru wearing a kimono, hands with white gloves, eyes slightly backwards glancing at it, he said with a little excitement in his mouth. Master Oshimaru, it's been a long time. Hanayu's figure walked out of the shadows, with a smile on her face. Her mouth calmly said, Mr. Hanayu, let's start. Let's continue the software transformation experiment. A cold smile appeared on Dashwin's face, and he said to Hanayu without looking back, I see. Lord Oshwan. Hanayu's face showed a smile, and she said with a deep voice as she watched the zealous Oshwan slightly with her eyes, God Hand Perfect One. Hanayu let out a low cry, and a pair of white gloves suddenly appeared in his hands. Let's get started. Our software transformation is about to succeed. Experiment number 328 shows the characteristics of a clear fluid body, but this characteristic is not stable. Oshimaru's eyes flashed like a snake pupil. After a ray of light, his expression turned to calm Zhao Hao, and his mouth said hoarsely. Following Dashimaru's words, a complicated operation was performed in his hands. Is it the characteristics of a mobile body? It seems that our experiment has made some progress, Master Dashwan. Hanayu heard the introduction of Dashwan, a smile appeared on his face, and said with a slight excitement in his mouth. At this time, Hanayu's hands turned into after images, and extremely complicated surgical experiments were continuously carried out on the subject's body. I heard that the 3 generations of old men plan to start a decisive battle with Sunin village in Kikyo Mountain. Oshimaru kept moving, and asked calmly, Konoha's senior management has already made a plan, and Sunin village seems to be defeated soon. Hanayu's movements paused slightly, and then he answered calmly. Chapter 213 The Golden Glitter of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 213 The Golden Glitter of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. The golden glitter of the 213th chapter of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. In the 46th year of Konoha, The battle that determined the fate of the Third Ninja War has begun. All the 5 ninja villages are aware of the important geography of Kikyo Mountain location. Sand Ninja Village started a desperate fight, and the shrewdly Angshumping Onoki also saw an opportunity and began to send Iwane in to increase Sand Ninja Village. The Battle of Kikyo Mountain has broken out. Everyone ... for Konoha, go. In the Konoha ninja team at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, one of the Shinobu ninjas had a trace of firmness on his face and said loudly in his mouth, Sand Ninjas Ninja. Defeating these Konoha ninjas, our village can become the most powerful ninja village. At the Sand Ninja Village, Chio's brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth said with a deep voice, Fire escape middle. How fireball technique. Dozens of Konoha ninjas made a seal with both hands, shouted in their mouths, and suddenly spit out huge fireballs from their mouths. And the ninja who can use the fireball is undoubtedly the only Uchiha family, Feng Dun middle. Fenki. When the Sand Ninja camp saw dozens of big fireballs rolling in with flames, there was a trace of disdain on her face. The same dozens of Sand Ninja seals, one after another. 810 Windblade quickly slid through the center of the fireball. Puppet troops, go. Chio had a cold look on his face, and he let out a low voice, and suddenly waved his right hand. In order to win this battle, Chio had all the puppet masters trained by him, all brought to the battlefield. Oh. Every one of the puppet troops standing behind Kyondai had a look of excitement on their faces, and they shouted together. Each puppet of different shapes flew in the air, and then all of them were all together. Attack towards Konoha! A scream rang along with the organs in the puppets. As the strongest puppet unit in Sand Ninja Village, it obviously caused some casualties to Konoha! Can't do this. Medical class. The elder advisor Konoha, who is standing in front of the Konoha phalanx, Zwan Xiaochun's brows frowned slightly. His old voice was a little irritable, and his eyes looked at the opposite Chio with cold eyes. Said in a deep voice. As Koharu turned to bed, the medical squad instantly began to travel back and forth to the battlefield, taking the injured Konoha ninja away from the battlefield. Cut. Is the old lady's Zwan Xiaochun commanding this time? This is troublesome. Chio glanced at Zwan Xiaochun, who was walking forward because of Konoha's casualties. His brows frowned slightly, and his face was slightly frowned. But there was a smile full of warfare, and his mouth calmly said, Sister, this time I'm going to sleep. Koharu, the guy among Konoha who is most suitable for battlefield command. Chio's younger brother hid a hint of surprise on his old face, and a hint of seriousness flashed across his mouth. Why said with some nostalgia. Attack. No matter who it is, our ninja village will win this time. Ninja-san. Chio's face had a trace of determination, and his eyes calmly scanned the ninja in front of his mouth. Speak loudly. Konoha. Scattered. Turning to sleep, Xiaochun had a calm smile on his face, and also issued orders in his mouth. Following the orders of the two commanders, all the ninjas were scattered, and each ninja was fighting individually. It's done. A ninja from Sand Ninja Village flashed an excited light, his body instantly rose up, and a kunai appeared from his cuff with his right hand, and it suddenly stabbed Konoha ninja on the chest. Don't be overwhelmed. You bastard. Give me death. Konoha spit out a mouthful of blood, and the left hand grabbed the shoulder of Suno. The pain in the right hand. No instant stabbed at the heart of this San Shinobu. Peng. BHFD peng. With two soft sounds, the two ninjas all fell on the ground, and such bloody killings were going on everywhere on the battlefield. Isnina's ninja hasn't been completed yet. Chio's brow furrowed deeply. As time went by, the number of ninjas in his village gradually increased. Chio couldn't help but ask. The 50 Iwanin of Iwanin village have gone to intercept Konoha's supply base. As long as Konoha's supply is blocked, we can trap these guys. A smile appeared on Heizang's face. His mouth, Shensheng said, Peng, Peng. Konoha's supply department heard a continuous explosion, and there were only 4 Konoha ninjas guarding the supply at this time. No more. A Konoha ninja gasped heavily, his body was already drowning in sweat, and his body was shaky. Cheer me up, Kangsyuk. We are Konoha ninjas. Don't let these Iwashinin be underestimated. A middle-aged uncle also has a trace of fatigue on his face, and his body is covered with waves. He said loudly in his mouth to encourage his wounds. Captain Yu Yi. It seems that we can also become Konoha's heroes. Next to the middle-aged uncle Yu Yi, a young ninja said with a smile on his face. Found it. You Konoha mice hiding in hiding. The Yanshinabu's eyes suddenly opened, a grinning smile appeared on his face, and his mouth said coldly, following the words of this rock ninja, 50 rock ninjas surrounded all 4 Konoha ninjas. Give me to die. A Yanshinobu couldn't bear his killing intent first, and his body quickly rushed towards Yu Yi. However, afterwards, the pupils of this Yanshinobi shrank, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. In front of him, a young man wearing a white imperial robes appeared. Peng! With a loud noise, the Yanin was knocked out instantly, and an incredible look appeared in the Yanin's eyes. Take the trouble to throw these kunai around these Iwanabu, and leave it to me for the next battle. I am Bofeng Shuiman. There was a sunny smile on Bofeng Shuiman's face, and his eyes showed a hint of confidence. The right hand took out a lot of special kunai. You are Master Bofeng Shuiman. Everyone, throw these kunai out. Open your eyes and see the next battle. But only a moment. Yu's face with a look of relief, he said loudly. The flute that resounds through the battlefield. Chapter 214. The flute resounding through the battlefield. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 214. The flute resounding through the battlefield. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the flute sound of Chapter 214 resounding through the battlefield. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. 3 generations of Takage-sama. The 50 upper ninjas sent by Iwanan village to the Sand Ninja battlefield. All were killed. With a trace of horror on his face, his mouth whispered to the 3 generations of Tuiying who was recovering in front of him. Said Liang Tanping Damu. Nani? Just performing a blocking mission, why do so many ninjas die? Liang Championona's eyes suddenly widened, with a trace of anger on his face, and questioning in his mouth. Yes. It's Konoha's golden flash Heifeng Shuiman's time and space ninjutsu. It's just a moment. All 50 Iwanin were killed. There was an incredulous look on Akato's face. In the mouth said in a deep voice, is the golden glitter Heifeng Mizuno? Konoha is really the cradle of genius. Heifeng Mizuno is. Uchiha Hanayu is even more so. By the way, the news has been blocked. Liang Chanping Onoga's brows deepened, deeply wrinkled, with a trace of irritation on his face. He asked in his mouth. Yes. 3 generations of Dokage. The news that Iwanan village was attacked by Konoha Imp has been blocked. Even Konoha village didn't know the news. Just wondering why we picked a group of ninjas from the battlefield. There was a trace of peace on Kaita's face, and he whispered in his mouth. That kid Uchiha Kanayu, order it down and pay close attention to the development of the Kikyo Mountain campaign. Once Sunin village fails, immediately retreat the elite ninjas in the village. Liang Chanping face was sad, and his mouth smiled bitterly, said, after the bombardment of the cold moon, 2/3 of the buildings in Yanen village were destroyed. 2 days ago Onoki was helpless, so he could only recall the ninjas on the battlefield to the village to build the village. Notify the Shanshuilyu family and pay close attention to Konoha's movements. Once Konoha is empty, the Shanshuilyu family will immediately attack Konoha village. Liang Chanping face was filled with a trace of heaviness, and his mouth commanded in a deep voice. But, old man, if the Shanshuilyu clan perform well on the battlefield, your position may be in jeopardy. A trace of hesitation appeared on Kaita's face, and his mouth reminded softly, it's okay. Although the ambitions of the Shanshuilyu clan are great, they are also the guys who have been dazzled by their own clan. There was a calm expression on Yang Tanping's face, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "I see." 3 generations of two-eyeing adults. A flash of sorrow flashed across Kaita's face, nodded, and said softly, "Turn to bed, Lord Koharu." Lord Mizuno is back. Kikiyoyama Konoha, a sensory ninja, opened his eyes. His face showed a hint of surprise, and said excitedly, "Is the Watergate finally back?" Turning to sleep, Xiao-chan's face showed a smile, and said calmly, "The current Konoha executives have already regarded Bofeng Shuiman as the only Naruto candidate, so these executives are spared no effort to let Bofeng Shuiman perform various tasks. And all the ninjas in Konoha village regard Bofeng Mizuman as Konoha's heroes." "Yo, Lord Zwan Xiao-chan. It's been a long time since I saw you." When Zwan Xiao-chan wanted to speak, a calm voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. Who? A dozen Konoha gathered in front of Zwan Xiao-chan at any moment, and asked in a low voice, "Uchiha Hanayu?" Hanayu walked out of the shadows, with a scornful smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Hanayu." Turning to sleep, Xiao-chan frowned slightly, and said softly, "For the senior Konoha, Uchiha Hanayu is the only one they can't guess." Even the patriarch of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Tomokazu, doesn't know what Hanayu is thinking, and Hanayu's raid on the Root organization makes Konoha's leaders be alert. It turned out to be Lord Hanayu. "Thank you for your treatment of the injured companion." Hearing Hanayu's words, all the ninjas breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Hanayu with admiration on their faces, and whispered in their mouths, "You know, Hanayu rescued many dying ninjas from the hands of death at Konoha Hospital. As a disciple of Bofeng Shuiman, you should know how to do it." Han-jun. Zwan Xiao-chan's face was a little nervous, and she reminded him in a low voice, middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot find flowers middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot relax. "I'm not interested in becoming a Konoha hero at all, and I won't steal the limelight from the 4th generation of Hokage in the future." Hanayu said calmly with a smile on his face, "I'm here this time, but as an assistant." Hanayu said with a playful smile on her face. "Is that so? Auxiliary staff, is it medical ninjutsu?" Zwan Xiao-chan frowned slightly, muttering in his mouth. Although she can't see through Hanayu, turning to Koharu will not stop Hanayu there, because when she knows that Hanayu is a member of Konoha, that's enough. Military music dream screaming. Hanayu let out a low cry, and an unusually beautiful flute appeared in his right hand instantly. So, let's start. Flute sound middle dot encouragement. Hanayu's face showed a smile, and she placed the flute beside her mouth with both hands, whispering softly in her mouth. Following Hanayu's words, the melodious sound of the flute instantly blew out of Hanayu's mouth, and then, like a ripple, gradually spread towards the battlefield. Woo woo! A wave of enthusiastic flute sounds quickly appeared on the battlefield. At this time, Hanayu played the classic theme song of Naruto main theme Naruto's Nindo, but, it should be called now, Hanayu's is an extremely exciting music. Such a flute sound is really exciting. After a famous Konoha ninja heard the music played by Hanayu, the blood in his body instantly boiled, his eyes raised with firm fighting spirit. The flow of chakra in the body suddenly speeds up! In other words, Naruto main theme is really passionate, and is it burning? I hope readers can listen to it. The ability of military music dream scream. Chapter 215 The ability of military music dream screaming. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking monthly pass. Seeking collection. Chapter 215 The ability of military music dream scream. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly pass. Asking for the ability to collect the Naruto's strongest emperor with the 215th chapter of the military dream scream. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Please collect it. Such a flute sound is really exciting. After a famous Konoha ninja heard the music played by Hanayu, The blood in his body instantly boiled, his eyes raised high. With a firm fighting spirit, the flow of chakra in the body suddenly speeds up. What's going on? Why are these Konoha ninjas so excited? And, where did the flute sound on the battlefield come from? Chio frowned, watching the changes on the battlefield. With a deep voice in his mouth inquired and said, Chisama, the flute sound comes from Konoha. It seems that such flute sounds have moral boosting and stimulating effect. All Konoha ninjas who heard the flute sound burst into a super combat power. And although we can also hear the flute sound, it hasn't changed in any way. A sand ninja replied with a gloomy face. Flute sound? Is it the kid Uchiha Hanai again? When Sun Shinobu talked about the source of the flute sound, the image of Uchiha Hanai appeared in Chio's mind, and Chio's face was gloomy at this time. Said angrily, speaking of the list of the most hated Konoha candidates in Chio, the first is Tsukumo Hajiki, and the second is Uchiha Kanayu. Such a flute sound actually gives people a feeling of enthusiasm, and my own chakra mobility and spirit have all doubled, and the exhaustion in my body has gradually disappeared. The face of a Konoha ninja with a look of excitement, feeling the changes in his body, he said in surprise. Following the words of this Konoha ninja, the kunai in his right hand suddenly crossed the neck of Shinobu. That's it. Let's fight in full force. Konoha's ninja Hanayu's face has a smile, and the flute sound is like waves with Hanayu's playing, spreading toward the battlefield in waves. Hanyu's heart also said with a bit of enthusiasm. Military music dream screaming. The Emperor of the Flute can freely manipulate the emotions of the audience. It is known to boost morale on the battlefield. In fact, it can manipulate as many as dozens of emotions, but if you listen to it repeatedly, it will. The song forms resistance. Hanayu's mind resounded with the ability of military music dream scream. With a calm smile on her face, Naruto main theme finally played the most superb part. Fire Dune middle dot fire dragon flame ball. Tu dun dun middle dot long gun. Fire Dune middle dot head heart. A series of ninjutsu was released by the motivated Konoha ninja with the flute sound of Hanayu. Hanayu's tunes keep inspiring Konoha ninja to fight! Peng, peng, peng. The Konoha ninjas who had the military dream shooting blast were all as if they had just stepped onto the battlefield, causing great casualties to San Shinobu. This flute sound ... Who is it? Such a passionate tune is really wonderful. Even if I am a little tired of the war, I can't help it. The wave of wind on the battlefield. A sigh of exclamation appeared on his face, and he listened to the blood-boiling tune in his ears, and his eyes scanned his back slightly. Is it really Hanayu June? Is it the Emperor of the Flute again this time? Bo Feng Shuiman looked for the figure of Hanayu slightly, with a smile on his face, and said with a smile in his mouth, the reason why I don't fight on the battlefield is because I want me to be Konoha's hero. Thank you. Hanayu. A grateful smile appeared on Bo Feng Shuiman's face, and he whispered softly. For Bo Feng Shuiman, after a little thought, Hanayu is only the reason for supporting on the battlefield. Then, I have to work hard too. The art of the flying thunder god. Bo Feng Shuiman's face showed a firm expression, and he snorted, and his body instantly danced on the battlefield. Magic flute middle dot fantasy sound lock. Hanayu's face has a playful smile. After playing Naruto main theme, the genre changes, and the psychedelic flute sounds keep ringing in San Shinobu's ears. This ... What is this? Body ... The body can't move. A Mingsho Shinobi stared at the illusion in front of him with amazement, and his face flashed past the body that was bound by the chain of musical notes. A look of horror. Although there are also many Sharon who forcibly broke free from the bondage of the musical note chain, they were extremely exhausted because of this. What's the matter? What happened to these sand ninjas? Hearing in his ears the flute sound that is only a good rhythm for Konoha ninja. Looking at the stubborn sand ninja, Konoha ninja's face showed a trace with a look of excitement. All Konoha ninjas will not miss the slightest chance to kill Shinobu, so for a time, The death toll of Shinobu has increased again. How can it be repaired? Damn kid. It's not a way to go on like this. Give me the wind to escape. A look of anger flashed across Cho's face, and said with a gloomy expression, "Yes, Chisama." Wind escaping middle. Great breakthrough. 30 San Shinobi shouted together, and a violent wind quickly swept the battlefield, and at the same time, the extremely harsh wind cancelled out the sound of Hanayu's flute, who got saved. There was a trace of fortunate expression on the face of a Mingsho Shinobu, with a long sigh of relief in his mouth with fear of the flute sound on his face. Oh, it's interesting. The old lady of 1,000 generations suddenly thought of disturbing my flute sound with the sound of the wind. In that case, Chapter 3.2. Hanayu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she stopped playing. The expression on his face showed a hint of coldness. Secret skills middle. Ghosts are here. Hanayu uttered a low voice in her mouth, and the flute sound passed out again and again. No one felt pleasing to the flute this time, but it happened inside Konoha Ninja's body. Drastic changes. Peng. With a loud noise, the bodies of all Konoha ninjas who heard the sound of the cold moon flute changed instantly, their height increased slightly by half a meter, and the muscles on their bodies continued to bulge. An Itilchu runs away. The 216th chapter keeps the crane and divides the blessings. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 216 Shurenzu forced to divide a blessing. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. The strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 216 Shurenzu is blessed. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Peng. With a loud noise, the bodies of all Konoha ninjas who heard the sound of the cold moon flute changed instantly, and their height increased slightly. Half a meter. The muscles on the body are constantly bulging. Such power, at least 3 times the physical fitness. A Konoha ninja clenched his fists, feeling his body turn back, with an excited look on his face. His mouth. Shensheng said, "Can such a flute sound actually increase physical fitness? It's incredible." Compared to Konoha's excitement, San Shinobu's face was unusually ugly, and he glanced at the battlefield, which was all 2 meters high. Konoha ninja frowned deeply, and said with a bitter smile in his mouth, Konoha tornado. A Konoha ninja had a look of excitement on his face. With a low drink from his mouth, his body instantly jumped up, and a whip kick kicked the sand ninja in front of him with a whip on his right foot. Peng. With a loud noise, the huge force kicked the sand for 10 meters away, and then fell to the ground. What is this secret technique? Chu's eyes were abnormally gloomy. 18 frowned and looked at the changes of Konoha ninja in front of him. His face was extremely ugly, and his mouth cried out in anger. I don't know. But what is certain is ... This is the change caused by Uchiha Hanayu's flute. It seems that each of Uchiha Hanayu's imperial powers has incredible power. Kaizo's expression was on his face. Solemnly, said in a deep voice, "It can't go on like this anymore. Otherwise, under the circumstances of one change, Shinobu will definitely fail." Chio said with a trace of firmness on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "Sister, you are planning to use. But, in this case, we are violating the rules of war jointly formulated by the ninja world." Kai Zhang's face changed slightly. His eyes looked at Chio in surprise, and his mouth deepened. Say, Kaizo, do you hope that our village will fall from the second largest Shinobu village because of the failure of this war? Chio looked at Kaizo with serious eyes, and there was an unquestionable look on his face. Said coldly in his mouth, "I understand. Let the old man come over." Hai Zhang's eyes flashed, nodded, agreed to Chio's approach, and whispered in his mouth, "Yes, Master Kaizo." Behind him, a sand ninja nodded, and his body disappeared instantly. With the disappearance of this amp, Chio and Kaizeng's eyes all revealed solemn expressions. Hey, monster old man. It's your turn to contribute to Sanshinobu village. Shashinobus Dark Troop leader Yoshikawa looked at the old monk in a room with disgust, and said with a little terror in his mouth, "Huh? Are you calling me? My name is Fenfu." Little devil. In the room, an old monk with white beard and eyebrows opened his eyes from entering Ding, with a gentle smile on his face, said with a chuckle in his mouth, "I don't care what you call. Anyway, you monster, quickly die to me." Yoshikawa looked at the old monk named Fenfu with a look of disgust, and said in a deep voice, "Oh, oops, did you hear me, Shu? This kid is calling me a monster." With that said, "We are the same kind too." Fenfu gave Yoshikawa a glance and chuckled softly, said, "You weird old man, who cares?" One Shu in Fenfu's body gave Fenfu a slightly uncomfortable look, and roared in his mouth, "Sure enough, I, an old and chattering old man, has successfully opened your heart, Shu. Ha ha. However, it seems that my time is running out." Fenfu is not at all regarding Shi's roar. A happy smile appeared on his face and said with a big smile, "Ahem, it's really bad, Shu. Don't support me. Ever since I was seriously injured by Konoha's kid, my vitality has been losing." Fenfu's face there was a slight smile, and he whispered in his mouth, "Hey, what are you weird old man talking about? I hang your life because I don't want to be sealed in the jar again." Shi's eyes flashed a light, and his mouth said angrily, "Ha ha." Shu also has moments of desperation. "Unfortunately, I still did not get your approval in the end. However, I believe that someone must be a companion of Shu. I really envy it." Fenfu sighed deep, as if seeing the future, said with a trace of regret and envy on his face, "Companion?" A complex expression flashed across Shi's face, and he glanced at the blessed old body. This old man who was regarded as a monster by the people in the village and did not give up his smile. His eyes closed slightly. 993. Let's go, little devil. The old monk is ready to sacrifice everything for Sand Ninja Village, Fenfu said with a faint smile on his face. Cut. Let's go. Damn old man. A look of disgust appeared on the face of the Dark Troop leader Yoshikawa. His hands slightly grasped Fenfu's shoulders, and the two figures instantly disappeared in place. "Oh, long time no see, Shio Kaizo." On the battlefield of Sanshinobu, there was always a calm smile on Fenfu's face. His eyes were full of smiles and he glanced at Chio and Kaizo, with a chuckle in his mouth. "Say, Master Fenfu ... It's been a long time," Chio said with a sigh on his face, looking at the Fenfu in front of him, and said softly, "It's not necessary to relive the old days. I want the old monk to give his life to cause a tale of Shu to run away. However, no method is needed, because we are companions." Fenfu's face was flat. He said in a deep voice, "The division of blessings at this time has already seen through life and death, and One-tailed Shu runs away. Chapter 217 One-tailed Shu run away. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 217 One-tailed Shu runs wild. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the 217th chapter One-tailed crane run wild. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. It's not necessary to remember the old days. I want the old monk to give his life to cause a violent run of Shu. However, no method is needed, because we are companions. Fenfu's face had a trace of plainness, and he said in a deep voice, "The division of blessings at this time has already seen through life and death. I'm really happy to be able to contribute to Sand Ninja Village. Shuzuru, goodbye. I can see that you will definitely have a companion in the future." Fenfu's face is with a trace of regret, slowly sat on the ground and said softly. Afterwards, the eyes of the blessing were closed tightly. Roar. With a roar, the eyes of one Shu suddenly opened. Just now, the vitality of the blessing disappeared completely, and one Shu was also free. This strange old man is dead. Why, I feel a little sad. A sad light flashed in the eyes of Wan Shu, with a trace of sorrow on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Roar!" With a roar, the chakra guarding a crane quickly rushed out of the dead body of the blessing, and then a huge civet cat quickly appeared on the battlefield. This is a Morichuru. Konoha ninja looked at Morichuru's huge civet body with shocked eyes, with a trace of horror on his face, and said with shock in his mouth, 550 Shuzuru ran away. The sand ninja also looked scared, and the sand ninja who was beside the guard quickly moved away from the guard, and said with a gloomy face, "Chisama, it's a success. Successfully released Shuzuru. However, we still need to choose the next person as soon as possible." Yoshikawa said with a dignified face on one side, and said in a deep voice, "Did you run away, Shuzuru? Don't worry about choosing the next person to be Zulai. Now, Konoha's old wife, Xio-chan, will never think of it." Unexpectedly, we would use the power of the tail beast. Shu's face was tinged with a trace. With a calm smile, he said in a deep voice, "How can it be repaired? Thousands of generations. You dare to release the tail beast?" When Xio-chan's eyes flashed with an angry light, her fists clenched, and her mouth said angrily. Afterwards, turning to sleep, Xio-chan looked at the huge Shu in front of him with a worried look, and frowned deeply. "You damn human beings, go to me!" An angry roar from Morizuru's mouth. The huge sandy tail behind him instantly drew out all the Konoha ninjas. Shuimon. When Xio-chan's face was gloomy, his eyes solemnly looked at the huge Shu crane in front of him, and he snorted. Following Zwen Xio-chan's words, Bo-Feng Shuimon behind him nodded solemnly. "I see." Bo-Feng Shuimon's mouth let out a low cry, and a special kunai was thrown out of his right hand in an instant. This special kunai reached the top of Ashura's head in an instant. Dayu Helix Maru. The figure of Bo-Feng Shuimon appeared on the head of a Shu crane based on the imprint of time and space, and a huge blue chakra ball appeared in the raised right hand in an instant. Amazingly, it is the Dayu spiral pill created by Bo-Feng Shuimon. Is this the art of flying thunder god? A look of surprise flashed across the eyes of Yaoi Shu, and the sand tail behind him instantly swept towards Bo-Feng Shuimon. "Sand shield!" A tail of Shuzuru shouted loudly, and the tail made of sand instantly turned into a shield, and the huge shield stood in front of the Dai Helix Maru in the Watergate. Peng! With a loud noise, the huge spiral pill instantly slammed into the shield of a guard crane, and then there was a huge explosion. The huge rotating force could not help even the huge body of a guard crane. Take a few steps back. Roar! Detestable Konoha ninja. Go to me to die. Morizuru's tail suddenly patted the ground, stopping his tendency to retreat. With a strange expression on his face, angry, the huge body stood up, revealing a fat belly. Training the air ball. A Shu yelled loudly from his mouth, and his two front paws suddenly slapped his belly, spit out a huge typhoon ball from his mouth. Oops! A dignified look flashed across Bo-Feng Shuimon's face. His eyes were staring at the huge typhoon in front of him, and the spiral pill quickly condensed from his right hand. Although Mizuno wanted to use Thunder God's technique to directly avoid the attack in front of him, there was Konoha ninja behind Mizuno. Therefore, Haifeng Mizuno could only try to forcibly take the angry blow of Shuzuru. Go to hell, you damn Konoha ninja. Morizuru excitedly looked at the Haifeng water gate that was about to be submerged by the huge aerial bomb, and couldn't help screaming. Yutayama mirror middle. Rebound. Just as Kazuo Morizuru screamed in excitement, a calm voice appeared in front of Bo-Feng Shuimon, and a huge mirror-like object instantly blocked Bo-Feng Shuimon. In front of you! Peng! With a loud noise, the air training bullet hit the white light-emitting mirror, and instantly bounced back at an even faster speed. Nani? There was a look of surprise on Wonshi's face, and a round hole was shot out of his body by the air training bullet in an instant. It can't be wrong. This is the Yata mirror. one of the three great spiritual weapons. Hey, damn it. How can you own Yata Mirror? This is what even 6 old men dream of. His face became slightly solemn. His eyes looked at a figure that suddenly appeared, and he said in a deep voice, "It really is a tail beast. This is all right." Hanayu slowly walked to the side of Bofeng Shuiman, frowning her eyes and watching the sand on the tail of Shu in front of him quickly gather, and said in admiration. At this time, Hanayu's head had 2 horns, and a blooded evil spirit appeared on her chest. Behind him, a round object was suspended behind Hanayu. Is this the male form of Suza or Kon of Hanayu-kun? There was a glimmer of suddenness in Bofeng Shuiman's eyes, with a smile on his face, and his mouth calmly said, "The otaku returns." Update resume. Readers, please continue to support the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Hanayu, Watergate, Shu. Chapter 218. Hanayu, Watergate, Shu. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 218. Hanayu, Watergate, Shu. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly pass. Asking for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor Chapter 218. Hanayu, Watergate, Shu. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Is this the form of Hanayu-kun's Susanoo? A stunned look flashed across Bofeng Shuiman's eyes. With a look on his face, a faint smile calmly said in his mouth, "Is Yata Mirror?" Don't think that Yata Mirror has no weaknesses. A look of anger showed on the face of Shizuo Morizaru, and he took a deep breath and screamed loudly in his mouth. "Han, be careful." Bofeng Shuiman's eyes frowned slightly, and he reminded his mouth as he watched the bulging Shu crane in his stomach. "Come." A light flashed across Bofeng Shuiman's eyes, with a low drink from his mouth. With the sound of Bofeng Shuiman, the huge body of Kazuo Morizaru instantly moved flexibly at high speed. So fast. In Hanayu's eyes, the Sangua writing wheel's eyes turned quickly, his face changed slightly. His eyes instantly locked the line of action of Shu, and his mouth whispered, "Wind escape, infinite sand and dust breakthrough." The figure of a Shu suddenly jumped into the air, his huge body instantly blocked the sun, and he shouted violently, spit out a huge range from his mouth. "Sandstorm." Do you use a wide range of wind escape to attack? Ishio Morizaru knows Yata Kyo's rebound ability very well. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, looking at the huge sandstorm in front of her. The corners of her mouth there was a slight chuckle. Exclamation mark. Well, an tailed Shu is a good opponent. The king of beasts turns into a lion king. Hanayu's face showed a cold expression. With a low cry from her mouth, her body slims instantly turned into beasts. Claw! Exclamation mark. 6 types middle dot iron block. Hanayu's mouth shouted again, and her body instantly turned into a bronze color. His metal body was as stable as Mount Tai in the center of the huge sandstorm, and the sharp wind blade that could cut through everything was not in Hanayu's body. Leave any wounds on it. Exclamation mark. The art of flying thunder god, whispered from the mouth of Bofeng Watergate, who was also standing in the center of the sandstorm. His body instantly crossed the space and appeared to the left of a Shu crane. At the foot of Watergate, a special kunai was inserted into the ground. Above, run. The bodies of some ninjas who unfortunately entered the periphery of the sandstorm were thrown away in an instant. After these ninjas of Sand and Konoha stood up, they ran outside without looking back. Cut. Miss Watergate. It seems that we are about to change the battlefield. Hanayu frowned slightly, watching the ninjas who fled in panic, away from a tail of ninjas, with a helpless expression on his face, reminding him in his mouth. Say, Hanayu, you are responsible for covering me. I'll move this big guy to an uninhabited area. Bofeng Shuiman's face showed a serious expression, nodded, and whispered in his mouth. Exclamation mark. Then, Teacher Watergate, go on. Han nodded at Bofeng Watergate when he was instructed by Bofeng Watergate, and then looked at Issue Crane with a look of excitement on his face, and drank lightly from his mouth. Scream! With Hanayu's voice, his body rushed towards Issue Crane instantly and quickly. So fast. Sand Shuriken. The eyes of One Shu turned quickly following Hanayu's movement. With a low growl in his mouth, his hands suddenly hit the ground, followed by One Shu with the action. A sand wall rose instantly, and sand shurikens swiftly attacked Hanayu. The Yata mirror. Hanayu's mouth let out a low voice. The Yata mirror suspended behind him instantly blocked Hanayu's face, and a white light burst out from the mirror surface. Exclamation mark middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 ding ding ding. A series of sand shurikens hit the mirror without stopping, and then fell to the ground. The Yata mirror with absolute physical defense cannot be broken by these sand shurikens. The ever-changing crossing tail. Hanayu's mouth screamed again, and a silk thread among the 5 fingers of her right hand laced out, and then Hanayu's right index finger and middle finger moved quickly twice, and a transparent silk thread instantly moved one by one. The 2 front paws of Omotsaru are tied up. Secret technique middle dot meteor fall. Hanayu shouted in her mouth, and her right hand suddenly raised high. Following Hanayu's movements, the huge Issue Crane was instantly controlled by Hanayu and dragged into the air. After that, Hanayu's right hand fell heavily in an instant. Peng! With a loud noise, the huge body of a tail of shoe slammed heavily on the ground in an instant, smashing the ground out of a huge pit. Good job. Hanayu, leave it to me next. Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and with a low sip from his mouth, his body instantly appeared at the tail that was slightly confused by the huge impact. Beside Shu, Flying Thunder God technique middle dot time and space transfer. Bo Feng Shuiman's right hand suddenly pressed on the huge body of a tail of Shu, and with a low drink from his mouth, a ray of light instantly rose above Shi's body. Afterwards, Bo Feng Shui Men, Han, and Ishio Morujuru all disappeared on the battlefield. The Otaku returns. Update resume. Readers, please continue to support the Otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. The battlefield shift. Shi's magnetic escape. The 219th chapter Battlefield Shift, Xiaok vs Shu. On. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek. Chapter 219 Battlefield Transfer, Xiaok vs Shu. On. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. For Hokage's strongest emperor to transfer Chapter 219. Battlefield Transfer, Xiaok vs. Shu. Go. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass please. Peng. With a loud noise, a desert just a few tens of miles away from the battlefield sank instantly, and then a huge figure appeared out of thin air in the desert. Roar. Damn Konoha kid. Ishio Morozura's eyes flashed with an angry look. His eyes were staring coldly at the Bofing Watergate standing on his body, and his mouth roared. Ah, did I even come here? Hanayu's right finger moved slightly, and the silk thread connected to Shu quickly returned to Hanayu's body. Exclamation mark. Peng. The tail of the furious Shu suddenly stood up high, and then slammed into the Watergate of Bofing. With a loud sound, a huge pit appeared in the place of the unitailed guard crane. It took so many chakras to transfer such a huge body. Bo Feng Shuiman's figure appeared beside Han. A trace of sweat appeared on his face, and he sighed softly and whispered, "Furthermore, why did you come here, Hanayu?" "I just transferred a Shu." Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes with a look of doubt turned to look at Hanayu, who shouldn't have been here. In his mouth, inquired and said, "Mr. Watergate, I was pulled over by the silk thread of a Shu." Hanayu's right hand waved twice, and the silk threads suddenly appeared on the body of a Shu. Exclamation mark. The ever-changing tale of crossing silk thread, but after entering the end of the world, can all pull in the user of the dimensional square Shangri-La. That's it. Hanayu's Dagu, even as a teacher, is a bit envious. Bo Feng Shuiman's face showed a trace of sigh, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, Speaking of it, Master Watergate's Flying Thunder God technique also makes me envious. Han Yu's eyes also glanced at Bo Feng Shui Gate, with a trace of envy on her face. She whispered in her mouth, envy my Flying Thunder God. What a pity. Han, you don't have the attributes that fit the space, otherwise, my Flying Thunder God technique can be passed on. There is a trace of regret on Bo Feng Shuiman's face. With an expression, he said in a deep voice, space attributes. Teacher Watergate, I believe it won't be long before I can move in space like you. Han Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of expectation, and his mouth deepened. Say, is there any weird Emperor Han Jun? I am looking forward to it. Bo Feng Shuiman quietly glanced at Han with a look of expectation on his face, muttering to himself. Afterwards, Bo Feng Shuiman turned his gaze to a shoe crane seriously. It seems that it is now the home court of a shoe. This is troublesome. Han Yu's gaze also looked at the huge figure of a shoe and the surrounding desert, with a wry smile on his face. Said softly. Following Han Yu's words, Han Yu's body instantly withdrew from Suzu's mode, and the Yato mirror that had been floating behind him disappeared. Facing the next attack from Ichitil Morizoru, Yato Kagami couldn't help much. Here is ... This is the desert. Raw. Yuakai Hakanayu, Heifeng Mizuman. Let me die now. After the rage, the eyes of Akairazuri looked at the surrounding desert in surprise. His mouth screamed excitedly. Sand Shuriken. The right paw of one Shuzuru suddenly lifted up, and with a low drink from his mouth, the sand under its feet instantly rose, and the sand shurikens quickly moved towards Han Yu. Hebo Feng Shui Gate is attacked. It's not over yet. Sand burst waterfall. The hands of a shoe suddenly slapped under the ground. With the movement of a shoe, a huge sand wave was formed in the huge desert in an instant. Rushed towards Han Yu too. Only fly fallen angel. Han Yu's right hand suddenly grabbed the Bo Feng Shui Gate, gave a low drink from her mouth, and opened her blue wings in an instant, and her body quickly rotated into the air. Xiaog. Han Yu's mouth whispered again, and his right hand suddenly threw a dog-shaped creature out. The dog-shaped creature fell quickly in midair and turned into a giant dog up to 10 meters in height. It was a monster of Warcraft. Change 100-armed giant. Crazy. 10 Kings decision. Number 1. Iron Ball hit. Han Yu flying in the air showed no expression on her face, and said softly, the monster that fell on the ground 100 arms giant momentarily changed with a roar. The hair on the body turned red. Roar. The huge Xiao crawled, with red light in his eyes. His feet struck the ground vigorously, and his body quickly rushed towards the shoe, almost instantly arriving at a shoe in front of. The huge right hand suddenly stretched out, and then there was a change. The right hand turned into a huge iron ball, and it instantly smashed into a shoe crane. Peng. With a loud noise, Xiaog's attack instantly fell on the body of a shoe, and the huge impact knocked the same huge shoe away. Roar. Damn puppy. Go to me 4.9. The back shoe roared furiously. His two front paws stretched out instantly, and suddenly grabbed Xiaog's right. The arm, crushed instantly. Xiaog. The decree of 10 Kings. 5th. Just as Yan Mos Bia. Han Yu flew in the air with a playful smile on her face, and said calmly, roar. Following Han Yu's command, Xiaog's left arm instantly turned into a giant diamond drill bit. The drill bit continued to rotate rapidly. A huge amount of heat was expelled from Xiaog's nose, and his left arm stretched forward. The huge drill bit drove Xiaog's body to rush towards a shoe crane in an instant. Chapter 220 Xiaog vs. Shu. Under. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 220 Xiaog vs. Shu. Under. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly pass. Asking for collection. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 220 Xiaog vs. Shu. under. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. What the hell is this crazy dog? Wanshu frowned and looked at the huge drill that was spinning on Xiao's left hand. Said in a puzzled voice, even the inner-tailed Empreror who has survived for a long time doesn't know what this canine-shaped creature as big as himself is in front of him. Sand shield. A tail of Shu yelled in a low voice, and a thick sand instantly blocked Shi's front, blocking the huge drill in Xiao's left hand. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao roared in his mouth, and the huge drill in his left hand spun more quickly, and the sand shield released by a tail of Shu crane quickly disintegrated. Cut! Don't underestimate me, you crazy dog. A look of anger flashed across Yiwai's face. His eyes were fixed on Xiao's huge body, and his tail suddenly swept across. Come, 16 bang. There was a loud noise, and the huge tail shot Xiao's body into the air in an instant. Then a tail of Shu continued to move, suddenly spit out a huge training bullet from his mouth. Peng. The air training bullet instantly hit Xiao in the air. The huge impact instantly pierced Xiao's chest, and Xiao's huge body instantly smashed into the desert. Roar. With a loud roar, Xiao's body suddenly jumped out of the desert. The huge hole above his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at the same time, the broken right arm was fully grown. Rebirth? Yiwai's brows frowned tightly. His eyes looked at Xiao's body that became intact in a short moment. His face was gloomy, and his mouth solemnly said, Decision of 10 Kings. Number 2. Chu Jiang flying body, small missile. Hanayu, who was stagnant in the sky, showed a playful smile on her face, and gave a soft drink. Roar. Kaka. Following Hanayu's instructions, Xiao let out a low growl in his mouth, and his hands suddenly stretched out. A burst of mechanical sounds appeared on the back of his hand, and missiles grew from childhood, but came out of the skin on the back of the hand. Swish, swish, swish. A series of small missiles quickly flew towards the huge body of a Shu crane. With the sound of breaking through the air, countless small missiles dragged the flames and quickly hit them. Wanshu's direction. Peng, peng. An explosion sounded quickly, and the position of a Shu was completely overwhelmed by the fire of the missile explosion. It seems to be serious. Inside a huge sphere made of sand, a serious look appeared in the eyes of a tail of Empreror for the first time. The angry expression on his face was replaced by calm, and his mouth was deep. Say, if the strange old man of Fanfu is still there, he will definitely laugh at me. A awkward smile appeared on the face of Ishio Shuzuru. The figure of Fanfu flashed in his mind, and he said with a sigh, Forget it, let's solve this mad dog first. You know, even that stinky fox, I have defeated it once. You damn guys. Don't underestimate my power. The sand ball in front of Shizuru suddenly shattered, and the body of Shizuru reappeared in front of everyone. At this time, the body of Shizuru was rising with a huge amount of chakra. The intricate patterns above are shining brightly, making the inner-tailed Empreror look unusually dazzling at this time. The momentum has changed. Hanayu's brows frowned slightly. Her eyes were fixed on the Shu in front of her, and her mouth reminded softly, be careful. Hanayu. Bo Feng Shuiman frowned slightly, staring at a Shu with serious eyes, and said in a deep voice, Sand swift body. Shizuru's eyes stared at Xiao's huge body tightly, with a low drink from his mouth, and the sand next to Xiao's body instantly exchanged positions, and the huge sand suddenly grabbed with his right hand Xiao's neck. So fast, the eyes of Hanayu and Shuiman shrank slightly, with a hint of surprise on their faces, looking at a tail of Shu who suddenly appeared next to Xiao, and said in a deep voice, Sand-bound hazel. The right hand of the huge sand of the inner-tailed Empreror instantly flowed, quickly enveloping Xiao's upper body, and then suddenly used force to lift Xiao's body up. Cut. Romantic fort pumpkin. Particle pulse cannon. A cold look flashed across Hanayu's face, and with a low drink in her mouth, a beautifully shaped pumpkin cannon appeared in her right hand, and then the pumpkin cannon, a dazzling red light 620 suddenly rose from above! Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's pumpkin cannon instantly hit the right arm of a shoe, cutting off its huge right arm instantly. Oh, is it a weapon that can directly carry out energy attacks? There was no anxiety at all on the expression of Ishiomori's at this time. He glanced at the cold moon in the sky, and his left hand instantly knocked Xiao's body away! Wow! Wow! Xiao's huge body flying in the air began to shrink slowly, and then turned into a white puppy! Xiao's madness is lifted. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, her eyes looked slightly surprised at Shu, and her mouth said in surprise, "It's not over yet. Place a gold." Shu yelled loudly. A little golden light appeared in his hands. These golden lights quickly merged under the ground, and then the right hand of Shu suddenly inserted in between. He drew out a spear glowing golden light instantly on the desert beneath his feet. Shu's magnetic escape. Chapter 221 The Magnetic Escape of Shu. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 221 The Magnetic Escape of Shu. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 221, Shu's Magnetic Escape. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. It's not over yet. Dust. A tail of Morizoru yelled from his mouth, and a little golden light appeared in his hands. These golden lights were fast emerged into the ground, and then the right hand of Shu suddenly plunged into the desert beneath his feet, and pulled out a spear that exuded golden light in an instant. Is this Shu's magnetic escape? The sand and iron technique? Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, a look of surprise flashed across her face, and she whispered in her mouth! The magnetic escape of Shu. It has the power of imprisonment and sealing. It seems... You have to be careful. Bo Feng Shuiman's brows also wrinkled, with a dignified face on his face, and a deep voice in his mouth. Remind. The strongest spear. A ray of light flashed in the eyes of a tail of Shuzoru. His body suddenly made a throwing motion. His right hand was raised high, and the golden spear in his hand was aimed at and flew in the air for an instant. The Hanayu in the middle, with a low roar from Shu, suddenly shot out. Swish. A sound of air breaking through the air sounded, and the spears made of alluvial gold were dozens of times as hard and sharp as sand. At this time, the aventurine spear flew quickly towards Hanayu! Come. Teacher Watergate. Hanayu's eyes shrank slightly. Her eyes were staring at the spear that was rushing in front of her, and she let out a low cry. The art of flying thunder god. Bo Feng Shuiman's right hand suddenly threw a special kunai on the ground, and then, with a low drink in his mouth, he instantly disappeared into the air with Hanayu's body! Cut. Is it the damn time and space ninjutsu again? Diaresis. Ishio Morizu frowned slightly. His eyes looked at both Feng Shuiman and Hanayu coldly, and he said in contemplation, Wang, wang. Just when the two of Hanayu fell on the ground, Xiao yelled and ran to Hanayu's feet, and his two short front paws grabbed the corners of Hanayu's pants. Yeah, I know, Xiao. Go back. A look of helplessness flashed across Hanayu's face. She lowered her head and looked at Xiao's horrible expression, and said softly, following Hanayu's words, Xiao's body instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in place. Go on. Teacher Watergate. Hanayu's eyes flashed ray of light, with a look of excitement on her face. She said in a deep voice. Following Hanayu's words, two swords appeared in his hands in an instant. They were Moryu and Bafang. Shave. Hanayu whispered from her mouth, and her right foot struck the ground dozens of times in an instant, and her body appeared in front of the huge Shu like a teleportation! The art of sand and iron. One Shu suddenly slapped his hands on the desert beneath his feet, with a low growl in his mouth, and in front of Hanayu, a piece of kunai composed of sand and iron appeared. Shuriken. Cut. Sand and iron. It really is like the 3 generations of Fennying. Hanayu's face has a hint of excitement, and the only flying fallen angel behind it burst into blue light, and then Hanayu's body quickly lift off in a straight line. Don't underestimate my magnetic escape, you kid, Ashuzuru yelled in a low voice. His right hand suddenly raised high, the original straightforward kunai. The shuriken was also instantaneous. He quickly lifted off, chasing after Hanayu. Han, be careful on the top of your head. A worried look flashed across the face of both Feng Shui men standing on the ground, as he reminded loudly in his mouth. Nani? Hanayu, who had been looking down at the kunai behind her, suddenly raised her head to look at the sky after hearing the reminder of both Feng Shuiman, and then a gloomy expression appeared on her face. On top of Hanayu's head, a huge irregular iron block appeared on top of Hanayu's head. Magnetic escape iron sand mine, Ashu yelled excitedly, and his left hand suddenly waved down. Following the movements of Ashu, the iron on the top of Hanayu's head instantly turned into a sharp weapon, swiftly attacking the cold moon. Peng, peng, peng! Exclamation mark. Countless weapons quickly fell from the sky, and then quickly shot down Hanayu's body from midair. Successful. A look of excitement appeared on the face of Wan Shu. His hands patted his belly again and again, his mouth screamed loudly. However, after that, Ishio Morizuru's face became gloomy. This is Yata mirror. This kid actually blocked my magnetic escape. Ishio Shuzuru looked at a mirror that appeared above the ground, and said with a little surprise in his mouth, cough. It's careless. Hanayu's body slowly walked out under the mirror, with a cold expression on her face. Her right hand stretched out to control the Yata mirror floating beside her wangs, said in a deep voice. Sure enough, it is the magnetic escape that can trap Yukai Hamadara's shadow in a single blow. Although it is in the later stage. However, Morizuru's magnetic escape should not be underestimated. Randomly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hanayu's there was a look of sigh on his face, and he said calmly, however, that's it. Anitiled Mori Crane. Hanayu's eyes suddenly showed a icy feeling. His hands moved slightly. His face showed a playful smile, and his mouth said in a deep voice, the violent and dangerous species. Haunted by evil spirits invasion. At the request of the readers, beautify the evil spirits. Chapter 222. A violent and dangerous species. Haunted by evil spirits invasion. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly pass. Chapter 222. The violent and dangerous species. Haunted by evil spirits invasion. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Hokage's strongest imperial tool is a dangerous species of the 222nd chapter. Evil-ridden invasion. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask a monthly pass. However, that's it. Anitiled Mori Crane. Hanayu's eyes suddenly showed a icy feeling. His hands moved slightly. His face showed a playful smile, and he said in a deep voice, this kid. The aura on his body has changed. Wan Shu frowned slightly, a serious expression flashed across his face, and he said in a deep voice, however, even if it is so, I will penetrate this little devil in my sand and iron art. Ishio Shuzuru said with a confident expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, cut. What a nasty smile. Are you so confident in your own magnetic escape? Hanayu's face showed a playful look, and a strange weapon suddenly appeared in his right hand, above the wide blade, with a blooded gem behind the hilt, dragging a chain. Exclamation mark. Let you take a look at my imperial tool with infinite possibilities. Ashu Crane. Hanayu's mouth suddenly yelled 570, and a fierce investigation was instantly released from his body. Carrot! Exclamation mark. Is this a sword? It's really a weird weapon. Wan Shu's eyes stared at the strange weapon in Hanayu's hand in amazement, and his mouth whispered in contemplation. Is it another special imperial tool? What is the ability this time? Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes were also staring at Hanayu's movements, with a look of inquiry on his face. His mouth whispered softly, "Say!" Let you see it. Shoo! Hanayu's right hand suddenly grabbed the hilt of the sword, and the red jewel on the sword body flashed instantly with Hanayu's movements. Daigu, devil-ridden invasion. Hanayu suddenly yelled, and his right hand pointed the sword in his hand to the ground instantly. With Hanayu's actions, an extremely complicated pattern appeared on the ground! By evil-ridden, liberation. Hanayu's mouth shouted again, and his right hand suddenly pierced the sword into the pattern. Following Hanayu's movements, the blood-red gems on the sword instantly it burst out with a dazzling light. Then, a huge creature ghost appeared behind Hanayu. What is this? Xiao Shu and Bofeng Shuiman all looked at the huge creature shadow behind Hanayu in amazement, exclaiming in surprise. Behind Hanayu at this time, a huge monster with a dragon-shaped head slowly emerged from the ground. His mouth suddenly roared, and his claws quickly gathered towards Hanayu's body. This is the ferocious dragon-type super dangerous species, Tyrant. A chakra airflow emerged from Hanayu's body. Chakra formed a spherical shape by Hanayu's body, and Hanayu's eyes were at this time. He glanced at the huge Tyrant phantom behind him, with a look of wonder on his face. Spot gold middle dot ferromagnetic bomb. Feeling the huge pressure of the huge monster behind Hanayu, one Shuzuru attacked without hesitation, and then a huge iron ball instantly turned towards the huge dragon-shaped super dangerous species like a cannonball. The cold moon surrounded by Tyrant is gone. Cut. Don't underestimate my emperor, you civet cat, Hanayu said coldly with a smile on her face. Following Hanayu's words, the Tyrant phantom behind Hanayu suddenly roared, and a huge light curtain rose up in front of Hanayu! Peng. With a loud noise, the iron shell instantly hit the light curtain, making a sound of explosion, and then slowly disappearing into everyone's sight. Roar! The Tyrant super dangerous species behind Hanayu roared again, and his hands suddenly clasped, enshrouding Hanayu, and as Tyrant's hands clasped together, its huge body roared instantly. I got into the ball of light in my hand! Kaka. As the light of the ball of light dissipated, a crisp sound of bones continued to sound, and Hanayu's body slowly appeared in front of a tail of Shu and Shuiman! What's this? A gleam of surprise flashed through the eyes of a tail of Shu, and he looked at Hanayu seriously at this time with a solemn expression on his face. Is this the ability of evil spirits to invade? Bofeng Shuiman also looked at Hanayu's figure in amazement, with a hint of admiration on his face, and whispered softly in his mouth, "Sure enough, it's worthy of the evil spirit invasion." The imperial armor made of the ferocious dragon super dangerous species Tyrant is the material. The hidden attribute is the biological characteristic that stimulates the material, and it depends on the person who uses it. The evil spirit-ridden invasion will show different armor forms. Hanayu lowered her head and glanced at her outfit at this time, with a look of satisfaction on her face, and whispered softly, "This armor form is suitable for me." Undoubtedly, Tazmi is still a little unskilled in the use of evil-ridden invasion. Then, let this imperial tool shine in this world, Han said with a deep smile on her face. The infinite evolutionary ability of horror. Chapter 223 The Infinite Evolutionary Ability of Horror, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass, for collection. Chapter 223 Terrifying Infinite Evolutionary Ability, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass, for collection. Naruto's strongest emperor has the infinite evolutionary ability that makes the 223rd chapter terrifying, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass, for collect. Such an armor form is suitable for me. Undoubtedly, Tazmi is still a bit unskilled in the use of evil-ridden invasion. Then, let this imperial tool bloom in this world. Brilliant, Hanayu said with a deep smile on her face. Such an armor form. It's really convenient. Hanayu lowered her head and glanced at her body with satisfaction. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she said in a deep voice. At this time, Hanayu was wearing a white cloak, and a bone horny appeared on her left head. The white cloak is exactly the style of Ulceola Sifa among the 10 blades! Is this the armor that changes constantly depending on the user? The armor shape like a 10-bladed uniform makes my body lighter, while at the same time, it has strong defense power. Hanayu clenched his fist slightly. A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and he whispered softly in his mouth. So, on it. Hanayu showed a playful smile on her face, snorted in her mouth, and appeared in front of a tail of shoe without seeing any movement. Her right hand suddenly punched towards him, and a tailed Shuzoru hit it so fast. With a look of surprise on the face of Yaoi Shu, his hands suddenly blocked his front. Peng! With a loud noise, Hanayu's right hand instantly pierced the 2 arms of a shoe, and the huge force directly knocked the huge body of a shoe away! What a strong power! The surprise on Ishio's face has never disappeared, and his retreating body fell heavily on the ground. His mouth said in a deep voice, "Magnetic escape." Iron Sanshu. A shoe slapped his hands on the ground forcefully, with a loud shout in his mouth, and immediately the iron sand swiftly struck towards the cold moon! It's useless. The defensive power of evil spirits ... but it's extremely strong. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and said calmly. After that, Hanayu stood quietly, letting the sand iron hit her body. Peng, peng, peng. A round of sand iron quickly hit Hanyu's body, but it did not cause any harm to Hanwoo at all. Evil-ridden invasion is an armor-type imperial tool, but it has always been known for its defense. Hanayu's body jumped high above the head of a tail of shoe, whispered in his mouth, and his body suddenly fell down suddenly. The right fist instantly hit the top of the head of one shoe. Armor of sand! A shoe yelled from his mouth, and his body was instantly wrapped up in layers of sand, and the sand formed a shield in front of Hanayu! Peng! With a loud noise, Hanayu's right hand suddenly hit a shield made of sand from shoe, and the huge force knocked out cracks on the shield! Cut! Didn't it penetrate? Hanayu's body quickly jumped back, with a slight force on the ground, and quickly moved away from the body of a shoe. Feng done. Air training bomb. A tail of shoe roared in his mouth, and the sky training bombs instantly filled the sky, swiftly attacking the cold moon! Redback Shrike. Hanayu stretched out his right hand and uttered a low voice. A blood-red spear appeared in his right hand, and the tip of the spear was a sharp triangle-shaped weapon. It's an appendage equipped with the evil spirit-ridden invasion! Swish, swish, swish. Hanayu's right hand suddenly blocked the redback Shrike in front of her, his body beating quickly, and the redback Shrike in his right hand was constantly waving, every time he swiped one open-air bullets! Unexpectedly. It's all split. This guy. Is it a monster? A look of surprise was on the face of one Shuzoru. His eyes looked at Hanayu waving the redback Shrike. His mouth said incredulously, Ask for flowers. Sure enough, it's an evil spirit. Now it's time to try the ultimate power of an evil spirit. With infinite possibilities, Hanayu's right hand suddenly rotated the redback Shrike and stabbed it to the ground. Above, said softly, evil-ridden, evolution. Hanayu suddenly roared in her mouth, and the white clothes on his body burst into a dazzling light, and then Hanayu roared slightly in pain. Behind him, a huge black bat feather appeared instantly! This ... What is this? Ishiyomori's Uru and Bo Feng Shuiman all looked at Hanayu's body changes at this time in shock, with a look of surprise on their faces. Originally, both Ishiyomori's Uru and Mizuno thought that the ability of evil spirits to invade was a strong defense and the ability to improve themselves. However, the changing form of Hanayu made the two of them surprised! Is this the power after the evolution? It is really powerful. Hanayu turned her head slightly and glanced at the bat wings behind her, as well as her improved strength and speed, as well as stronger defenses. With a look of excitement on her face, he whispered softly in his mouth, Evil-ridden invasion. But there is an infinite evolutionary possibility. Every evolution will release the biological material in the evil entangled body to obtain a great improvement. This is the real ability of the evil-ridden. Hanayu said softly with a hint of excitement on her face. And not only the body has evolved, but even the appendages have evolved. Interesting. Hanayu's head slightly glanced at the red-backed shrike above the ground, with a satisfied smile on his face and mouth, said in a deep voice, An etailed crane escapes. Chapter 224 An etailed crane escapes. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 224 An etailed crane escapes. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes the 224th chapter. One tail shoe escape. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. And not only the body has evolved, but even the appendages have evolved. Interesting. Hanayu's head glanced slightly the red-backed shrike above the ground, with a satisfied smile on his face, said in a deep voice, Even the attached weapons can evolve. The evolving ability of the evil spirit-ridden invasion is really a surprise. The black bat wings behind Hanayu waved twice, and his body quickly lifted into the sky. Looking down at a shoe above the ground, said in a low voice, The spear of thunder. Hanayu's mouth let out a low cry, and his right hand was slightly vacantly gripped. On the ground, an energy spear emitting a blue light appeared in the hands of Hanayu's 573! The armor with the strongest defense. At the same time, has the attached weapon evolved into the energy spear with the strongest attack form? One Morizaru. Take my blow. Hanayu's face showed a smile of excitement. His eyes looked at Ashu with a trace of madness. His right hand was suddenly raised high, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at the huge body of Ashu. Peng. As Hanayu raised her right hand, a huge chakra wave suddenly erupted on Hanayu's body, and then all the chakras gathered in the thunder spear! Such chakra fluctuations. It's an evil forbidden technique. A look of horror was on the face of Ishioshu. His eyes were staring at Hanayu in the sky, and he said in a deep voice, Gun of thunder. Give it to me. Hanayu's body leaned back slightly, her right hand was slightly bent, and a low drink from her mouth. Then her right hand suddenly threw the gun of thunder in her hand! Quite soon. It's too late to escape. Secret heart middle. Sans no crane. The pupils of the eyes of a tail of Mori crane shrank slightly, a trace of anxiety flashed across his face, and his hands quickly slapped on the desert. A huge shoe made of sand stood in front of it! Peng. With a loud noise, the spear of thunder instantly hit the body of the sand guard crane, and then a huge shockwave broke out instantly, and the huge shockwave quickly enveloped the sand guard crane! Nani? How could it be possible? I was able to break through my strongest defense. A tail of Shuzura's eyes suddenly widened, looking at the thunder spear that instantly broke through the defensive clone in front of him. A trace of his face was revealed, an expression of horror, an unbelievable yell in his mouth! Peng. The thunder spear instantly hit the body of Ashu, and the huge impact knocked the huge shoe away instantly, and then hit the ground, knocking the ground directly out of the ground. A huge pit. Cough. This kid really is a monster. A mouthful of blood spurted out of the mouth of Ashu. His face was slightly pale, and his mouth said in a deep voice. At this time, the place where the unattailed shoe was 10 miles in radius was all covered by the shockwave of the thunder spear, and the huge impact directly knocked the ground out of a huge deep pit in a radius of 10 miles. Hiss. It hurts. How long has my uncle been injured? This time I was pierced by Uchiha Hakinayu's tail and hands with a single shot, and the huge impact directly shook my uncle into internal injury. The form is not good. There is a trace of pain on Wonshi's face. His eyes are horrified, and his eyes are cold in the sky, like a cold moon, like a devil, and he is thinking in his heart. At this time, the tail of the inner-tailed shoe broke all at once, a huge wound appeared on his chest, and a lot of blood was shed from his limbs. Hanayu's blow directly wounded Yai Shu seriously! Cut the body. Can't help it. Hanayu's face showed a trace of pain, and the right hand behind her trembled slightly, her face a little ugly. At this time, after Hanayu stimulated all of her chakras, her body showed a short-lived state of denergization. Moreover, this attack caused Hanayu to consume all her physical strength. However, in order not to let Kazuo Shuzuru discover the abnormality, Hanayu still tried to maintain his lift-off state. The two little ghosts of Konoha. This uncle won't play with you. A trace of fear flashed through the eyes of a tail of Shuzuru. His eyes rolled, and his mouth suddenly screamed! And instant body. A tail of Morizu suddenly yelled out of his mouth. His body quickly merged into the sand, and his body quickly disappeared in front of Hanayu and Bofeng Cut. Have you escaped? It seems that my attack just now made Kazuo Morizu feel scared in my heart. I believe the injured Morizu will not return to the battlefield. Hanayu's eyes looked calmly. The escaped one Shu, his face was slightly relieved, and his mouth whispered, "Peng." With a soft sound, Hanayu's body instantly fell on the ground, and then Hanayu finally exhausted her energy and fell into the desert! Han Bofeng Shuiman's body 0.1 body quickly came to Hanyu's front. His right hand suddenly grabbed Hanyu's body, and said worriedly, "I'm just exhausted, Miss Watergate." The next battle depends on you, Hanayu said with a deep smile on her face. Thanks for your hard work, Hanjun. Bofeng Shuiman showed a grateful expression on his face, nodded, and instantly used the art of flying thunder god to leave here with Han. The death of the soil. The 225th chapter is the death of the soil. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 225 The Death of Belt Soil. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 225 The Death of the Earth. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. In the 46th year of Konoha, the Battle of Kikyo Mountain broke out, and the war between Konoha and Sonobu entered the final stage. The golden glitter in Konoha Heifeng Mizuman and Taguchi Uekai Hakanayu directly confronted the inner-tailed Morizu that Sonobu released, and the other was seriously wounded and escaped. Sunaru completely lost the victory in the war. In the same year, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind signed a defeat contract with Konoha after his defeat in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. However, even though he was the defeated side, Sunin Village did not lose anything, because Konoha had no time to deal with Sunin Village. Therefore, after Sand Ninja Village promised to stop fighting Konoha, Konoha shifted his focus to the other three ninja villages. Because Union Village is remote, it takes a lot of time to dispatch ninjas. Therefore, the battle between Konoha and Union Village has been at a stalemate. Because Terumim has just become the 5th generation of Water Shadow, Wu Ninja Village is eager to implement the New Deal and abolish the Blood Mist rule, and no longer use Konoha as the center of the 18th. This gives Konoha a chance to breathe. Iwanan Village is like a stubborn stone, and I want to attack Konoha with all his heart. After Sand Ninja Village is defeated, Iwanan Village wants to make the final struggle! In the 47 years of Konoha, Iwanan Village and Konoha began to shift their focus to the battle for the God Wukan Bridge. Once Shinwukan is occupied by Iwashinobu Village, Konoha will be completely exposed in front of Yanin Village! The Battle of Shinwukan officially broke out. Yo Kakashi, congratulations on becoming a Shangnin. This is the Shangnin gift I prepared for you. In a forest, Bofeng Shuiman looked at him with a cold face with a smile on his face. Kakashi said with a soft congratulation. Following Bofeng Shuiman's words, His right hand took out a trait of kunai. "Thank you very much, Teacher Watergate." Kakashi thanked Bo Feng Shui men, and reached out to accept the characteristics of Bo Feng Shui men. "Kima na Kakashi. This is my gift to you. I hope you like it. And, congratulations on becoming a shinobu." Lin gave a look of expectation on her face, and handed it to her. "A medical kit," said with a smile in his mouth. "Thank you very much, Lin." Kakashi glanced at Lin and thanked Lin, then turned his head and looked at the dirt with an uncomfortable face, and stretched out his right hand. "Nani, Kakashi, what do you mean?" With a look of doubt on the soiled face, Kakashi stared at Kakashi, and asked loudly in his mouth, "Gift. Gift." Kakashi's eyes showed a look of contempt, and he asked for a gift unceremoniously. This. I don't know, Kakashi. You have been promoted to shinobu. So a trace of embarrassment appeared on the soiled face, and Kakashi glanced at Kakashi with embarrassment in his mouth. "Say, cut. I didn't prepare a gift." Kakashi's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. His mouth was as cold as ever, and he shrugged and said lightly, "Hey Kakashi, what are you talking about? How could I not prepare a gift? Look at it. I will definitely come up with a gift that surprises you all." Dido heard Kakashi's words, jumped up like a frightened rabbit, and yelled, Okay. Bringing the soil also forgot that today is Kakashi's day to be promoted to shinobu, so, with the soil, your gift will be given to Kakashi after this mission is over. Bo Feng Shui the door looked at the dirt in front of him with a smile, and said softly, "Everyone, have you remembered this mission?" Bo Feng Shuiman's face was slightly serious, and he glanced at the Kakashi trio with his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Got it. Miss Watergate." "Is this mission to blow up the Shenwukan Bridge?" Kakashi's eyes flashed a cold look, and his mouth calmly said, The teacher has received other tasks, so you will lead this task." Kakashi. A smile appeared on Bo Feng Shuiman's face, and his right hand patted Kakashi's shoulder and mouth. Said in a deep voice, "But, can I really, Miss Watergate?" Kakashi said with a hint of hesitation on his face, and said unconfidently, Teacher believes in you, and Kakashi will endure it too. Therefore, this team will need you to lead the team from now on." Bo Feng Shuiman's face showed a hint of encouragement, and his mouth deepened. "Say, I know 017. Miss Watergate," Kakashi replied in a low voice with a firm expression in his eyes. "Sure enough. God has no Kankiao. And the death with soil. Should I stop it?" On a tree behind the four people of Bo Feng Shuiman, Hanayu was dressed in 10-blade armor. Haunted by evil spirits' invasion, the ability to turn on invisibility and hide aura followed Kakashi and others. After Hanayu knew that the mission of Kakashi and others was to blow up Shenwukan, she followed Kakashi. The ghost-ridden invisibility and the ability to hide aura were not discovered by Bo Feng Shuiman. "Do you want to save the soil?" "Even if you don't save it, you will not die if you take the soil." On the contrary, after this transformation, the soil will open the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. Hanayu's eyes stared quietly with soil quarreling with Kakashi. There was a thoughtful look on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "The death of the soil. Chapter 226 The Death of Belt Soil. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 226 The Death of Belt Soil. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 226 The Death of the Earth. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Do you want to save the soil? Even if you don't save it, you will not die if you don't. On the contrary, after this transformation, you will open the kaleidoscope to right round eyes. Hanayu's eyes quietly stared at the soil that was arguing with Kakashi, with a thoughtful expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Then, The next task is up to you. Kakashi. Bo Feng Shuiman patted Kakashi on the shoulder, with an encouraging smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Miss Watergate. I know. We will definitely complete the task." Kakashi's eyes flashed solemnly, turned his head and glanced at Taito Haline by his side, and replied firmly in his mouth, "Flying Thunder God's art." Bo Feng Shuiman nodded, turned his head and glanced at the three Kakashi trio, with a low drink in his mouth. His body disappeared instantly. Teacher Watergate finally left. But, such a departure. Really irresponsible. Speaking of it, it's really a strange team. As a student, he has always been in the trivial matters. Be late, but it will always be the first to arrive. Hanayu quietly stood on the top of the tree and looked at the Kakashi trio, muttering softly in his mouth. The opposite is true for Miss Watergate. Always late at critical moments. The death with Soil, the death of Lin, and Miss Watergate just happened to be late for other tasks. The only time he was not late was to save its Jixinai. Han said softly with a touch of emotion on her face. And just like in the original book, Kakashi, who had just taken over the team, still encountered Iweenin who could use the avatar technique. However, even though the wave of the Watergate left early, Kakashi still used Chidori to kill him directly. The price is an injury to the right arm! Immediately after that, Lin was still caught by Kamenin from Iwashinobu village. Faced with Kakashi's indifference, Uchiha Daido and Kakashi had a quarrel, and then went to the road to save Lin alone! Sure enough, Kakashi. How would you choose? Hanayu's right hand stood up with a mark of opposition, with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "The technique of shadow clone." Hanayu let out a low voice, and a cloud of white mist rose from her body. Then, a shadow clone appeared beside Hanayu! After Hanayu's shadow clone appeared, he quickly moved towards Kakashi. Guys who violate the rules and disciplines will be called trash, and the guys who don't cherish their partners are worse than trash. Father, did I really do something wrong? There was a trace of confusion in Cassie's eyes, and she muttered to herself, "After all, did you stop?" Kakashi, it seems that your frozen heart has begun to thaw. Let me help you. Hanayu's shadow clone continued on top of a tree, with a smile on his face, whispered in his mouth. Military dream sharp xiao. Encouragement Friendship. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and a flute appeared in her right hand. Then a melodious flute sound passed to Kakashi's heart, and the friendship that had been frozen by Kakashi was instantly unblocked and occupied Kakashi's heart. Sure enough. I still can't abandon my companions. Kakashi's eyes flashed a firmness, he clenched his right hand and made a fist, and said in a deep voice, Found it. Calm down. Even if it's only me. It can be done. Lin, wait for me. I will save you soon. Above a tree, a face with soil appeared. With a trace of tension, his eyes were staring at the cave in front of him, and he said in a low voice to cheer himself up. However, the nervous belt soil did not find that behind him. A smirk was showing on the face of Iwashinobu, who had performed the camouflage concealment technique. Stupid Konoha kid. Go to hell. An icy voice instantly appeared behind the dirt. The movement of the dirt stiffened, and a trace of sweat appeared on his face. Behind him, a kunai pierced towards the soil in an instant. Puff. With a soft sound, Kyuu's eye picked up a puff of blood and was instantly shot down on the ground. Kakashi's figure appeared in front of the soil. In the dirt that saw Kakashi hurt, one eye broke out. Did you directly open the double-edged jade writing wheel eyes? Sure enough, the soil is worthy of being selected by Madara. Hanayu has been watching the battle quietly, without showing up in the organization at all, because Hanayu knowing that this battle is related to the future of two people, so, no matter what, Hanayu will not intervene in the battle. With the passage of time, everything happened like the original, with the soil still being crushed under the boulder. And then the writing wheel eyes were presented to Kakashi. Everything is developing like the original plot. Then Kakashi and Lin were rescued by the felt Bofeng Shuiman! How could this happen? Why? Why the soil is about to die? Beige hasn't appeared yet. Hanayu's figure appeared beside the soil that was submerged in the rocks, her expression gloomy, her eyes tight. He stared at the obtained soil that was about to stop beating, and said in disbelief. For the first time, Hanayu felt that things had exceeded her expectations, and the soil that had been seriously injured would be rescued by Beige. However, the current soil carrying injuries are obviously too serious, and it seems that they will die at any time. According to the current wounds of the soil carrying, you can never wait for the arrival of Beige! What to do? What to do? How can you die with soil? If you die, the plot in the future can be completely deviated from the original. You must not let the soil die. Hanayu's eyes shone with light, with a serious expression on his face, said in a deep voice. Following Hanayu's words, a sword appeared in his right hand. Next chapter, deviated plot. Hanayu's layout. The 227th chapter deviated from the plot. Hanayu's layout. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking monthly pass. Seeking collection. Chapter 227 deviated plot. Hanayu's layout. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly pass. Asking to collect the plot of Naruto's strongest emperor that deviated from chapter 227. The layout of the cold moon. For subscription. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for collection. Take soil. To die. Hanayu's brows wrinkled tightly, and her face was gloomy as she watched her consciousness sink into the free soil. According to the original work, after the soil was pressed under the boulder, he did not die for a long time, and was later rescued by Beige. But now the soil is obviously not long enough for Beige to come. A look of surprise flashed through Hanayu's eyes, and the invisibility effect of the evil spirit-ridden invasion was lifted, and she squatted down and put her right hand on the soiled body. Cut. Sure enough, if you don't do something, you will die with soil. If you die with soil, this world will no longer be the world of Naruto that I am familiar with. Hanayu's face felt gloomy, and his eyes looked around. Looking around, trying to find traces of Beige. But then Hanayu's eyes, a hint of disappointment appeared. I will never allow the dirt to die. Hanayu's eyes stared at the dirt for a while, her face was determined, said coldly in her mouth, the March of the Dead 8 Houses. Hanayu let out a low cry, and suddenly appeared in her right hand the fate of the black sword hilt! No matter what, take the soil, you have to live. Therefore, you can only be made into a doll. Peace of mind. I will give you a sense of freedom. Hanayu's eyes flashed a ray of light, and his face calmed slightly. Said in a deep voice. Sneeze. With a soft sound, the march of the deceased in Hanayu's right hand 8 room instantly beheaded the soil at the moment of dying! Puppet making. Hanayu let out a cold cry in her mouth, and began to quickly rejuvenate the body with the earth and the dead! However, the half of the body held down by the boulder remained unchanged. Cut. Sure enough, using a broken body to make an adult doll can only do this. In that case, Hanayu's eyes stared at the soiled body tightly, and then a smile appeared on his face. Secret technique. Puppet core implantation. Hanayu said softly. The deceased marching 8 rooms in his right hand instantly pierced the heart with soil. Following the stab of the deceased marching 8 rooms entering, there was a small spot gleaming in the heart with soil! In this way, the body with soil should be able to persist until the arrival of Beige. Moreover, although it is only a semi-finished doll, through the core of the doll in the heart of the soil, I can also control the consciousness with soil. Come on. Hanayu had a playful look on her face, and she glanced at the soil whose breathing had stabilized, and whispered in her mouth. Then, the memory is erased. Hanayu's face finally returned to a calm look, with a low sigh from her mouth. The core of the doll in the heart of the soil instantly wrapped the body and consciousness with the soil, and then, a group of the light flashed, and everything was calm again! It's hard to get a good relationship with Kakashi. The earthy consciousness was dark, and the moment of fighting with Kakashi flashed in his mind. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I haven't confessed to Lin in the end. It's terrible. Lin's figure flashed through the soiled mind again. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she whispered softly, sure enough, after the memory of the time when the doll was made is erased, the soil is still with soil. Cut. Has Byakuya appeared? Hanayu activated his stealth ability and stood quietly on a piece of rock. After that, a gleam of light flashed through his eyes, and Hanayu's face showed a playful look at Byakuya, who appeared next to Daito. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 Uchiha Madara. Do you want to control the soil to get the 9 big-tailed beasts? I will give you a surprise. Bring the soil, unleash the power to your heart's content, and then, hand over the 9 big-tailed beasts. Me. Hanayu's face showed a hint of cold light, and said in a deep voice, Yo, I found it. As expected, the person that Madara's fancy. Although I was a little late because of investigating Uchiha Hanayu, this kid who is about to die is still alive. Byakuya appeared in the belt. By the side of two, there was a weird smile on his face, and he whispered in his mouth, The technique of spores. Byakuya's mouth let out a low voice, his body instantly turned into spores, and the whole body was covered with soil, and then disappeared. If this happens, Uchiha Madara should die too. Abizu will become Uchiha Madara's spokesperson, and Kurazazu should also appear, the third son of Otsuki Kagaya. Interesting guy. Han calmly looked at the taken away, with a smile of interest on her face, and said in a deep voice, Well, this is the end of the Third Ninja World War. Next, should it be Nine Tails attacking the village? Nine Tails won't let you wait long. Hanayu touched his right hand slightly. I pressed the seal on my belly. A smile appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice. Following Hanayu's words, the consciousness of Nine Tails in the sealed space opened his eyes instantly. The final battle, Yin-Renab combination versus Konoha Master and Apprentice duo. Chapter 228. The final battle. Yin-Ren Battlefield! Seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking monthly pass, seeking receipt. The last battle of chapter 228, Yin-Ren Battlefield! Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a monthly pass, ask for the final battle of the 228th chapter of Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Yin-Ren Battlefield. I need to be in such a hurry. Big brother, asshole, idiot. Yo. Yin-Ren Battlefield. A young man with a pair of sunglasses on his face and a few knives on his back, emphasized the weird rap in his mouth. Shut up to me. Bye. A middle-aged man walking in front frowned slightly. A trace of anger appeared on his face, and the young man named Bai was blown out with a fist, roaring in his mouth, said, Hey, calm down, Master AI. After the young man knocked away the man named Bai, a cold sweat appeared on the face of a Yin-Ren, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. His mouth said helplessly, B-sama has annoyed Aiyama again. Really 280 is a helpless rap tone. A Yunin ninja showed such an expression on his face, with a chuckle in his mouth. However, Yin-Ren's strongest combination is still so trustworthy. Yin-Ren ninja looked at the two next to him admiringly, and whispered in his mouth. And there are only two people who can be called the strongest combination of Yin-Ren. The future fourth generation Raikage and the eight-tailed rabbi. Yo, my uncle is Kairabi Yao. I definitely surpass my eldest brother, idiot, bastard. The still weird rap tone rang out, and Kairabi continued to move his hands and said loudly, better than this guy. Really? AI's face showed a look of helplessness. His eyes were full of smiles and glanced at Kairabi. His mouth complained, and then his eyes seriously looked at the 10 people behind him. Ninja! Exclamation mark. Has everyone remembered the mission this time? The information this time is very important, AI said with a serious look on his face, and asked in a deep voice. Remember, Lord AI. All the Yanren behind AI yelled, looking at AI's figure with a trace of admiration on their faces. Speaking of it, after this mission is over, Master AI will become the 4th generation Raikage. A smile appeared on the face of a Yanren named Feng, and he muttered softly, "Ah, Master AI has completely learned the Cloud Ninja technique. Thor's armor has been cultivated to be like the 3 generations of Raikage. It can be said that Master AI's cells are all activated by the Thunder attribute chakra." A Yanren named Kurosawa showed a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, everyone. Let's go." AI's face was full of serious expression, and he waved his right hand and shouted in a low voice. Ike knows the difficulty of this mission, otherwise, he would not send 2 of him and Kairabi. Mr. Watergate. This is the mission scroll for this time. At Konoha camp, a Konoha ninja handed a mission scroll to Hafeng Watergate, and then disappeared in place. Stop Yunren's attack? What about the AB group in Yunren village? Taking the scroll and looking at the content inside, Bo Feng Shuiman frowned slightly, and muttered softly in his mouth, "Master Hanayu, this is the mission." It is still the ninja who passed the mission just now. At this time, this ninja was appeared in front of Hanayu, with a trace of admiration in his eyes, looking at Hanayu, who is much younger than him, in his mouth, said respectfully, "I know. Thanks for your hard work, Thor." Hanayu glanced at the ninja named Thor in front of him, with a gentle smile on his face, and said softly, "What about AI and Kairabi from Yanin village?" I finally made it to wait. After Godwukan Bridge, Yanin village officially announced a truce. The Third Ninja World War came to an end, and I wanted to get even more after the war. The multi-interested Yanren village finally dispatched its own elite ninjas. Have they begun to show the strength of their village? Hanayu said with a smile on his face, and said calmly, well, for the battle with the 4th generation Raikage and Kairabi ... I really look forward to it." Hanayu's face showed a trace of excitement, and said softly, "Mr. Watergate, let's go." Hanayu's figure appeared in front of Bo Feng Watergate, with a slight expression of eagerness on her face. Her mouth urged slightly, "This time our task is to support the intelligence personnel in front. Hanayu, it's time for us to fight together again." Bo Feng Shuiman turned his head, glanced at Han, and said with a chuckle in his mouth. For Bo Feng Shuiman, although he is Hanayu's teacher, he has not taught Hanayu anything. Therefore, the relationship between Bo Feng Shuiman and Hanayu is like an elder and more like a companion fighting together. Speaking of it, the title of Golden Glitter has already resounded through the ninja world. Teacher Watergate. When the ninjas of all villages encounter Golden Glitter, they can give up the mission without failing the mission. Hanayu's face with a faint smile, he said quietly in his mouth. Don't laugh. The title of Taiguchi has always made the shadows of the villages feel a headache. Moreover, the 3 generations of soil shadows in Iwanin village hate you so much. Hanayu. Po Feng Shuiman's face with a playful look, he said with a chuckle in his mouth. Let's go. Hanayu. The next is the last battle. A slight seriousness flashed across Po Feng Shuiman's face, as he reminded him. Yinrenab combination vs Konoha Master and Apprentice Duo. Chapter 229 Yunrenab combination vs Konoha Master and Apprentice Duo. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. The 229th chapter Yunrenab combination vs Konoha Master and Apprentice Duo. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 229, Yunrenab combination vs Konoha Master and Apprentice Duo. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask monthly ticket. Hey, Inu's Yukata. After completing this mission, the Third Ninja World War is over. In a woods, a tall and obese young man with a simple smile on his face said to a young man sitting on a huge ninja dog next to him. This war is finally over. Yukata's face showed a sigh of exclamation. He looked down at his shinobu, and said softly, and after he finished speaking, shinobu also yelled in agreement. Pay attention to the surroundings. Akemi Mitsuaki, Yukata. As the captain, Naruto showed a serious expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, Rider middle Dottlebin. Naruto had just finished speaking, and a cloud of shinobu appeared on a tree, and then a thunder and lightning swiftly bound towards Yukata! Enemy attack. Yukatan's body quickly changed into the form of an 18 orc, and he quickly jumped behind him twice, avoided the oncoming thunder and lightning, and said loudly as a reminder, well done middle san diemu. A Yunren appeared beside Yukatan who had just avoided. Yunren carried lightning on his hands and moved quickly toward Yukatan. The technique of doubling the arm. Kumayotaki yelled from his mouth, and his right arm instantly enlarged, quickly enveloping Yukata's body. Peng. With a loud noise, Yunren's hands containing thunder and lightning instantly hit Kudotaki's right hand. However, Kudo's defense is very strong, and this thunder and lightning only left a trace of Kudotaki's injury. Black mark. Secret technique middle shadow binding technique. When Yunren appeared, Narufeng had already hidden himself. Taking advantage of the moment when Yunren was lost, he quickly stretched the shadow out of the shadow, towards the Yunren. Forbearance bound to the past. Nara's shadow secret technique. Shinobi Rei clone. Yunren, named Kurokawa, showed such a look on his face. His hands quickly sealed, and ill-done clone appeared in Kurokawa's instantaneously. Before a thunder and lightning sounded, Kurokawa's thunder clone quickly blocked the shadow, using his own thunder clone to offset Naruka's shadow. Kurokawa's body quickly backed away. Going to meet each other, but the Nara guys are still very smart. Bastards, idiots. Leave these guys to this uncle. Kairabi is still raping weirdly, with a cynical smile on his face. Give me enough. Bye. AI's face showed a trace of anger, and said with an angry roar in his mouth. AI really has some headaches for his brother. The words of my uncle's eldest brother are very sad. Bastard. Idiot. A smile appeared on Kairabi's face, and the rap in his mouth did not stop at all. Cut. Damn it. Two blue veins appeared on AI's forehead, his right hand clenched a fist unconsciously, and then his eyes frowned and looked forward. Catch up. But Hanayu, you lost. In front of AI, the figure of Shuiman wearing a white imperial robes appeared instantly, and then said with a smile on his face. Cut. Sure enough. Even if you perform 6 styles and shave with all your strength, you can catch up with Teacher Watergate's flying thunder god art. Hanayu appeared beside Bo Feng Shuiman with a calm smile on her face, her mouth sinking, said, however, if it is the dimensional square Shangri-La, it should be fine. Hanayu muttered with a look of expectation on her face. Golden hair and instantaneous technique. That's right. This must be Konoha's golden flash wave Feng Shui gate. Lord AI. Let's retreat. Yunren's eyes looked at Bo in terror. Feng Shui men. His body stepped back slightly. His mouth reminded loudly. Really? Is he the guy who prevented the nine-tailed capture plan with his own power? AI's face flashed with a dignified look. His eyes were staring at the Bo Feng Shui gate, and he said with a deep voice, The nine-tailed capture plan of Yunren village was directly destroyed by the Watergate. To save Juxinai. You are AI, the son of the 3rd generation of Reikage in Union Village. I heard that your shot speed is very fast. Bo Feng Shuiman looked at AI with solemn expression, and said softly, with my brother and me, I can definitely win. Bastard, idiot. The figure of Kairabi Yao appeared on the other side of the Watergate of Bo Feng, and said with a chuckle, That's not necessarily, Uncle Kairabi. Just when Kairabi had just appeared on the other side of the Bo Feng Watergate and planned to form an encirclement with AI, Hanayu's figure blocked Kairabi's front. A kid, if you can't help yourself, let this uncle teach you a lesson. Kyrabi's eyes frowned slightly. 240, and his mouth spoke contemptuously, but his face could be seen completely. Without a look of contempt, Hanayu did not even notice the appearance of Hanayu. Doesn't it matter? I heard that the 8-tailed Kyrabi of Union Village created his own 8-sword sword technique. It just so happens that I also created a kind of sword technique. So, which kind of sword technique is more powerful? Yeah? I'm looking forward to it. Hanayu's eyes flashed dangerously, and a smile of excitement appeared on his face, as he whispered in his mouth, "My own swordsmanship? Funny kid, let me let you see my swordsmanship." Kyrabi's face showed an interesting smile, and he said in a deep voice, "Bye. Don't be careless. This kid is not easy." AI frowned slightly, reminding him. Then AI's gaze shifted to Bo Feng Shuiman's body. The duel of speed and speed. The duel of swordsmanship and swordsmanship. This uncle likes it. Oh. Kyrabi's face showed a trace of excitement. His fingers pointed at Hanayu, and he rapped and said, 3 swords versus 8 swords. The 230th chapter, 3 swords flow versus 8 swords flow. On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 233, Sword Stream versus 8 Sword Stream. On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto, the strongest emperor of the 230th chapter, 3 swords versus 8 swords. On. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly ticket. Asking for a collection. The duel of speed and speed. The duel of swordsmanship and swordsmanship. This uncle likes it. Oh. There was a hint of excitement on Kyrabi's face with an expression on her face. She pointed her fingers at Hanayu, rapped and said in her mouth, "Mr. Watergate, that guy will leave it to you." Hanayu's face showed a calm smile, glanced at AI, and whispered in her mouth, "Relax. I've long wanted to fight against AI, the son of the 3rd generation Reikage." Bo Feng Shuiman's face showed an excited smile, and his right hand suddenly filled the place with the characteristics of a handle. Space, said in a deep voice, "Uncle Kyrabi, it's going to be on." Hanayu whispered in her mouth with a playful smile on her face. Following Hanayu's words, a crimson knife appeared in his right hand, and it was Murakami. 1 sword flow, Jew, lion elegy. Hanayu's mouth whispered, and the village rain in his right hand flashed a stream of light instantly. Hanayu's ultra-high-speed drawing of the sword caused a gust of wind around him. Ding! With a soft sound, Kyrabi's right hand quickly pulled out a slender knife behind him and quickly blocked it in front of him. Peng! With a loud noise, Hanayu's Murray and Kyrabi's knife instantly slammed together, setting off a huge shock wave, and the sharp chopping wave cut off all the surrounding trees. Okay. So strong. All the surrounding Yunren flashed a look of surprise, and his body quickly moved away from the surroundings of Hanayu and Kyrabi, muttering in his mouth, "Today's mood is really good. I can write a great rhythm. Let this uncle accompany you to play with you, little idiot." A light flashed in Kyrabi's mind, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. His smile said quietly in his mouth, "Little devil, let you see the 8-sword flow of my uncle Diaresis!" Kyrabi's body quickly jumped back twice, and moved a distance from Hanayu. With a slight movement of his right hand, he was carrying Badao on his back. The handle of the knife whirled and fluttered in the air in an instant. Then Kyrabi stood on one leg. 8 long slender swords were held in Kyrabi's mouth. His right arm was bent, the middle of the arm was a handle, and his right arm was clamped between his neck and his arm. Holding a handle is clamped in the armpit of the left arm, a handle is clamped in the middle of the left arm, a handle is clamped between the right leg and the abdomen, and a handle is clamped between the right leg and the calf. Is this the 8-sword flow? Although there are only 7 knives on the body, it is still the 8-sword flow, because the 8th knife is in the hands of Yao. Thekla B. Kyrabi of Yunren village is indeed well deserved. Hanyu's eyes looked at Kyrabi slightly dignifiedly, and said in admiration, "Asshole, idiot. You know the title of this unclass killer bee." Kyrabi's eyes were fixed on Hanya, his brows wrinkled slightly, his mouth still had a weird tone, but at this time, it was strange. The rabbi has put away his cynical mentality. As a swordsman who can create a genre, Kyrabi can judge from Hanayu's posture that Hanayu is no weaker than his own swordsman. What an interesting scene. It seems that the 3-sword style and the 8-sword style are rivals. Moreover, all octopuses are the creators of the 8-sword style. It is really interesting. Hanayu's face suddenly showed a hint of playfulness. He smiled and said something that made Kyrabi confused. "Then, let you see my 3-sword flow swordsmanship." Hanayu's face showed a trace of excitement, and in her right hand appeared the March of the Dead 8 Rooms and the 3 generations of ghosts, and her mouth sank. Shouted! Exclamation mark. Following Hanayu's words, he suddenly held the 3 generations of ghosts in his mouth, squatting slightly, holding Murasame and Bufang in his hands. This posture gave me a burst of excitement in my heart. Dangerous little devil, people who are close will die. Leave quickly, or die. Yeah? But boy, you have me to defeat. Kyrabi, a dignified look flashed across his eyes, and his mouth reminded Yunren beside him, and his body quickly rushed towards Hanayu. Fly. Dance like a butterfly. With a strange accent in Kyrabi's mouth, the rapier in his right hand pierced Hanayu instantly. At the same time, beside Kyrabi, there were 6 other knives, fast spinning and flying in the air. The rapier flying in the air was caught by all the joints of Kyrabi's flexible body, and then the 7 knives quickly pierced Hanayu's body. 3 swords flow, cattle needle. Hanayu saw the body shrouded by a slender sword, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he gave a low drink. His hands and the 3 knives in his mouth quickly pierced out, and his body did not retreat but moved forward, facing Kyrabi's attack, stabbing 8 attacks in an instant. 7 attacks quickly offset Kyrabi's attack, and the subsequent stabbing quickly directed at Kyrabi's heart pierced 8-sword style shaoshi. With a loud shout from Kyrabi's mouth, his right arm stretched forward slightly, and the long sword above his arm instantly blocked Hanayu's attack. At the same time, Kyrabi's body flipped back and his right foot quickly lifted. Right, the long sword on the calf quickly pierced Hanayu's neck. Ding! With a soft sound, Hanayu's right hand, Murakami, instantly blocked Kyrabi's stabbing, but Kyrabi's movements did not stop at all. With the help of his right hand slightly on the ground, his body instantly spun around his head and feet. 7. The knife was controlled by Kyrabi's body joints and kept attacking Hanayu. Kyrabi's movements are extremely quick, and his understanding of Li Qian's Ubadaolu has reached the extreme, so almost all 7 knives are flying in the air, constantly stabbing towards the cold moon. Fast. 3-sword stream. Sword wolf stream. Hanayu yelled in a low voice, and the 3 swords quickly resisted Kyrabi's attack. After resisting Kyrabi's attack, they moved continuously and quickly. Attack towards Kyrabi. The cold moon at this time is like the wind blowing willow branches, with 3 knives swaying in the wind. Ding, ding, ding. A sound of metal symphony sounded continuously. Kyrabi and Hanayu's speed of swinging their swords dazzled the surrounding ninjas, but for Kyrabi and Hanayu, each other, the attack of the 2 people is completely clearly visible, and the swords of the 2 people continue to change from offensive to defensive, and then into offensive. Chapter 231. 3-sword stream vs 8-sword stream. Under. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. For collection. Chapter 231. 3-sword stream vs 8-sword stream. Under. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking monthly ticket. Asking for collection. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 231. 3-sword flow vs 8-sword flow. Next. Subscription. Monthly ticket. Ask for collection. Ding, ding. There was a sound of metal symphony, and the knives of Hanayu and Kyrabi continued to fly in the air, flashing light. Amazing. The speed of the knife dazzled everyone. Yo, nice kid. Wonderful three-sword style. Let me attack again. Yeah? Kyrabe's face was filled with excitement, and the 7 knives on his body attacked Hanayu again. 3 swords flow middle. Nyugi Yong claw. Hanayu let out a low cry, and the 3-handled knives quickly pierced out. But compared to the cow needle, the attack power of the Nyugi Yong claw was even more amazing. Each swing of the knife was like a bull smashing. Each attack knocked Kyrabe back a certain distance. Fly dance. 8 tails. The bee needle. Kyrabe leaned back slightly when he retreated. Following Kyrabe's movements, an octopus arm carrying a sharp edge instantly stabs Hanayu. Cut. The 8th knife. Hanayu's pupils suddenly shrank, looking at the rapidly attacking blade. The 3 knives intersected in front of Hanayu in an instant. Ding! With a loud noise, the 623 stitches from the back of the tail released by the 8 tails directly hit the intersection of Hanayu's 3-handled knives, and the huge force caused Hanayu's body to retreat quickly. Yo, good kid. Can block my bee needle. However, my killing intent, my courage, make me invincible. Kyrabe's mouth was wrapped as always, and his body spun quickly. 7 The knife took turns and quickly attacked the retreating cold moon. Don't think about me, you octopus. Hanayu's face had a cold look on her face. She let out a low drink, and tapped the ground with her right foot, instantly stopping her retreat trend. 3 swords middle. Tornado. Hanayu let out a low cry from her mouth, and her body quickly spun, and the 3-handed knives swiftly rotated so that Hanayu's body was instantly wrapped in a tornado. Ding! Ding! Kyrabe and Hanayu's high-speed rotating body quickly collided with each other. The 3-handed sword faced the attack of the 7 swords, but the wind did not fall at all. The huge tornado directly struck Kyrabe's body. 4 wounds were opened big. And Han also had 3 wounds on her body, although injured. But it does not affect your sword moves. I can see through. Yeah? Kyrabe and Hanayu's body quickly jumped back for a certain distance. Kyrabe glanced at the 4 wounds on his body. There was a careless smile on his face, and he said softly, sure enough. It is a flow of 8 swords. I can easily see through the trajectory of the 7 swords, so I can resist it calmly. However, the 8th knife caused me a headache. It is indeed the killer bee. Kyrabe. Hanayu's the brows were slightly wrinkled, his face was dignified, and his mouth said contemplatively, then, it ends with a thorn. Yeah? Kyrabe's body suddenly jumped into the air, and the octopus feet behind him instantly hung up high, moving continuously as Kyrabe's tossing! Acupuncture at the tail. 3 swords flow middle. Ghost cut. Hanayu narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Kyrabe in the sky. Her body moved forward instead of retreating, her hands in a crossed posture. 3 generations in her mouth. Gitch blocked Kyrabe's position, and then Hanayu suddenly provoked it, and the 3-handed sword quickly slashed towards Kyrabe. Peng! With a loud noise, Kyrabe's tail needle instantly collided with Hanayu's demon slash, and a huge wave of slashing instantly spread out from the bodies of the 2 of them, and the surrounding trees were all covered. Cut into countless paragraphs. And the bodies of Hanayu and Kyrabe were instantly still in the air because of the impact. 3 swords middle. Crab sting. Hanayu's mouth let out a low voice, her hands were reversed and crossed horizontally. Following Hanayu's words, a giant crab phantom instantly appeared behind Hanayu, and Hanayu's 3-handled knives. It was a crab claw of a crab. Hanayu quickly swung 3 knives and slammed it towards Kyrabe. Oops! Can't escape. Kyrabe's face showed a look of surprise, and then he was instantly cut down from the air by Hanayu's 3 swords. Peng! With a loud noise, Kyrabe's body instantly slammed into the ground, and the huge impact made Kyrabe a little dizzy. For a master of swordsmanship, once he enters the vertigo state, it means that he has entered a disadvantage. If you don't let me take a shot again, you will lose. The huge voice of Yao in Kyrabe's body resounded in Kyrabe's heart. Yo, Xiao Ba can't wait. Then, done middle. Bo I bedowl you. Kyrabe suddenly raised his right hand, snorted in his mouth, and 8 huge octopuses appeared instantly behind him. Feet. Every octopus has a knife on it. Yo, little devil. It's over. 8 sword flow final pose. Kyrubi's body was gathered in midair by 8 octopus feet, and then 8 octopus feet quickly danced with 8 knives, slashing to form a cross, a huge slashing net. 3 swords flow profound righteousness 3,000 worlds. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and the knives in her hands spun up quickly, and a huge slashing tornado rushed towards Yoki Rabbi. Peng. With a loud noise, the huge tornado quickly wrapped the 8-tailed Kyrabi, and as the 8 octopus feet suddenly broke open, Kyrabi escaped with more than a dozen wounds on his body. It's over. 3 swords flow profound truth middle. 6 ways Tsuji. Hanayu snorted in a low voice, and his body instantly appeared in front of Kyrabi. 6 streams of light flashed, and Kyrabi's 6 octopus feet instantly broke! Yunren retreats. The war is over. The next volume will enter the 9 Tails attack on the village volume. Hanayu has also begun to study the lives of madmen. Should we make ministerial equipment? This is a problem. Chapter 132 Yunren retreats. The war is over. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. For collection. Chapter 132 Yunren retreats. The war is over. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. For collection. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the 132nd chapter Yunren retreat, and the war is over. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Please collect it. It's over. 3 Sword stream profound meaning middle. 6 ways of Tsuji. Hanayu's mouth whispered, and her body instantly appeared in front of Kyrabi. 6 streams of light flashed. Kyrabi's 6 octopus feet momentarily cut to the root. Nani? A single blow cut off the 6 tails of Master Yoi Kyrabi in one blow. Is this kid a monster? All Yunren widened his eyes, she looking at the broken octopus feet and Hanayu who had just put the knife into its sheath. He opened his mouth wide, and said in shock, Cut off my 6 legs in one blow. Bye. If you compare the sword skills, the Konoha kid on the opposite side has won. In Kyrabi's heart, Yo's huge body emerged with his eyes. With a look of surprise, he said in a deep voice, This kid, incredible. 8 swords flow. Failure. Kyrabi's 2-eyed ninja glanced at Hanayu and the 3-handed sword in his hand, put the rapier away, and said with a slightly lost rap in his mouth, Neha's kid, I still have more energy and my charm shines. Your Kyrabi is me, yeah? The battle has already begun, and I am ashamed of the failure of the 8-sword style. But, strong forward, 8-sword style, able to win. Oh, Kyrabi put away all the knives, with a smile on his face, pointing at Hanayu with both fingers, and rapped and said, At this time, Kyrabi has made up his mind to defeat Hanayu's 3-sword style with 8 swords. Want to beat me? It's fun. I'm waiting for your challenge, Uncle Yao Kyrabi. And, I hope you can defeat my 3-sword styles. In this way, I have a chance to display Ghost Chiju knife flow. Hanayu's face showed a non-committal smile, and said softly, 9 blades of Ghost Chi. It sounds like a powerful skill. This uncle remembered it. Kyrabi's eyes flashed with a light, and he said in a deep voice, Secret technique middle. Thunder God's armor. Just when Hanayu and Kyrabi's battle had just ended, AI frowned slightly when AI saw the defeated Kyrabi, and his eyes were staring at the figure of both Feng Shui men. With a low drink in his mouth, following AI's voice, an armor composed of thunder and lightning appeared on his body instantly. Rapid thrust. A confident smile appeared on AI's face, and his body instantly turned into a thunder and disappeared in the same place. It appeared in front of Bofeng Shuiman almost in the blink of an eye, and his right hand contained thunder and lightning. Hit the water gate of Bofeng. Sure enough, the speed is like thunder and lightning. Bofeng Shuiman's eyes calmly looked at AI who appeared in front of him instantly, and he exclaimed in his mouth, A special kunai in his right hand was thrown out in an instant, and then his body appeared on a tree. Cut. Has it disappeared? AI only felt a flower in front of her eyes, and Bo Feng Shui Men disappeared, which made AI's brows slightly wrinkled. Fulshan Erduan. Bo Feng Shui Men's mouth let out a low voice, and his body instantly appeared behind AI. His right hand suddenly grasped the trait kunai that he had just thrown, and quickly stabbed towards AI. Big brother. After seeing AI in a crisis, Kairabi snorted, and an octopus foot appeared in his body instantly, attacking Bo Feng Shui Gate. How can I let you succeed? One sword flow secret art middle. Great shock. A smile appeared on Hanayu's face. Her body suddenly appeared in the direction of the octopus feet, and a knife appeared in her right hand. Then, Hanayu, a huge momentum suddenly emerged from Hanayu's body. With this momentum, the village rain in Hanayu's hand was instantly cut out. Peng. With a loud noise, Kairabi's octopus feet were cut off by Hanayu again, and at the same time, a strong slash formed a huge crack in the ground! Ding. Bo Feng Shuiman's hands pierced hard towards AI's body, but they were instantly blocked by the Thunder God's armor on AI's body, unable to get in. Middle. Find flowers. Swish, 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 swish. A series of 4 noises rang out on the battlefield. Hanayu and Bo Feng Shuiman, Kairabi and AI all moved a distance away from their opponents, and then merged with their companions. Past. Konoha's golden glitter. Bo Feng Shuiman really cannot be underestimated. A smile flashed across AI's face, and said with a big smile, Yinren village respects the strong. Your Excellency, AI's speed is also amazing. A smile appeared on Bo Feng Shuiman's face, and he said in a deep voice, Zero yo, kid. Tell me your name. 3 sword style. I remembered it. Kairabi looked at Hanayu with a hint of curiosity, and asked, My name is Uekaiha Hanayu. I hope you remember the name of the man who defeated you, Uncle Kairabi. Hanayu said softly with a smile on his face. Hanayu has a good impression of Kairabi. A Yao Manzulai who everyone hates can live so optimistically. Moreover, he has gained the friendship of Yao. This is not something ordinary people can do. Bye. This mission is cancelled. Let's go. AI's eyes cast a deep look at Hanayu and Bo Feng Shuiman, and said loudly as a reminder, Your Excellency AI, I believe that if I meet you next time, it will be a meeting between the shadows. Bo Feng Shuiman saw AI leaving, with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, Yinren's mission is cancelled. In other words, the war is over soon. It's time to return to peace again. What should I do? Hanayu's face showed a thoughtful expression. His mouth murmured to himself. Chapter 233 Kakashi's Sorrow. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 233 Kakashi's Sorrow. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor is the 233rd chapter of Kakashi's Sorrow. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. In the 47th year of Konoha, not long after the Battle of Shinwakan ended, the Third Ninja World War officially ended. During the Battle of Shinwakan, he attacked Konoha, but was defeated by the Yunyu clan, who was also the Insect Control clan. Since then, the Shangshiliu clan has officially withdrawn from the stage, and the Yunyu clan has become the well-deserved first family of insect control. Ninja World has entered a brief peace! Yo, Kakashi. It's Kakashi. Konoha's hero. In Konoha village, a group of children looked excitedly at a teenager with a mask on his face and wearing a ninja vest. Surprised. Go away. There was sadness in Kakashi's eyes. His cold eyes were totally lacking in expression. His body was walking on the street like a puppet, and he whispered softly, "Ah, why is this 8 or 50? A disappointed look appeared on the faces of a group of hero-worshipping children. Their eyes looked at Kakashi's back in puzzlement, and they complained, "Mr. Hichi, buy a bunch of flowers." Kakashi's figure stopped at the flower shop opened by Hichiyamaka, and he glanced at Hichiyamanaka, who opened a flower shop just after the war, and said with a low voice, Kakashi, hey, this is the flower you want. Yamanaka glanced at Kakashi's eyes without a trace of expression. He sighed and took out a bunch of flowers, helpless in his mouth. Say, thank you very much, Mr. Hey. Kakashi machine turned the flower in his hand, looked at it for a long time, raised his eyes like a dead fish, and said sincere thanks in his mouth. Kakashi, you cheer me up, we are opponents for life. Just when Kakashi just walked onto the street, a teenager in a green tights appeared in front of him, holding Kakashi's collar with his right hand. He exclaimed angrily, get out of the way. Kakashi glanced at Akai with dead fish eyes, and opened Akai's right hand casually with his right hand. His face was expressionless, and said indifferently, Kakashi, you bastard. Akai's face showed a trace of anger, watching his friend fall into pain and confusion. Since the end of the Third Ninja World War, Kakashi has become a lifeless young man, spent the whole day unconsciously, which made Akai's heart eager to wake up Kakashi. 3 generations of adults. Kakashi is like this. Is it really okay? In the Hokage office, Bo Fengshuiman looked at the crystal ball in the hands of the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi, with a worried look on his face. His mouth said softly, Kakashi is unable to forgive himself because of his death with soil. Kakashi's problem is very serious. Kakashi's heart has been occupied by darkness. I intend to let him enter the Anbu experience. The 3rd generation of Naruto Ape Farazan's brows furrowed deeply, and he said with a light sigh, and 3 generations of Hokage-sama. If Kakashi enters Anbu, the sadness and darkness in his heart will be aggravated. There was a look of doubt on Bo Fengshuiman's face, and his mouth calmly said, entering Anbu is just a stopgap measure now. From now on, Kakashi's future can only be led by you. 4th generation. The 3rd generation of Hokage's face showed a trace of worry, and said in his mouth, is it for me to guide? I know. A sigh flashed across Bo Fengshuiman's face, and he muttered softly in his mouth. The meaning of the 3 generations of Hokage, Bo Fengshuiman has already understood. This is not only a trial for Kakashi, but also a trial for myself. If I can't solve this problem, I won't become an outstanding 4th generation Hokage. Next, let's talk about your other disciple, Watergate. The 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobizu saw that Bo Fengshuiman understood what he meant. A smile appeared on his face, and his mouth was contemplative. Say, Han, although I am his teacher, I haven't taught him anything. A smile appeared on Bo Fengshuiman's face and said with a chuckle in his mouth, about Uchiha Hanayu's question. The brows of the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi were slightly wrinkled, and there was a thoughtful expression on his face, and Uchiha's mouth was aggravated. Relax, Sandai. Hanayu will never stand in the same camp as the Uchiha clan. This is probably related to his childhood experience. There was a certain look on Haefeng Mizuman's face, and he said softly, I also know this question, but the Uchiha family doesn't think so. The 3rd generation of Hokage's brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth said in a deep voice, bring soil. I came to see you. Kakashi came to the place where Konoha buried the hero, with a trace of sadness on his face, looked at the soil on the tombstone, and said sadly, I'm very sorry. I was not able to protect Lin, just as you said. I'm a trash. Kakashi's face was sad, but his eyes were still lackluster, and he whispered, obviously I am so sad in my heart, but I directly seal my feelings in my heart. If you feel sad, just cry. Kakashi. A calm voice appeared in Kakashi's ears, and then Hanayu's figure appeared in front of Kakashi. Han, how can a trash shed tears? Kakashi stared at the dirt-filled head without looking up, and said coldly in his mouth, "Well, well, are you still unwilling to release your inner sadness? Let me help you." Kakashi. Military dream shooting. Han shook his head. 4.1, with a sigh on his face, said softly, following Hanayu's words, a flute appeared in his hand. Flute elegy death with the soil. Hanayu said quietly in her mouth, and then quickly played it. At this time, Hanayu played the episode of the death of 3 generations in Hokage, a sad song. The tunes floated quickly over the cemetery. With the sound of Hanayu's flute, Kakashi, who was still lifeless, finally shed silent tears in his eyes. The episode The Death of 3 Generations is really a very nice light music, which makes people feel like weeping. I recommend readers to listen to it. Chapter 234 Kakashi's Writing Round Eyes. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 234 Kakashi's Writing Round Eyes. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 234 Kakashi's Writing Round Eyes. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. Flute elegy death with soil. Hanayu said quietly in her mouth, and then quickly played. Hanayu. At this time what was played was the episode of the death of 3 generations in Hokage, and a sad piece of music quickly drifted over the cemetery. With the sound of Hanayu's flute, Kakashi, who was still lifeless, finally shed silent tears in his eyes. Is still unable to release the sadness in my heart. Hanayu looked at Kakashi, who was crying silently, frowned slightly, and said softly in her mouth, emotional control sorrow. Hanayu's flute sound stopped slightly, and then, with a low drink from her mouth, she played the tragedy of death with soil again, and with Hanayu's playing, military music dreams screaming a rhythm was released from above, which quickly enveloped Kakashi, and guided the sadness in Kakashi's heart. 18. How can it be repaired? How can it be repaired? Kakashi's heart was filled with grief, and finally couldn't help howling and crying. Seeing Kakashi hit the ground with chagrin, Hanayu's eyes also showed a trace. Sad. The melodious and sad tune completely released Kakashi's inner sadness. Seeing Kakashi, who was already crying, Hanayu shook his head and stopped playing. Kakashi, look at the avatar with dirt. Use your left eye to see. Hanayu said with a deep voice on her face with a trace of calmness. Left eye? Kakashi had a trace of sadness on his face. A pair of dead fish eyes glanced at Han, and then turned his head to look at the soiled portrait. Tell me what did you see? Hanayu frowned slightly, and said in a low voice. Looking at such a sad Kakashi, Hanayu still couldn't help but want to help. Although Hanayu knew it won't take long for Kakashi to understand it. It's with soil. Kakashi's eyes were sad, tears shed again in his eyes, and he said unconsciously, "You guy. Open your left eye to see clearly. This is a head with dirt." Hanayu looked at Kakashi, who was still immersed in self-blame and sadness, with a trace of anger on his face. With a look of expression, his right hand suddenly lifted Kakashi up, and said in a deep voice, "Left eye?" With a trace of nostalgia on Kakashi's face, he touched his left eye with his right hand and whispered in his mouth. And then Kakashi's heart was filled with sadness again. "Stupid guy. The reason I let you look with your left eye ... I hope you can find the hope with dirt. You are really disappointing." Kakashi. Hanayu's right hand casually threw Kakashi on the ground. His eyes looked down at Kakashi, and he whispered in his mouth, "Hope with soil?" "Yes, with soil and leaving my left eye to me. I want to witness my future and our future with me." Kakashi's eyes closed suddenly, and his mouth muttered to himself, "Thank you so much, Hanayu, I won't be so sad anymore." Kakashi's eyes suddenly opened, his left eye suddenly turned blood red, and the Tugua kept spinning. However, despite saying this, Kakashi's heart is still full of sadness, and it takes time to erase such sadness. Swish, swish. Just when Kakashi opened his eyes, two Uchiha people appeared in front of Hanayu and Kakashi. Kakashi, please return the Uchiha family's writing will eyes. A Uchiha clan said with no expression on his face, his mouth coldly. You guys are not qualified to have Shalonion. Shalonion is a symbol of our Uchiha clan. Kakashi, go out your eyes. A Uchiha clan looked at Kakashi with pride. Looking at Kakashi with disdain in his eyes, he said coldly in his mouth, hey, the two of you are really making people angry. I completely ignore my existence. Hanayu looked at the two Uchiha people who appeared suddenly, unscrupulously begging to write Lanyon. Hanayu's face with a funny expression, he said in a deep voice, Uchiha Hanayu, please don't hinder our mission. This is an order given by the head of Tomioka himself. Uchiha's face was expressionless, his eyes flashed slightly, and he glanced at Hanayu with fear, and said coldly in his mouth, hey, Uchiha Hanayu kid. Don't think that you can get some titles on the battlefield to put the Uchiha family in your eyes. After all, you are also surnamed Uchiha. Don't forget your surname, little devil. Compared to the expressionless Uchiha Mark, the younger Uchiha Wakase appeared arrogant, looked at Hanayu with disdain in his eyes, and said gloomily in his mouth, cut. Your arrogance makes me a little angry. Overwhelming guy. Hanayu's eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of cold killing intent appeared on his face, but his mouth was extremely calm and said, little devil. Do you want to stop me? If you stop me, you will be treated as a judge. How? Do you want to stop me? Uchiha Wakasa's face with an unexpected look, he said with a big smile. Uofing, shut up your mouth. Uchiha Heiden's originally calm face had a slight fear. Looking at the gloomy Hanayu, he said loudly in his mouth, Hanayu vs Uchiha. Chapter 235 Break. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 235 Break. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the 235th chapter break. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly ticket. Asking for a collection. Uofing, shut me up. Uchiha's face showed a trace of anger, and his eyes looked at Hanayu in fear. He stopped and said loudly, as Uchiha people who have never been on the battlefield, of course, they would not understand the horror of this guy who looks like a kid in front of him. Uchiha Mukuro is fortunate enough to see my Hanayu fighting on the battlefield. Senior Hen. Obviously he is a kid. Uchiha Wakaki, who had an arrogant face, showed a trace of astonishment. He looked at Uchiha Mark with a slightly scared expression, and said with a mockery, it's so stupid that it makes people a little hot. Shave. Hanayu's eyes flashed with cold light, and with a low drink from her mouth, her body instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Wakaka's, and a figure appeared in her right hand. Kawaii immediately reached Uchiha Wakaka's heart. Okay. So fast. Uchiha Uofing's eyes looked at Hanayu in horror, swallowing, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his face. Although Uchiha Wakase had opened the double-legged jade writing round eyes, but still did not see Hanayu's movements clearly, this made Uchiha Wakase, who has always been proud, fell into panic. Hey, Uchiha Hanayu, are you planning to betray the clan? Uchiha's face also showed a look of horror. Although Uchiha's Mark is a shinobu, she has not seen Hanayu's movements. However, even though he was terrified of Hanayu, he still said calmly, one family, one family. The former glory of the Uchiha family makes you completely invisible to your opponents. Hanayu's face showed a cold look, and his right hand suddenly knocked Uchiha Wakase out of his mouth. Shensheng said, something very interesting will happen today. Han glanced at Kakashi's writing wheel eyes, with a playful smile on her face, and whispered softly in her mouth, Kakashi, the Uchiha family wants to dig out your left eye. Hanayu calmly looked at Kakashi, reminding him softly, how is it possible? These are eyes with dirt. I will never give it to the Uchiha clan. Kakashi showed a cold look on his face, and said angrily, yeah, I am also a bit dissatisfied with the decision made by the clan. Oh, by the way, excuse me, go and tell Patriarch Fukio, I will go to the clan to solve this matter for Kakashi later. Hanyu's face showed a playful smile, looked at Uchiha Mark with both eyes, and said softly, cut. Uchiha Hanyu, as a member of the Uchiha clan, I actually want to help the Hajiki clan. I will tell the truth to Patriarch Tomioka. Uchiha's brows wrinkled deeply, and his eyes looked angry. Hanyu said coldly in her mouth, it's time. It's time to break with the Uchiha clan. I didn't like the arrogant Uchiha clan at first, but now, thanks to Kakashi's writing wheel, I just cut the line with Uchiha. Hanyu's eyes were slightly narrowed, with a deep smile on her face. She muttered to herself. For Hanyu, the current Uchiha clan has reached a limit of arrogance, which makes Hanyu, who originally hated Uchiha clan, wants to leave the Uchiha clan even more. Why? Why do you want to help me? Hanyu, Kakashi looked at Hanyu with a trace of doubt on his face, and asked softly in his mouth. Kakashi knew that if Hanyu came out to help him, he would definitely break with the Uchiha clan. We are companions. Aren't we? Have you forgotten? I am also a student of Teacher Watergate. A smile appeared on Hanyu's face, and he glanced at Kakashi with a deep voice in his mouth. And Hanyu's words made Kakashi's eyes a grateful look. Thank you very much. Hanyu, Kakashi's eyes showed a grateful look, and he said softly with thanks. Let's go. We should go to the Uchiha family to discuss it. The night attack squad. Hanyu's face showed a gentle smile, and with a low drink, 5 figures appeared in Hanyu's face in front of him. Before, yeah, are you going to fight again? Captain Hanyu, I said very excitedly. Narawami said with a slight excitement on her face, with a chuckle in her mouth. Cut. Is it family again? Sato Hyuga's face showed a gloomy look, his eyes flashed with icy light, and his mouth said in a deep voice, as part of the family, Sato Hyuga hates the family. Is this the Uchiha family this time? Uchiha Shishui's face showed a touch of emotion, and he whispered softly, Zishui, you don't need to participate in this mission. Hanyu's face showed a trace of calm, and said with a light Wangday voice in her mouth, no, Hanyu-senpai. My ideal is Konoha's peace, and the current behavior of the Uchiha clan has obviously affected my ideals. Therefore, I will participate in this mission. Uchiha Shishui's face was on the face, expressionless, said in a deep voice. Is that so? Then, the night attack team. Let's go. Hanyu's face showed a smile, glanced at the 5 people in the night attack team, and said in a deep voice. Then Hanyu took the lead to head towards the Uchiha family. I'm really sorry. The Otaku's computer is broken today. The update is a bit late. I hope readers will forgive me. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Hanyu vs Uchiha. Chapter 236 Hanyu vs Uchiha. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 236 Hanyu vs Uchiha. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly pass. Asking for a collection. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 236 Hanyu vs Uchiha. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly ticket. Asking for a collection. Is that right? Then, the night attack team. Let's go. Hanyu's face showed a smile, and his eyes scanned the night attack team. The 5 people gave a glance and said in a deep voice. Then Hanyu took the lead to head towards the Uchiha family. How can it be repaired? Uchiha Hanyu, are you planning to betray the clan? Uchiha Tomokazu looked at Uchiha Mark with an angry face, and said angrily. Although Uchiha Tomokazu attaches great importance to Hanyu's abilities, Hanayu's actions at this time are tantamount to making it clear that he will break with Uchiha's clan. This made the extremely ambitious Uchiha Tomikazu's heart a trace of killing intent. The order goes on. Gather all the Uchiha family shinobu and the elite shinobu. Since Hanayu Kid wants to leave the Uchiha family, he must pay a certain price. Uchiha Tomikazu's eyes glowed with cold, his face was cold, said in a deep voice. Yes, Patriarch Tomikazu. Uchiha Ken responded, and his body instantly disappeared in front of Uchiha Tomikazu! Uchiha Hanayu. Did you choose to abandon the Uchiha clan after all? Uchiha Tomikazu's brows wrinkled slightly, with a trace of coldness on his face, and his mouth whispered. At this time, Uchiha Tomoka regrets that Hanayu expelled him from Uchiha's residence when he was a child. Captain Hanayu, we are here. Kato looked at the Uchiha station in front of him with a trace of doubt on his face, reminding him in a low voice, where is no one? Did the Uchiha clan really choose to fight? Hanayu calmly looked at the deserted street with a smile on his face, and said softly, swish, swish, swish. Just as Hanayu's people were looking at the surrounding streets, 4 figures quickly appeared in front of Hanayu. Cut! Uchiha Hanayu, Commander Tomioka, deprive you of your Uchiha surname. A Uchiha clan member looked at Hanayu with a trace of anger on his face, and said coldly, since you drove me out, I have abandoned Uchiha. Hanayu's face had a playful smile. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and his mouth said in a deep voice, and the reason why I came here today is that I want to test my equipment. Hanayu's face was expressionless, and his mouth said coldly, huh? Test of volume? You kid. What are you talking about? The headed Uchiha family member showed a trace of astonishment on his face, and said puzzledly, you guys won't understand. Forget it. It's better to solve you guys as soon as possible. Hanayu's face showed a touch of drowsiness, and said calmly, arrogant kid. Fire escape and the art of the fireball. Uchiha Kamiki showed a cold expression on his face. His body quickly moved back a few steps. His hands were tied biff, and his mouth was with a low drink. A huge fireball was spit out from his mouth. Fire escape, flame bullet. The other 3 Uchiha clan members quickly spit out a ball of flames, completely blocking Hanayu's retreat. Fire escape? Then, if that's the case, fire escape middle. Dragon fire art. Hanayu faced the 4 pillars of flame, still standing on the spot, looking at the fire escape of the 4 Uchiha tribes with interest on his face. The fast knots of both hands suddenly spit out a huge dragon-shaped flame over 10 meters from his mouth. Peng! With a loud noise, Hanayu's powerful dragon fire technique instantly swallowed 4 fireballs, and then continued to attack the 4 Uchiha members. Nani? How could it be possible? The 4 Uchiha shinobu hid a look of horror on their faces, looking at the huge fire dragon with both eyes, and then instantly swallowed by flames. Peng, peng. There were 4 muffled noises in a row, and a ninjutsu attack from Hanayu directly stunned the 4 Shangren. Although Hanayu was able to kill these 4 people, because it was not yet time for Uchiha to destroy the clan, Hanayu just stunned them. So strong. This guy is testing his abilities. On a roof of the Uchiha family, a kid who was only 3 or 4 years old, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, quietly observed with Hanayu's battle. A trace of enlightenment flashed across his face. Itachi? Hanayu's eyes showed a playful light, turned to look towards the roof in front, and looked at the little ghost on the roof. A smile appeared on Hanayu's face. Obviously, Hanayu had recognized this. The kid hiding on the roof watching the battle is Uchiha Itachi. Cut! Was discovered. Itachi's eyes flashed slightly, with a trace of annoyance on his face, and his mouth whispered. Afterwards, Itachi's body quickly ran to the distance. I'm really sorry. The Otaku's computer is broken today. The update is a bit late. I hope readers will forgive me. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Ninjutsu. The bombing of Shuriken. Chapter 237 Ninjutsu. Bombing of Shuriken. On, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking monthly pass, seeking receipt. Chapter 237 Ninjutsu, Shuriken Bombing. On, please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask a monthly pass, ask for the Naruto. Chapter 237 Ninjutsu, Shuriken Bombing. Go, please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass, please accept it. Cut. It was discovered. Itachi's eyes flashed slightly. His face showed a trace of annoyance, and his mouth whispered. Then, Itachi's body quickly moved into the distance. Run. Interesting thing, Shishui. Go and catch that kid. Other people, arrange the barrier, Hanayu said with a chuckle on her face, and whispered in her mouth. Since I discovered it, Hanayu will never sit back and watch. I see. Senior Hanayu. Zishui's eyes glanced at Itachi Uchiha calmly, a smile appeared on his face, and an instant technique appeared in front of Itachi. Quick! And, is this guy also from the Uchiha family? It's completely different from other tribesmen I've seen. Itachi's eyes flashed with a look of surprise, and he said with a hint of thought on his face, although Itachi is only 4 years old, its IQ is definitely comparable to that of many adults. Therefore, Itachi does not worry about his safety at all. Seal technique middle. 4 Purple flame array. The remaining 4 members of the nitrate team appeared in a corner of Uchiha's residence. Their hands were sealed, and their mouths shouted together. A huge flame barrier instantly enveloped Uchiha family residence! 3 generations of adults. It's the 4 purple flame formations. In the Hokage office, Ananbu looked at the 3 generations who looked down at the crystal ball in front of him with solemn eyes, and said calmly, I know all about the Uchiha family. Go down. 3 generations of Hokage nodded, with a smile on his face, and said in his mouth. After the Anb retreated, the 3rd generation of Hokage once again cast his sights into the crystal ball. Uchiha Hanayu, are you planning to break with the Uchiha family? It really makes people unable to see you. After the war, immediately broke with the Uchiha family. It seems that Hanayu has discovered the Uchiha family's ambitions. In this way, after Mizuman became the 4th generation of Hokage, he would have a good helper. The 3rd generation of Hokage looked at the Uchiha family residence displayed in the crystal ball with both eyes. His face was calm, and his mouth said with a deep voice, Anb, what is Dashwin doing? The 3rd generation of Hokage raised her head slightly, a trace of guilt flashed across her face, and asked in her mouth, Oshimaru-sama, since you made it clear that you passed the position of Hokage to Watergate-sama, you have been studying forbidden art. Ananb appeared behind the 3rd generation of Hokage, and said calmly, really? Give the Book of Seal to Oshimaru. Help Oshimaru will not resent me. A look of guilt appeared on the 3 generations of Hokage's face. After a moment of thought, he ordered in his mouth, as the most proud disciple of the 3 generations of Naruto, Oshimaru, the early dream is like ordinary people, to become a Hokage. But the 3rd generation of Naruto chose the wave of the Watergate, for not being able to make Oshimaru the 4th generation of Naruto. The inner heart of the 3rd generation. I have always felt guilty about Dashwin, so when I heard that Dashwin was obsessed with forbidden techniques, the 3rd generation of Hokage did not hesitate to take out the Book of Seal. Yes, 3 generations of adults. I know. A look of surprise flashed across Anb's eyes, and then he responded and left the Hokage office with the Book of Seal. Sure enough, Emold. Next, it will be the age of young people. A trace of emotion appeared on the face of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and he muttered. His eyes continued to look at the crystal ball. It's the 4 purple flame formations. Uchiha Hanayu, what exactly do you want to do? More than a dozen members of the Uchiha family quickly surrounded Hanayu, with anger on their faces and questioning in their mouths. As you can see, I just want to keep Kakashi's writing wheel, and at the same time, teach the arrogant Uchiha family a lesson. Hanayu said softly with a cold expression on his face. Arrogant. Right round eyes, open. A look of anger appeared on the face of a Uchiha Kemenino, and he let out a low drink. The 3 jade writing round eyes in his eyes opened instantly, and then the name was quickly turned towards Shinobu. Hanayu rushed away. Magic Heaven's non-technique. The eyes of this Shangren suddenly widened slightly, and the three-gu jade writing wheel instantly revolved twice, and an illusion was instantly released from his eyes. Funny. Hanayu's eyes closed slightly, with a mocking look on her face, and a chuckle in her mouth. After that, Hanayu suddenly opened her eyes, and the Sangu writing wheel eyes appeared in Hanayu's eyes. Middle dot 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 find flowers 0 middle dot rebound middle dot mirror world turn. Hanayu's mouth evoked a sneer, and he snorted. The three-go jade writing wheel eyes in his eyes instantly released a trace of fluctuations, quickly breaking the magic of this place in front of him, and then bounced the illusion technique onto this Shangnin's body. Nani? How could it be possible? All the members of the Uchiha family showed a look of surprise, and said in surprise, obviously, as a ninja of the Uchiha family, no one has ever thought of using Shiluyan to counter the illusion of a rebound opponent. That's amazing. Can you use Shiluyan like this? There was a bright flash in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. He looked at Hanayu's Shawanyan with excitement on his face, and whispered softly in his mouth, 0 arrogant. I don't know how to work. Arrogant. It seems that what the Uchiha family is proud of is the fire escape and the shuriken throwing technique. Hanayu looked at the 10 Uchiha shinobu in front of him with a trace of pity on his face. Lee said softly, God's hand perfect one. Hanayu let out a low cry, and a pair of white gloves appeared in her hands. After that, Hanayu kept moving. Fire done middle dot impaler claws red. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and moved her hands at random, and 10 fireballs instantly swept toward Uchiha. The art of Phoenix Fire? 10 Uchiha Shangnin had a weird look on their faces, and their eyes looked at the 10 fireballs in front of them with disdain, with a sneer on their faces. Fire escape middle dot howl of fireball. 10 Uchiha Kamenino suddenly spit out a huge fireball, and the fireball instantly covered the phoenix fire of the cold moon. However, the expressions of these 10 Shangnin's expressions became gloomy quickly. The fireball they had expected was not extinguished. Instead, 10 shurikens rushed out of the fireball and quickly turned towards the unsuspecting she. People attacked. Ninjutsu. The bombing of shuriken. Under. Chapter 238 Ninjutsu. The bombing of shuriken. Under. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking monthly pass. Seeking receipt. Chapter 238 Ninjutsu. The bombing of shuriken. Under. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for the 238th chapter of Ninjutsu. The bombing of shuriken, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Next. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for it. Nani? Shuriken? The expressions of 10 Uchiha Kamenin's expressions changed drastically, and his eyes looked at the shuriken that suddenly appeared in front of him in surprise, completely unable to react. Peng, peng. 10 muffled sounds in a row. All the shurikens accurately hit the foreheads of 10 Uchiha shinobu, and the huge impact force directly slammed these 10 shinobu to the ground. Ahem. I actually added a shuriken to the phoenix fire. 10 Uchiha Kamenin's mouth coughed slightly, a trace of horror appeared on his face, and his mouth said in horror, Itachi-zang, stun them. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile. He glanced at Xiao Zengtai who was next to Zishui, and said softly, why? After hearing Hanayu's words in 207, Itachi showed a hint of surprise on his face. Itachi was not surprised to stun the Uchiha who fell on the ground, but was surprised why Hanayu told Itachi to go stun them. There is no why. There is a return if you pay. As the price of watching the next battle, you need to pay your labor. Understand? Itachi. Hanayu's eyes shrugged with a calm look, said with a chuckle in his mouth, is there a reward for paying? I know. There was a thoughtful look on Itachi's face, and then there was a smile in his eyes. He nodded, and said softly in his mouth, The Itachi just now learned a lot from the Battle of Hanayou, for example, the illusion rebound of the writing wheel eyes, the fire escape of the cold moon middle dot, the balsam claw red. Therefore, Itachi certainly does not want to leave. And Hanayu's order to stun her own tribe also shows that Hanayu has no intention of killing Uchiha tribe. Wait, Master Itachi. You can't listen to this guy. The 10 Uchiha Kamenino on the side showed an ugly look on their faces. He looked at Itachi as he walked in and reminded him softly, "Say, I'm sorry." Just as Senior Hanayu said, "If I want to stay and watch the battle, I can only stun you." There was a trace of apology on Itachi's face, and he whispered calmly in his mouth. 10 hand knives in a row stunned the 10 Shangren in front of him. It really is Itachi. Simple and effective. Hanayu murmured in her mouth as she watched the movements of Itachi with a hint of appreciation on her face. "Let's go." Itachi stops the water. Hanayu's face has a calm expression. His eyes are looking forward, and he whispered in his mouth. After that, the 3 of Uchiha's family walked forward. The so-called ninjutsu is a technique formed by guiding the chakras in the body through Jai-in. When fighting, as long as you have a faster Jai-in speed than others, you can release ninjutsu in advance and win the victory. Han quietly walked to a group of Uchiha ninjas in front, with his eyes still looking forward, with a flat smile on his face. He whispered in his mouth. "It's like this." Fire escape middle dot owl of fireball middle dot burst. A smile appeared at the corner of Hanayu's mouth, and he let out a low voice. His hands were like phantoms, and the art of fireball from his mouth continuously spit out. Nani, get away. A Uchiha Kaminari looked at the series of powerful fireball techniques Han made. His face changed drastically, and he resolutely gave up the unfinished Jai-in, reminding him loudly. However, obviously the captain's reminder was too late, and dozens of huge fireballs instantly drowned dozens of people. Peng, peng. As a series of explosions sounded, dozens of Uchiha shinobu were all knocked out, and Itachi's figure slowly walked up to the ninjas who were hit by the blows and quickly stunned dozens of Uchiha Kamininobu stunned. Good job, Itachi. Hanayu's footsteps still did not stop, and she kept moving forward. Seeing Itachi's conscious movements, Hanayu's face showed a smile of appreciation. "I won't let you go forward anymore." Uchiha Hanayu, a Uchiha Kyonin quickly led dozens of Uchiha members to stand in front of Hanayu, and said coldly, "Kunai, the control of the shuriken. As long as you master your own shot strength and the angle and position of kunai, you can adjust the direction and speed up in the air." Hanayu completely ignored Uchiha's warning, and his footsteps were still moving. Moving forward, he said quietly, "Everyone attack." Uchiha K's face was blue, and when Hanayu completely ignored him, Uchiha called out loudly. And following Uchiha King's words, all Uchiha members all took out their own kunai. "It's like this." Ninja control. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the Uchiha member in front of him, and he let out a low drink. In his hands, 40 kunai instantly threw out, and these 40 kunai quickly moved. The air collided with each other, and then accelerated again. The 20 kunai traversed a semi-arc in the air, instantly hitting the kunai in the hands of 20 Uchiha ninjas, knocking it down, and the remaining 20 kunai collided in the air again, and then suddenly accelerated without any help, and all the 20 kunai stopped in front of the writing wheel of the Uchiha family! Gudong. The faces of all Uchiha ninjas were pale, and their eyes looked at kunai who was still standing in front of them in horror. They swallowed saliva and a layer of cold sweat appeared on their bodies. 0.8 Of course, the circle behind kunai is also not a decoration. It can be controlled by some invisible steel wires. Hanayu's right hand slightly moved the steel wire in his hand, and the 20 kunai floating in front of Uchiha's upper shinobi surrounded these. The ninja spun around, and a steel wire quickly tied up the 20 ninjas. "Is that so?" "Sure enough, you have to pay for it." There was a trace of contemplation on Itachi's face, and his eyes stared at Hanayu's movements tightly, remembering all Hanayu's words in his heart. "Hanayu, Zishui, Itachi. Chapter 239, Hanayu, Zishui, Itachi. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 239 Hanayu, Zishui, Weasel. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor's emperor. Chapter 239, Hanayu, Shishui, Itachi. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Is that so? Really? You have to pay for it. There is a trace of contemplation on Itachi's face, and his eyes are fixed on Hanayu's. The action remembered all Hanayu's words in my heart. Hey, Senior Hanayu, even as you said, we can't beat you to the same level. After all, you have the imperial tool that can make your fingers 100 times more flexible. Uchiha Shishui looked at the serious Itachi, with a helpless expression on his face, and said softly, Yeah, Zishui. As long as you can train from an early age, although it can't reach the level of 100 seals per second like me, it is still possible to have 6 or 7 seals per second. However, this is only for training from an early age. That's it. Hanayu had a teasing smile on her face, glanced at Zishui, and said with a chuckle in her mouth, Cut. As long as my instant technique is fast enough, I can hide even 10 impressions per second. An embarrassed smile appeared on the soiled face, and his mouth said rather disgustingly, Fire Dunge middle dot fire dragon flame bomb. Han Weitein's face showed a smile, and the 10 fingers of both hands were flexibly knotted. A fire dunjutsu was completed almost instantaneously, quickly hitting a member of the Uchiha family. Peng. With a soft sound, this Uchiha tribe was hit by Hanayu's ninjutsu before he could react. His body was instantly knocked out, and then he fell heavily on the ground. Shishui. Now it's my turn to laugh at your speed of not printing. Peace of mind. I won't hit you. Hanayu's face showed a happy smile. His eyes looked forward and his mouth was big, said with a smile. You know, when Hanayu didn't unlock the hand of God, the perfect one, Zishui was spitting out Hanayu's seal speed more than once. Cut. Senior Hanayu is really an unexpected grudge. A black line appeared on Zishui's face. He glanced at Hanayu in front of him and muttered in his mouth, Itachi's. It's time for you to work. Hanayu glanced at Zishui with a smile, and then reminded Itachi, I see. There was a calm look on Itachi's face, and his body quickly appeared in front of the injured Uchiha tribe, and a hand knife stunned the ninja. It really deserves to be Itachi. A smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and his eyes calmly watched Itachi extinguish the flames on the ninja, and said with appreciation, Itachi, what is your dream? Hanyu's eyes flashed with a hint of light, with a look of curiosity on his face, and asked calmly in his mouth, Dream? It should be the opening of the writing wheel. Hearing Hanayu's words, Itachi was stunned. He looked up at Hanayu with a serious face, with a rare look of confusion on his face, and said uncertainly, Is it just opening the writing wheel? Yes. At this time, Itachi has not been baptized by war, and has not seen the tragic situation of Nine Tails attacking the village. Therefore, Itachi's peaceful forbearance has not been established. Hanayu listened at Itachi's words, his brows wrinkled insignificantly, and then there was a trace of surprise on his face, and he whispered in his mouth, Uchiha Itachi. Remember, don't let the seemingly powerful power of Shaolin Yan confuse your heart. Shaolin Yan is only your fighting tool after all. Hanyu's face was staring with a trace of seriousness. With Itachi's eyes, he said in a deep voice, Tools? A large part of the people of their own people are obsessed with the seemingly powerful force of the writing wheel. This is the reason why the Uchiha family began to be arrogant. There was a hint of light on Itachi's face. Woo. Muttering to himself, Itachi's IQ is very high, so only from Hanayu's words, Itachi can judge a lot of things. Right. Zishui-san, has your writing wheel eyes evolved yet? Hanayu turned her head with a trace of doubt on her face, and asked in a low voice, Since the death of my brother too, I have felt the changes in my eyes. but I don't know why the kaleidoscope is still not turned on. Zishui's brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth calmly said, "Is that so? This opportunity won't be too long." Zishui. Hanayu glanced at Zishui, his eyes flashed for a moment, and he said in a deep voice. Hanayu knew that Zishui was just missing an opportunity, and for the peace-loving Zishui, the death of the people in the village could stimulate the eyes of the writing wheel, and Jui's attack on the village was an opportunity. Patriarch Tomogoka. Uchiha Hanayu has knocked down all the nearby Uchiha people. In the Uchiha family meeting hall, a Uchiha clan rushed into the meeting hall with a flustered face. Lee quickly reported and said, "How can it be repaired?" Damn Uchiha Han 967 months. When Uchiha Tomokazu heard this news, his expressionless face instantly became angry. His right hand slapped the table angrily, and he said with hatred, "Patriarch, can't hesitate. You must kill this kid. Even if you use the family forbidden technique." An elder of the Uchiha family has a blue face, his eyes are gloomy, and his mouth is deep. "Nani, Elder Uchiha Jing, this kid just stunned our people. Does the family's forbidden technique really need to be used?" An old Uchiha's face changed drastically, his eyes staring at Uchiha seriously, mirror, questioning in his mouth. "Do you allow an imp to destroy the honor of the Uchiha family?" "I have decided, even if it is to use the family forbidden technique, I must kill Uchiha Hanayu." Uchiha Kyuka's face was gloomy and his body with a hint of pressure from a huge momentum on it. His eyes coldly scanned the surrounding Uchi wavelengths, and his mouth calmly said, "Forbidden surgery is coming." Izanagi. The 240th chapter Forbidden Technique is coming. Izanagi. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 240 Forbidden Surgery Strikes. Izanagi. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 240. Forbidden surgery is here. Izanagi. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Would you allow an imp to destroy the honor of the Uchiha family? I have decided, even if the family forbidden technique is used, Uchi must be taken. Hanayu killed. Uchiha Mirror's face was gloomy, and his body was oppressed by a huge aura. His eyes coldly scanned the surrounding Uchi wave-old circle, and his mouth said calmly, "Is anyone against it?" As a figure in the second generation of Naruto period, Uchiha Mirror is the most powerful elder in the Uchiha family. Even Uchiha Tomokazu must look at Uchiha Mirror's face. Uchiha. At this time an unquestionable look appeared on Jinkang's face, and asked coldly in his mouth, "Since there is no objection, then this matter is settled like this." Uchiha Tomokazu's eyes looked at Uchiha Mirror with deep meaning. His brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth said calmly. Although Uchiha Tomokazu was a little dissatisfied with Uchiha Mirror's arbitrariness, he was helpless. After all, Uchiha Mirror is a figure in the second generation of Naruto period, and has a lot of prestige among the ethnic group. Command of the Patriarch. Uchiha Hanayu has announced that you will be sentenced to the clan. You will be arrested and killed. The elders have specially ordered that you can use family forbidden techniques. On the training ground of the Uchiha family resident, 50 elite ninjas, one Uchiha came in whose face was expressionless, and he whispered commands in his mouth. Yes, for the honor of the Uchiha family. The faces of these 50 elite ninjas showed a trace of firmness, and a trace of enthusiasm appeared in their eyes, and they said loudly, "You are the heroes of the Uchiha family. Let's go." Uchiha Mirror appeared on the training ground, his eyes satisfactorily looked at the 50 elite ninjas in front of him, and he said in a deep voice. Following the words of Uchiha Mirror, all 50 elite ninjas attacked in the direction of Hanayu! Uchiha Hanayu, if you didn't announce the judgment of the clan, with your ability, I will not deal with you. However, you kid wants to leave the Uchiha clan somehow. It seems that you can only be killed. And, killing you will definitely get your weird Teikoku. Uchiha Mirror's eyes flashed with a gloomy look. A greedy look appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice, yeah, interesting. A team of interesting guys came here. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and the five-vision universal observer in his forehead flashed slightly. His mouth Lee said with a chuckle. In Hanayu's mind, a team of 50 elite ninjas was thinking about his attack. And this old man, is it Uchiha Mirror? Hanayu frowned slightly, and muttered while looking at the old man at the back of the team. Zishui, the safety of Itachi is up to you. Hanayu's face showed a calm smile, and he glanced at the puzzled Itachi, reminding him in his mouth. The third eye. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with a look of surprise, with a hint of curiosity on his face, looking at the third eye on Hanayu's forehead, and said in a deep voice, hey, little ghost. Do you want Senior Hanayu to easily know what you are thinking? Zishui's figure quickly came in front of Itachi. Zishui's tall body blocked Itachi's eyes from looking directly at Hanayu's five visions. Observer said with a teasing smile. This eye ... can pry into people's thoughts. A dignified flash flashed across Itachi's face, and his mouth whispered. However, Shishui doesn't care what a kid says. For Shishui, Hanayu's instructions are the most important. Come. Hanayu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes calmly looked forward. In Hanayu's eyes, 50 elite ninjas of the Uchiha family and Uchiha Mirror were reflected. Swish, swish. With a sound of breaking through the air, a group of figures quickly appeared on the houses around Hanayu, surrounding Hanayu and Zishui and others. Uchiha ... Itachi. Uchiha Mirror standing on a house, looking at the short stature Itachi with furrowed brows. A trace of contemplation flashed on his face, and his mouth said in confusion, cut. Wait until Uchiha Kanayu is killed before questioning that guy Fukyu. Everyone, attack. Uchiha Kyuji's brows wrinkled deeply, his face was slightly gloomy, and he ordered loudly from his mouth. Fire dance middle. How fireball art. Hearing Uchiha Mirror's command, the Uchiha family elites who surrounded Hanayu all hid their hands imprinted, and spit out huge fireballs from their mouths with a low cry! Fire escape. The fire is extinguished. A cold smile appeared on Hanayu's face. With a low drink from her mouth, a huge flame quickly enveloped Hanayu's body within 20 meters, swallowing all the fireballs. Go in. And then quickly swept towards the 50 elite ninjas around. Peng, peng. With a loud noise, the huge flame column quickly swallowed 50 ninjas around. A soaring flame quickly appeared. Oh, it's a bit heavier to accidentally start. The attack just now can kill most people. What a pity. Hanayu patted his forehead helplessly, and said with a little annoyance in his mouth. Noma's forbidden magic is anarchy. Just when Hanayu was upset, a member of the Uchiha family instantly opened the writing wheel, whispered in his mouth, and the surrounding ninjas who had died appeared again on the roof. With the appearance of these dead ninjas, one of the Uchiha clan's eyes disappeared instantly, and his left eye was permanently blind. There was a smile of interest, and he whispered softly in his mouth. Izanagi, the ability to freely control dreams and reality. Chapter 241 Izanagi, the ability to freely control dreams and reality. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Chapter 241 Izanagi, the ability to freely control dreams and reality. Please subscribe. Please give a reward. Naruto's strongest Emperor. Chapter 241 Izanagi, the ability to freely control dreams and reality. Go. Please subscribe. Please give a reward. It's interesting. This battle will be very interesting. It turned out to be the forbidden technique of the Uchiha family. Izanagi. Hanayu looked at the resurrected Uchiha clan for a moment, and then a trace of his face appeared. An interested smile whispered softly in his mouth. Uchiha Hanayu, it's been a long time. With a sullen smile on Uchiha's face, the figure quickly appeared in front of Hanayu, and said softly, cut. We haven't seen Uchiha at all. Okay. You are Uchiha Mirror, right? Uchiha Tomokazu mentioned you to me. Hanayu glanced at Uchiha Mirror with disdain, revealing a trace of his face with an impatient expression. He said coldly, I have long heard that you, a kid, are arrogant. I saw it today. A look of anger appeared on Uchiha Koji's face, and his mouth said gloomily. Then Uchiha Mira's right hand waved suddenly. Swish, swish, swish. Following Uchiha Mira's signal, 50 Uchiha elites quickly rushed towards Hanayu, and more than 50 kunai quickly attacked Hanayu's 643 whole body. Evil-ridden invasion. Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and a white 10-bladed suit appeared on her body. It was an external manifestation of evil-ridden invasion. Ding, ding. A series of kunai hits on Hanayu's evil ghost-ridden invasion, and then there were waves of metal humming, and all 50 Uchiha elites were attacked by evil ghosts. Invasion. The defense of the armor is easily blocked. One hit kills Kuryu. Hanyu's right hand stretched out, and with a low cry from her mouth, a long sword with a crimson hilt appeared in Hanyu's hand. Then Han glanced at the 50 ninjas in front of her, with a playful smile on her face. Shave. Hanayu's figure instantly appeared in front of the 5 Uchiha elite ninjas, and the village rain in his right hand flashed a stream of light instantly, and the 5 Uchiha family members quickly fell to the ground by on a sword style, Ikizun. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and a stream of light quickly passed through the body of a famous Uchiha ninja, and then 20 ninjas quickly fell on the ground. Hanayu's attack directly killed all 20 Uchiha elites standing in a straight line. How can it be repaired? In the eyes of a Uchiha family's ninja, the 3 jade will eyes quickly rotated in a circle, and his body instantly came to Hanayu's side, and the Kumo in his right hand instantly attacked Hanayu. Stupid guy. The ever-changing crossing tail. Snap the line. Hanayu's face showed a cold smile, and his right hand suddenly stretched out towards the ninja who was rushing forward, like a pistol, with a low drink from his mouth, and his right thumb pressed it instantly. Peng. With a blast of air, a thread was shot from Hanayu's right index finger, quickly piercing the heart of the Uchiha ninja. Fire escape. Behind Hanayu, an elite Uchiha with an angry look on his face. His hands quickly sealed. Too slow. CY Shinhai Wu Yin. Fire Dunge. How fireball art. Hanayu's face was expressionless, her right hand kept sending out lines of bullets, and her left hand was fast with one hand. Jai-in spit out a huge fireball from his mouth in an instant. Nani? The Uchiha ninja's eyes flashed sluggishly, his body was instantly hit by a huge fireball, and he fell to the side without knowing his life or death. Mystery. Jaizo needle. Hanayu's body rotated twice in the air, avoiding the kunai of several Uchiha ninjas, and then he snorted, and his right hand suddenly slapped on the ground. With Hanayu's movements, silk threads emerged from below the ground quickly like thorns, and instantly penetrated the belly of all Uchiha ninjas. Forbidden art. Middle dot Izanagi. A Uchiha elite who hasn't completely died. The writing wheel eyes in his eyes turned in a circle, and his mouth uttered a low voice. All the 50 ninjas who had just been killed by Hanayu appear in another place. This ... What is this? The young Itachi had obviously never seen such a surprised scene, with a horrified expression on his face, and asked in surprise in his mouth. This is Izanagi. The ultimate illusion of the Uchiha family. Izanagi only needs a very short activation time to instantly transform all the unfavorable factors of the caster, including death, into a dream. And it can turn all the favorable factors for the caster into reality. It is the ultimate illusion that can freely control the boundary between reality and dream and release to oneself. Hanayu's eyes calmly glanced at the resurrected 50 people, and 2 of them, one of the blind eyes of each person, said in a deep voice. Such a technique? The reason why it is listed as a forbidden technique is that the user will pay a considerable price. Itachi's eyes looked at the resurrected Uchiha member, and said thoughtfully, yes. The price of releasing such a forbidden technique is the permanent blindness of Zwinyan. Every time the forbidden technique is released, one eye will be blind. Hanayu's face was flat, and his mouth whispered. You guys who have learned such a forbidden technique ... it are very suitable to be my collection. Hanayu said with a playful smile on her face, her eyes bursting with light, and her mouth whispered softly. Izanagi, the ability to freely control dreams and reality. Under. Chapter 224 Izanagi, the ability to freely control dreams and reality. Under. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Chapter 224 Izanagi, the ability to freely control dreams and reality. Under. Please subscribe. Please reward. Naruto's strongest emperor. Chapter 224 Izanagi, the ability to freely control dreams and reality. Next. Please subscribe. Please reward. Learned. Those of you who are forbidden from the technique ... it is very suitable to be my collection. Hanayu's face has a playful smile, his eyes burst with light, and he muttered softly in his mouth. It's useless. Uchiha Hanayu, even if you kill all of them, these people are invincible. You are just doing a needless struggle. Let me die obediently. Uchiha's smug smile appeared on Mirror's face, and he said in a deep voice, according to Uchiha Mirror, the 50 Uchiha members who own Izanagi can completely kill Hanayu. It's ridiculous. Our gap can't be made up by the number of resurrections. Hanayu's eyes showed a cold expression, her face was expressionless, and her mouth whispered, Cut! Attack me! Uchiha Koji's eyes flashed with a look of anger, and he let out a low drink. Following the order of Uchiha Mirror, 50 Uchiha ninjas once again attacked the cold moon. Cut! Romantic Fort Pumpkin. Hanayu's face has a playful look, and a beautifully shaped gun-shaped imperial tool appeared in his hands. It is the romantic Fort Pumpkin. This ... What's this? Uchiha Mirror looked at the romantic Fort Pumpkin in Hanayu's hand in surprise, with a trace of doubt on his face, and whispered secretly in his mouth. You guys, eat me a pumpkin cannon. Hanayu showed a smile on her face, snorted in her mouth, and a huge energy appeared in the muzzle of the romantic turret pumpkin. Peng. With a loud noise, all the Uchiha ninjas in a straight line of Hanayu were knocked out. Then, Hanayu's right hand moved horizontally, and the energy cannon instantly drew an arc, tracing all the Uchiha ninjas around. All knocked out! This. How is this possible? Uchiha Mirror stared blankly at the flaming cold moon illuminated by the light of the energy cannon, with a trace of disbelief on his face, and said in surprise, It's a pity. You guys seem to be consuming another writing wheel. Hanayu put the romantic Fort Pumpkin on his shoulders, and looked down at the Uchiha family members who were in front of him, his mouth full of apologetics. Say, damn. Forbidden magic Izanagi. A ninja from the Uchiha family flashed an angry look in his eyes. He raised his head with difficulty and glanced at the Hanayu who was looking down on him, and said coldly, Swish, swish, swish. The bodies of the 50 ninjas in front of Hanayu quickly disappeared one by one, and then 50 ninjas appeared in front of Hanayu again. 50 pairs of eyes looked at Hanayu coldly. Is it resurrected again? It's really troublesome. Wait. Hanayu's face showed a hint of helplessness, and she glanced at the ninja in front of her. Her relaxed face changed slightly, and then Hanayu suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked at the sky. This is. Hanayu's eyes looked slightly surprised at the more than 50 huge fireballs that appeared above her head, and her face showed a trace of surprise. Her hands suddenly folded. Fire escape middle. Dragon flame singing technique. Hanayu let out a low cry, and then suddenly spit out 10 huge fire dragons into the air, and the 10 fire dragons quickly met up to 50 huge fireballs above her head. Peng, peng, peng. A burst of impact sounded constantly in the air, and then the Uchiha family was illuminated red by the fire, and 50 fireballs slowly extinguished above Hanayu's head. Uchiha family A evil ninjutsu, fire escape and dragon flame singing technique. Uchiha Madara's art is really amazing. Uchiha Mirror's face is no longer calm, and his eyes look at Han in surprise. said in a deep voice. Interesting. Is this Izanagi's ability to freely control dreams and reality? Transform all factors that are beneficial to the caster into reality. I'm a little excited. Hanayu showed a smile on his face. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, he said in a deep voice. Middle dot 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 find flowers middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot fire escape. Get angry. 20 Uchiha ninjas looked at Hanayu with cold eyes, and their hands quickly formed a seal. Everyone spit out a pillar of fire. The pillars of fire continued to gather in front of the 20 people, forming a huge fireball. Wind escape, wind. The other ninjas shouted in a low voice, and the wind blades quickly converged to form a huge tornado, and then the tornado and the fireball instantly mixed, forming a huge fire tornado that quickly struck towards the cold moon. Go with combined ninjutsu middle dot fire escape middle dot fire walking technique. 50 ninjas shouted in unison. The huge fire tornado, carrying a huge momentum, quickly rushed towards the cold moon, and where the fire tornado passed, everything turned to ashes. Electric light stone fire Susanoo man, energize. Hanayu's face showed a hint of excitement, and he let out a low drink, and an evil spirit appeared on his chest, followed by a huge phantom moment appeared on Hanayu's body. Amazingly, it is Suzu's energization. Behind Suzu, a huge hollow energy wheel quietly suspended behind him. Yutayama mirror, Hanayu's mouth whispered, and his right hand stretched out instantly. Following Hanayu's movements, the giant Susanoo quickly raised his right hand. Before his right hand, one of the 3 spiritual weapons Yata mirror appeared in front of the fire tornado in an instant, and then a dazzling white light burst out on the mirror surface of Yata mirror. How is this possible? This is Susanoo. How is it possible? Uchiha Hanayu obviously didn't open the kaleidoscope to write. The round eyes. Uchiha Kikara's eyes looked at the huge Susanoo Otu in horror. Ying, with a trace of disbelief on her face, said in shock. Thank you for your great reward of 1888 in Moon. Exclamation mark. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Izanagi. Exclamation mark. No, it's Izanami. Chapter 243 Izanaki. Exclamation mark. No, it's Izanami. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek. Chapter 243 Izanagi. Exclamation mark. No, it's Izanami. Please subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Ask Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 243 Izanagi. No, it's Izanami. Subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask. How is this possible? This is Susanoo. How is it possible? Uchiha Hanayu obviously didn't open the kaleidoscope to write. Round eyes. Uchiha mirror's eyes looked huge in horror. The phantom of Susanoo, with a trace of disbelief on his face, said in shock. 3 spirits middle. Sky cloud sword. Hanayu's eyes cast a non-committal look at Uchiha mirror, with a cold expression on his face, and with a low cry in his mouth. The huge Suzu covered his body. A huge energy sword appeared in his right hand instantly. Exclamation mark. Sky Kongyanjian. How could it be possible? Uchiha Jing's face was completely dull. Although he knew that Hanayu had many strange emperor tools, he did not expect that Hanayu even had 3 spiritual weapons. This made Uchiha mirror's eyes even more gloomy. Peng. The huge sky cloud sword flashed a ray of light in an instant. All 30 Uchiha ninjas were cut by the huge sword. After that, Hanayu's movements kept moving, and his right hand kept waving. Huge. The sky cluster cloud sword in the hands of the energetic Susanoo will take the lives of 3 or 4 ninjas with every attack. Damn Uchiha Hanayu kid. I wasted one of my writing wheel eyes. Uchiha mirror looked at the 50 Uchiha ninjas who died again, and said with hatred. For Uchiha Kagami, These 50 ninjas who have learned Izanagi are all carefully cultivated by themselves! Hey, Uchiha is not dead. It seems that your Izanagi team doesn't seem to work for me. Hanayu's face showed a playful look. His eyes looked down at Uchiha, and his mouth whispered softly, "Say, these 50 guys who have learned the forbidden art of Izanagi... I will accept it." Hanayu's face looked at the 50 Uchiha ninjas who were resurrected again, with a smile on his face, and his mouth said in a deep voice, "Arrogant kid, keep attacking for me." Uchiha Koji's face was pale. He glanced at the 50 ninjas in front of him, and said loudly, "5 Visions Observer." Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the Uchiha elite ninja who rushed in front of him, and he snorted, and the third eye above his forehead opened instantly, with aquamarine eyes. Among them, 3 Gua quickly appeared. Fire Dunge middle dot Fire Dragon Flare. Wind Dunge middle dot Suppress. Thunder Dunge middle dot Go. All 50 Uchiha ninjas had their hands sealed, and the ninjutsu quickly struck towards the cold moon. Is this a ninjutsu attack? 6 Style Shave. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile. Her body quickly retreated, and then quickly appeared on a house. Peng. With a loud noise, most of the ninjutsu hit the ground where Hanayu was originally located. Then, a handle of kunai quickly appeared in the hands of the 50 ninjas, and quickly released to Hanayu! Swish, swish, swish. There was a burst of air, and countless kunai. The shuriken quickly attacked the cold moon! 6 Style Shaving. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and her body instantly appeared where she was standing, and countless shurikens hit the house. Hey, what's the matter? Uchiha Hanayu, will you only hide now? Uchiha Kyuji had a sarcasm smile on his face. His eyes looked at Hanayu, who was constantly avoiding attacks, and said with a big smile, "Fire Escape middle dot Fire Dragon Flare. Wind Escape middle dot Suppression. Thunder Escape middle dot Go." 50 Uchiha ninjas once again sealed their hands, and one after another ninjutsu quickly attacked the cold moon. Peng. With a loud noise, countless ninjutsu overwhelmed Hanayu's body that hadn't had time to evade, and countless ninjutsu hits Hanayu's body. Ahahaha. Go to die for me. Uchiha Hanayu. Uchiha Cage had a crazy smile on his face, looking at Hanayu, who was hit by ninjutsu, and said with a big smile. However, after that, a look of surprise appeared on Uchiha's face. Hey, where are you looking? Hanayu's body appeared on the house where she was standing just now, looking at Uchiha and the others with a smile, and said calmly, "Nani? How could it be? You obviously got hit. Why are you here?" Uchiha Koji's face flashed with an incredulous look, and he said in surprise, "Swish, swish, swish." Countless shurikens struck again with Hanayu's words, and quickly drowned Hanayu. Without waiting for Uchiha to be happy, Hanayu's figure appeared on the original ground. On! How could it be ... Izanagi? How can it be repaired? Why do you use Izanagi? And why is your writing wheel eye still not blind? Uchiha face was gloomy, questioning loudly. Huh? Don't understand? Izanagi? What are you kidding? Hanayu's face showed a mocking expression. His eyes looked at Uchiha coldly, and then he glanced at 683 to continue. 50 Uchiha ninjas who started ninjutsu said with a light smile, "Idiot, it's the beauty of Izan." In reality, the 3 jade writing wheel eyes on Hanayu's forehead slowly disappeared, looking at the 50 Uchiha ninjas and Uchiha with their eyes closed in front of him. Hanayu, a cold smile appeared on his face. Izanami? What is this? Itachi, who was standing behind Hanayu, showed a doubtful expression on his face, asking in his mouth. After seeing Hanayu open the third eye just now, Hanayu only moved back and forth twice, and the 50 Uchiha ninjas and Uchiha who originally wanted to attack fell into a sluggishness, which made Itachi's face. There was a look of surprise on it. If Izanagi is the ninjutsu that changes fate, Izanami is the ninjutsu that determines fate. Unlike Izanagi, Izanami can be tricked by the opponent without having to look at each other. A smile appeared on Hanayu's face. She glanced at Itachi, and explained softly in her mouth, "Thank you for your great reward of 1888 in Moon Moon!" Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Fukia's helplessness. Chapter 240 For the helplessness of Fukio. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 240 For the helplessness of Fukio. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 244. Fukia's helplessness. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. If Izanagi is the ninjutsu that changes fate, Izanami is the ninjutsu that determines fate. Different from Izanagi, Izanami can get the other party in the act without having to look at each other. Hanayu showed a smile on her face, glanced at Itachi, and explained softly in her mouth. Izanami is a pupil technique that relies on the feelings of two people. At any moment of the action, first use pupil power to memorize the sumato sensory of oneself and the other person at that moment like a photo, and set it as a. Next, I deliberately reproduce this body sensation again and also set the pupil power to a. Izanami is a technique that connects the time between the 2 points by overlapping A and A together. That is to say, infinite loop. Hanayu's eyes calmly glanced at Itachi, and said with a smile in her mouth, "It is also the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, but Izanami only exists for Izanagi." Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and said softly, "Is it also the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan? If you say that, the price of releasing such a forbidden technique is also a writing wheel." Itachi's face has a trace of calmness that does not match his age. His eyes after looking at Hanayu's 2 writing wheels, she said calmly, "Hey, kid, don't underestimate Senior Hanayu." Zishui standing next to Itachi's right hand pressed on Itachi's head, with a smile on his face, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "I see. It's the third eye of Hanayu Senior. Although I don't know what kind of power your third eye possesses, but it should be able to project the pupil power in your own eyes. In this way, if you use the pupil power of the writing wheel projected by the third eye to release Izanami, you will only consume the pupil power of the third eye projection without losing your eyesight!" Grave accent diaresis. A trace of thought appeared on Itachi's face with a look. His right hand knocked out the palm that Zishui was pressing on his head, his eyes flashed with the light of wisdom, and his mouth said calmly, "Yeah, yeah." As expected of Itachi, just saw that I turned on the 5-vision universal observer and analyzed it. This kind of analysis ability really makes me a little envious. Hanayu's there was a hint of appreciation on his face, and he said with a smile, "Is it difficult? Did I still stun them?" Itachi glanced at Hanayu calmly, muttered in his mouth, then looked at the 15 Uchiha members and asked inquiringly, "No, if you can't recognize yourself, these guys will never wake up." And I'm very interested in the abilities of these guys. Hanayu showed a playful smile on his face, slowly walked towards Uchiha mirror, and said softly, "Hey, what are you going to do?" Itachi frowned slightly, with a confused expression on his face, and asked softly in his mouth, "Zishui." Hanayu's eyes glanced at Itachi, and winked at Zishui. Following Hanayu's prompt, Zishui stunned it with a hand knife in an instant. "I don't want Itachi to see me killing these guys." After all, the Itachi who has not passed through the 9 tails attacked the village, and the feelings for the Uchiha clan are still very deep. Hanayu glanced at the fainted Itachi. There was a trace of apology on his face, and he muttered to himself, "So, next, it's time to harvest the spoils." Hanyu's face showed a cold smile, and he took out a scroll in his left hand, and the palm of his right hand instantly covered Uchiha Mirror's shoulder! Ninfa middle dot seal technique. Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and Uchiha Kame's body was instantly sealed into the scroll, and then Hanayu sealed all the remaining 40 Uchiha ninjas into the scroll in turn, leaving only the remaining 40 Uchiha ninjas in the scroll. 10 Uchiha who are immersed in illusion skills are down. March of the Dead 8 rooms. Han let out a low cry, and a scarlet black sword appeared in her right hand for an instant. It was 8 rooms. Be obediently become my collection. Hanayu's mouth showed a smile, and the 8 houses in his right hand flashed across a stream of light, and the bodies of 10 Uchiha ninjas instantly sank under the ground. Rich Patriarch Tomoka, Elder Uchiha Gage, was defeated and sealed by Hanayu Uchiha. In the Uchiha chamber, a Uchiha shinobu appeared in front of Uchiha Tomokazu with a look of horror, reporting in his mouth. Say, hey, I good kings no. You go down. Uchiha Fumigoka's face had a look of helplessness. His ambitious eyes dimmed a little, he sighed, and his mouth was deep. Say, give me an order, all Uchiha tribesmen will retreat back to the meeting hall. Uchiha Tomokazu's face showed a trace of loss, and the order was issued in his mouth. At the same time, Uchiha Hanayu split from the Uchiha family and became a family on its own. Uchiha Hanayu can freely establish a family in Konoha. Thank you for your great reward of 1888 in Moon Moon! Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Next chapter, end. Chapter 245 is over. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 245 is over. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 245. The strongest Emperor of Naruto is over. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. At the same time, Uchiha Hanayu split from the Uchiha family and became a family. Uchiha Hanayu can freely establish a family in Konoha, but our Uchiha family has never made sense to go out independently. Patriarch Tomogoka. Only the abandoned Uchiha tribe in our clan. An elder was surprised with a hint of surprise on his face, and his mouth was loudly opposed. Say, is there any better way for Elder Ono? You know? Elder Uchiha Kage has been killed by Uchiha Hanayu. Uchiha Tomokazu looked at Uchiha Ono with a gloomy face, his eyes flashing with a ray of light. His mouth asked in a deep voice, this. Just follow the instructions of Chief Tomioka. A hesitant look flashed across Uchiha Ono's face. He glanced at the other elders who had their heads down and said nothing. Said willingly, oh. Has Patriarch Tomioka decided? When the Uchiha family meeting room fell silent, 2 figures appeared on the table instantly. They were Hanayu and Shisui, and of course Shisui's back, carrying Itachi. At this time, Hanayu glanced at Uchi 227 Fumigoka in front of him playfully, and said softly, when a kid broke into the meeting room, no one knows yet. A look of horror flashed across Uchiha Ono's eyes. Looking up at Hanayu, who was standing on the table and looking down at the crowd. Holding hands tightly, Uchiha Ono's face was already covered with cold sweat at this time. Uchiha Hanayu, from now on, you can freely establish a family in Konoha. Even if you build a Uchiha family by yourself, we will not bother. Uchiha Tomokazu glanced at Hanayu, and then saw it. Itachi, who was carrying Shisui on his back, wrinkled his brows indistinctly, but his face remained serious, and his mouth said calmly, Yoch, I am not interested in establishing a family or anything. Also, from now on, Kakashi's writing wheel eyes are no longer those of the Uchiha family. Hanayu's eyes narrowed. He squinted and glanced at Uchiha Tomioka casually, with a slight smile on his face, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, Uchiha Hanayu, don't go too far. The blood inheritance of our Uchiha family, how can we give it to an outsider? And, this person is the Hagaki family. Uchiha Ono's face was with a trace of anger. his right hand suddenly stretched out, pointing to Hanayu's nose, yelling angrily in her mouth. Wow! Just when Uchiha Hono finished speaking, a stream of light flashed, and Uchiha Hono's entire right hand was instantly cut off. Ah! My right hand! How can it be repaired? Damn Uchiha Hanayu! Dare to cut my right hand. Uchiha Hono was stunned after the stream flashed. For a moment, there was a sudden scream, his face was distorted, and his mouth screamed in pain. Afterwards, he fainted because of great pain. So, does anyone have an opinion now? Hanayu's face was cold, and the 3 generations of ghosts were placed in the scabbard with his right hand, and he asked softly in his mouth, how can it be repaired? Fire escape. A Uchi wavelength always looked at Hanayu, a trace of anger flashed across his face, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Enough! Give me enough! A cold voice came, and a huge chakra burst out of Uchiha Tamikazu's body, and the 3 jade in his eyes looked coldly behind him. Many elders of Bifch glanced at them and said quietly, that's it for today. The Uchiha family won't care about Kakashi's writing wheel eyes. Uchiha Tamikazu's 3 jade writing wheel eyes turned around, his eyes looked at Hanayu coldly, and his mouth sank, said, yeah, it really deserves to be the head of Uchiha Tamikazu. In that case, shish Yui. Let's go. Hanayu glanced at Uchiha Tamikazu calmly, and said with a deep voice, yes, Senior Hanayu. Uchiha shish Yui gently placed Itachi on the table, and then quickly left the Uchiha meeting room following Hanayu. Night Assault Team. Hanayu's figure appeared on a house, looked back at the huge Uchiha station, and whispered in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, the 4 purple flame formations of Uchiha's family instantly disappeared, and the 4 figures quickly appeared beside Hanayu. Has the Uchiha family's affairs been settled? Captain Hanayu. A smile appeared on Sato's face, and he asked softly. Although it was an inquiry, it was in an affirmative tone. What happened to the Uchiha family? Hyuga Sato has seen everything by rolling his eyes. It's over. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the 4 people in front of him, with a smile on his face, and whispered in his mouth, it really deserves to be said by Captain Hanayu. A smile appeared on Nara Oma's face, and then Nara Oma made a slight mark, and black shadows quickly appeared in the surrounding darkness. No, Womei-chan actually let your Shadow Legion lurking again. No wonder I feel that our chakras have consumed twice as much as usual this time. Kato patted his forehead helplessly, looking helplessly on his face. Adnara Wami complained. You know, the 4's informations this time consumed twice the usual chakra. Okay. Today's business is over. Next. All the members of the Nitrade team join the Anbu. A smile appeared on Hanayu's face, his eyes flashed a ray of light, and his mouth whispered, thank you for your great reward of 1888 in Moon. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Konoha Forbidden Technique Research Duo. Chapter 246 The Konoha Forbidden Technique Research Duo. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 246 Konoha Forbidden Technique Research Duo. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto, the Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 246 Konoha Forbidden Art Research Duo. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. In June of Konoha 47, the 3rd generation of Hokage officially confirmed the candidate for the 4th generation, and the Golden Flash Bofing Watergate was officially established as the number. The 4th generation of Naruto. The 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi, after Hanayu attacked the Uchiha family residence, issued a letter of recommendation to the Daimyo Prefecture, and officially announced that a week later, The fourth generation of Naruto will be awarded and accepted. Konoha Village has finally determined the candidate for the fourth generation. This time is the civilian ninja Bofing Watergate. In other words, isn't the Bofing Watergate just a golden glitter? Da Ming Fu, the country of fire. Daimyo looked lazy, looking at the recommendation letter in his hand, holding a folding fan in his left hand to cover the expression on his face. He asked with a chuckle in his mouth. Yes. Golden glitter is the Bofing Watergate. The samurai behind the daimyo had a serious face, and his mouth whispered answered. Is that so? Then it's okay to call it this way. Let's choose this Bofing Shuiman as the fourth generation of Hokage. A happy smile appeared on the face of the daimyo, and said with a light smile. Subsequently, the recommendation letter in the hand of the famous general was quickly closed up. The fourth generation of Hokage elected by the Konoha Village. Daimyo has no opinion. The daimyo raised his head, looked at the Konoha ninja sitting around, and said with a deep voice, I will attend the Hokage inauguration ceremony for you in a week. After the daimyo finished speaking, there was a look of expectation on his face, but his expression was completely obscured by the folding fan. I see. Nara Lugia's eyes flashed a ray of light, his chin was resting on his hands, his face was a little contemplative, and his mouth softly replied. As the leader of Konoha, Nara's wisdom can show the wisdom of Konoha Ninja Village in the meeting with Daimyo no Kuni. Then, this talk is over. A minister glanced at the Narakajiu and daimyo in front of him, turned off the recording equipment in front of him, and announced loudly! The fourth generation of Naruto. After Nara Shikuji and others left, the daimyo fell into deep thought alone. For the country of fire, although the one country, one village system made the country of fire prosper, it also made the country of fire prosper lost a large part of his rights. This is an extremely serious problem for Daming Mansion. Who are you? Outside the border of Konoha Village, a traitor from Taken-in Village looked at the silk threads in front of him with horror. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his face and his mouth asked in horror. In front of this betrayal, a young man stood calmly with his eyes, and from the young man's right hand, silk threads quickly spread out. Help. Layers of silk thread quickly wrapped around the body of the traitor in Taken-in Village, wrapping the traitor in front of it. Yeah, the subject. The capture is complete. A cold smile appeared on the boy's face. He glanced at the betrayal surrounded by white silk threads and whispered in his mouth. This young man is really Hanayu. Seal. Hanayu's left hand stood up, and he let out a low cry, and Rinran's body was instantly sealed in the scroll. Afterwards, a small snake quickly appeared from Hanayu's side and swallowed the scroll. That's enough. Shadow clone middle dot solution. A smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and with a low drink from her mouth, her body instantly turned into a puff of white smoke. Are there only these experimental subjects this time? Hanayu-kun. In a remote forest in Konoha, an underground tunnel 500 meters above the ground, Dashimaru's eyes flashed coldly and stared at him. Nearly 30. The ninja's body frowned slightly. His face was cold, deep and hoarse, and his magnetic voice resounded through the tunnel. In this tunnel, various caves are connected, and each cave has rows of houses. The surrounding rebels have been arrested almost. If you still want the experimental body, you need to go to the nearby village to capture it. However, these guys are enough. Hanayu, who walked quietly by the side of Dashimaru, watched. Glancing at the ninja scattered in front of him, he said quietly, Is it enough? So, Lord Oshimaru, will Lord Hanayu's experiment be successful soon? Behind Oshimaru and Hanayu, a young man with eyes showed a smile on his face. The right hand pushed the flat mirror unconsciously, and said calmly, "This young man is surprisingly a pocket. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 pouch. Are the preparations for the experiment complete?" Hearing Dauda's words, a look of excitement flashed through Oshimaru's eyes, and asked in her mouth, "Preparation is complete." Lord Oshimaru, with a smile on Dao's face, he reached out and pushed open the door of a house, and the three of Oshimaru slowly walked in. In this room, there are all kinds of weird equipment, densely soaked body tissues on the walls, and a large number of dazzling various ninja weapons. As long as there is Hanayukun's God's Hand, the perfect one, and my forbidden art research knowledge, my dream will come true. Immortality. Already at your fingertips. Oshimaru's eyes cast a feverish look at the laboratory. An excited smile appeared on his various items, and he glanced at Han beside him, and said excitedly, "That's right. Lord Oshimaru, you have to have your knowledge. Plus Lord Hanayu can trigger the precise movements of the fingers hundreds of times the God's Hand, the perfect one. We can create 6 immortals like that." Existence. Dao's face is also full of enthusiasm, the gaze in his eyes constantly sweeps Dashwin and Hanayu back and forth, his mouth exclaims, "Sure enough, it's a forbidden technique research madman, Oshimaru." However, it seems that since I have the God's Hand, the perfect one, I have also had the perfect thought of creating various weapons. Moreover, I have the God's Hand perfectionist's Hansen ability, and the forbidden knowledge of Oshimaru. This is the best combination. Hanayu calmly looked at the Oshimaru and pocket in front of her, with a smile on her face, and muttered in her mouth secretly, "Thank you for your great reward of 1888 in Moon. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Software transformation, complete. Chapter 247 Software Modification Technique, complete. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 247 Software Modification Technique, complete. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 247, Software Modification Technique, complete. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. Pocket experimental record. 2/5 of the experimental body software transformation has been completed. The vital signs are normal and the body functions are stable. Konoha in the hidden base, in a huge laboratory. Daishiwan's eyes looked at the subject in front of him with a trace of enthusiasm, and he methodically examined the physical condition of the subject. "Mr. Hanayu, step up the transformation of the cells." Dashwin glanced at Hanayu calmly in front of her, with a rare smile on her face, and whispered in her mouth, "I see." Lord Oshimaru. Hanayu's face was smiling, and his hands moved slightly, and countless arms appeared on the subject's body. The work of each arm was completely different from that of 7039, but complete in 2 seconds at the same time. Hundreds of times the finger dexterity of God's royal hand perfect makes Hanayu easy to do this. The cell transformation is complete. The body function of the subject is stable. Pocket. Record the data. Daishuen's hands are also busy on the subject. The scalpel in the right hand turns flexibly, reminding her mouth. The record is complete. Lord Oshimaru. Lord Hanayu. Tao's hands kept writing quickly on the seal scroll, and then suddenly closed the scroll, pushed the flat glasses with his right hand, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Has the recording been completed?" So, next, let's take a look at this subject. Dashimaru's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement, like the pupils of a snake pupil, reflecting the unconscious subject. The exceptional clarity. "Hanjun, wake up this experimental subject." Daishiwan took the experimental data scroll from Pouch's hand, carefully checked the experimental data with his eyes, and whispered in his mouth. Illusory magic middle dot solution. Hanayu's face showed a look of expectation. His right hand erected a mark of opposition, and he let out a low cry in his mouth. The subject in front of him woke up instantly. What's the matter? Why am I here? Hirachaya Kudo's eyes slowly opened. He looked at the dark cave roof in front of him, and there was a look of doubt on Hirachaya Kudo's face. Oh, are you awake? Hanaya looked at Hiromi Kudo with a hint of playfulness on her face, and said calmly, "How can it be repaired?" It turned out to be you, kid. Following the reputation, looking at Hanayu's figure, Hiromi Kudo's face showed a trace of anger, and said angrily, and with Hiromi Kudo's anger, his right arm grew rapidly like a fluid. What is this? How can it be repaired? Konoha's kid. What did you do to me? Hiromi Kudo also obviously noticed his right arm. His eyes were panic, and his left hand held close to his right arm said in terror in his mouth. Can't you control your body steadily? And after the emotions are too excited, the body will appear uncontrolled. The eyes of Dashimaru standing behind Hanai flashed with a cold light, and he observed calmly. Looking at the subject, he said gloomily and coldly, You are Oshimaru. Hiromi Kudo's gaze shifted to Oshimaru's body. When he saw Oshimaru, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Hiromi Kudo's face. His face was pale, and his mouth fell silent. Shouted. Sure enough, the name of Lengjun-1, one of the three ninjas, really resounds through the ninja world. Hanayu's face showed a chuckle and whispered in her mouth, Such waste. Kill it. Hilarious snake hand. Dashimaru's eyes were cold, his face was expressionless, and his mouth said coldly, following the words of Oshimaru, 5 white pythons immediately attacked Kudo Hirachaya. Don't kill me, I don't want to die yet. Hiromi Kudo's face showed a trace of panic. Because of the extreme panic, his body instantly turned into a mass of fluid, and his body quickly stretched to 10 meters! Interesting. It's really interesting. This software transformation. Successful. Oshimaru's right hand waved, sending 5 white pythons back to the psychic world, eyes frantically watching the body stretched. When he reached the 10-meter Hiromi Kudo, he said with a little excitement in his mouth. Although this subject has not yet fully mastered. But, undoubtedly, his body has been transformed into a fluid form like the ghost lamp family. In this state, the body can be stretched and stretched at will. The bones have been integrated into the body. This experimental body. Has been transformed into a snake-like software. Han said with a deep smile on his face. Finally it succeeded. Hanaya-kun. Pocket. Next. I will fuse my body cells with the white phosphorus Oki's cells. Then carry out software transformation. There was a frenetic look on Oshimaru's face, and his mouth 1.6 quietly ordered and said, Fusion with the cells of the white phosphorus Oki. Is Lord Oshimaru going to completely transform? Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and her mouth asked in a low voice, The snake sloughing talent that white phosphorus Oki possesses is what I have always dreamed of. Immortality. Oshimaru's eyes flashed with excitement, and there was a signature sneer on his face, and a low, hoarse voice resounded throughout the experiment room. Thank you for your great reward of 1888 in Moon. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Hanayu's biological weapon. Chapter 248. Hanayu's biological weapon. On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 248. Hanayu's biological weapon. On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 248. Hanayu's biological weapon. On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Kudo. How is Lord Oshimaru? On the street in the Konoha village, Hanayu quietly walked with his eyes looking at the prosperity Konoha, with a smile on his face, asked softly in his mouth, "Master Hanayu, Master Dashwin has adapted to his body. Now he should be experimenting." A young man who followed Hanayu looked at Hanayu with enthusiasm in his eyes, and said respectfully, "And this young man named Kudo is the Hiromiya Kudo who has been modified by software. Is that so? How about the contact between Lord Oshimaru and the old guy Danzo?" Hanayu said with a playful expression on his face, and said calmly, "Already in contact. Shimura Danzo is very interested in the research on cell fusion of Oshimaru's armor, and I believe that it will not be long before Oshimaru's armor will get the experimental body and various unique blood inheritance limits." 18 inches still. It was a gentle and respectful tone. Hiromiya Kudo's face didn't have a trace of emotion, but his eyes were still enthusiastic, and he replied, "That's it." "So, Kudo, how is your body adapting?" Hanayu paused, with a smile on his face. His eyes flashed with a deep light, and he asked in a low voice, "Master Hanayu, I have begun to adapt to my body." "Thank you, Master Hanayu and Lord Oshimaru, for giving me such a body and powerful strength. I have felt it. Even the elite Shangnin... Not now my opponent." Hiromiya Kudo's face showed a trace of excitement, and said excitedly, "Have you started to adapt?" "I know." "Let's go. Go to Master Dashimaru. Let me see how much you have mastered. If there is something inappropriate, I will adjust it for you." Hanayu he nodded slightly, looked back at Hiromiya Kudo, and said in his mouth, "Yes, Lord Hanayu." When Hiromiya Kudo heard Hanayu's words, his face showed an extremely excited expression, and his hands shook indistinctly! At this time, Hiromiya Kudo has completely lost the fear that he had when he first saw Hanayu and Oshimaru. Some were just fanaticism and self-confidence. "Has Hanayu come back?" "How about the balls you brought you?" Konoha hidden base. In a slightly bright room, Dashimaru looked at Hanayu's figure with a smile on his face, and whispered softly in his mouth, inquired and said, "Only when in front of Hanayu, Dashwin will have a slight expression." Of course, this is because Hanayu and Oshimaru have exactly the same concepts, which gives Oshimaru's lonely heart some comfort, and initially regards Hanayu as her friend. Yeah, it's rare to see Master Dashwin cares about a person so much. Hanayu whispered softly with a sigh on her face. Then Hanayu handed the balls he bought from Konoha to Dashwin! Hey, as a teacher... It's okay to care about your own disciples. Daishiwan gave out a gloomy smile and said with a deep mouth, "As a cold-blooded animal, Oshimaru is a rare love for his disciple Mitarai Red Beans." "Red Bean, this is your ball." A cold smile appeared on Daishimaru's face. He reached out and handed the ball to a girl, and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Teacher Dashwin." With a smile on Honda's face, he took the balls and went out happily. When Daishiwan saw Honda go out, the smile on his face disappeared, and his coldness was restored again. "Mr. Hanayu, did you come to test again this time?" Dashwin glanced at Hanayu calmly, and asked in a low voice! N. Master Dashwin's body has adapted very well. Hanayu nodded, and then turned on the 5-vision Universal Observer. Looking at the cells that have been fused in Dashwin's body, Hanayu smiled. Then came to a huge cave with Dashimaru. "Kudo." Hanayu turned his head to look at Hiromiya Kudo, and whispered in his mouth. Hearing Hanayu's instructions, Hiromiya Kudo walked to the center of the cave, with a trace of excitement on his face. His hands suddenly stretched out with 003 software technique. Hiromiya Kudo's mouth whispered. His right hand quickly turned into a mass of fluid, and layers of muscles kept squirming! Weapon system. The ruling of the 10 kings. Hiromiya Kudo yelled again, and the fluid right arm muscles squirmed quickly. The machinery hidden in Hiromiya Kudo's body quickly converged, and then his right hand quickly melted, made a huge iron ball. Peng! With a loud noise, Hiromiya Kudo's body quickly jumped, and the huge iron ball in his right hand quickly smashed a rock in front of him. Tarzan cannon. Hiromiya Kudo's mouth let out a low cry, The huge iron ball quickly merged into Hiromi Akudo's body, and then a huge cannon tube was stretched out from the palm of his right hand, and a giant missile broke away in an instant. Hiromi Akudo's body hit the ground far away. Hanayu's biological weapon. Under. Chapter 249 Hanayu's biological weapon. Under. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 249 Hanayu's biological weapon. Under. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 249, Hanayu's biological weapon. Under. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. Tarzan Cannon. Hiromi Akudo's mouth let out a low cry, and the huge iron ball quickly merged into Hiromi Akudo's body. Then a huge cannon tube stretched out from the palm of his right hand, and a giant missile instantly broke away from Hiromi Akudo's body and hit the ground far away. Combination ability is still a bit slow. Oshimaru's armor still can't combine Hiromi Akudo's cells and machinery. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and his eyes calmly looked at Hiromi Akudo, with a low voice in his mouth, inquired and said, "The combination of cells and machinery is not so easy. Hanayu-kun, if you say it, the biological weapon you made is really perfect." Ozamaru's eyes looked at Hiromi Akudo with a trace of appreciation, and his face was exposed. With a sneer, he said in a low voice, "Since Hiromi Akudo was transformed by software, Hanayu has used the power of God's hand. The perfect Aneto add the judgment of the 10 kings to Hiromi Akudo's fluid body. It can be said that Hiromi Akudo at this time is a biological weapon. Moreover, Hanayu tests every 2 days and optimizes the weapon system in Hiromi Akudo's body, adding new types of weapons, which makes Hiromi Akudo's body exactly like it. An arsenal is average. The judgment of the 10 kings. Cutting knife. Hiromi Akudo's mouth whispered, his left hand stretched out instantly, and then a long knife with a sharp light appeared in his left arm, and then Hiromi Akudo's left hand suddenly splitting in between, a red light flashed, a huge rock was cut off in an instant, and a huge crack appeared on the ground. The power is amazing. Hanayu-kun, is this the weapon you made? The blade can be connected to the chakra in Hiromi Akudo, and the device in the blade can be used to send out attribute attacks at will. Oshimaru sighs with a hint of smile. The low and hoarse voice sounded peacefully. Enough, Kudo. This test is over. Hanayu's face had a calm look, his eyes flashed a ray of light, and his mouth whispered, "Yes, Lord Hanayu." Hearing Hanayu's instructions, Hiromi Akudo immediately stopped and restored his body to its original state. He looked at Hanayu with enthusiasm in his eyes, and said respectfully, "I have mastered the general situation of your body. You still lack a detection method. I will add a special detector to your body." Hanayu thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Detector? I know, Lord Hanayu." Hiromi Akudo's disappointment flashed on his face, and he replied in a low voice, "Relax. With the detector, you can easily find anyone you want to find." Hanayu said with a playful smile on her face, and said calmly, "Thank you very much, Lord Hanayu." Hiromi Akudo showed a smile on his face, clenched his right fist, and said excitedly, "For Hanayu's words, Hiromi Akudo can be extremely trusted." "Okay, go back." Hanayu turned her head and glanced at Oshimaru, then turned her head and ordered Kudo Hiromiya. Following the words of Hanayu, Hiromi Akudo's body disappeared instantly. Master Oshimaru, it seems that you are a little interested in biological weapons. Hanayu asked with a smile on her face and asked calmly, "Such an interesting thing. If it is mass-produced, it will definitely be a very interesting thing." Oshimaru's snake pupil narrowed slightly, and said with a sneer in his mouth, "Do you want to manufacture such biological weapons in batches?" "Don't worry, Master Oshimaru. My research is about to be completed." Hanayu's face showed a trace of excitement, and said in a deep voice, "Is it finally finished, Hanyu-kun? I am very interested in the research you said ... But I am very interested." Daishiwan's face also showed an expression of excitement, and said in a deep voice, "This is thanks to Lord Oshimaru. If it weren't for your support, I wouldn't be able to complete it. And thanks to the members of the Uchiha family that I control." Hanyu's face showed a sneer, and she said in a deep voice. However, when she finished speaking, Hanyu's face suddenly changed. "It's hard to see you with such a surprised look." Han-jun. Daishiwan's eyes condensed slightly, his face looked at Han with a trace of seriousness, and his mouth said coldly, "Dashwin is really so surprised to see Hanayu, which makes Dashwin a little curiosity." Cut. Lord Oshimaru. "I'm going back first." Anxiety flashed across Hanayu's face. Her eyes were solemn, and there was a deep voice in her mouth, and then her body quickly moved towards Qianwangao where she lived. "Go." "What the hell is going on? Why can't I sense my imperial palace?" Hanayu's face was anxious, and her body kept advancing quickly, her expression extremely ugly. Peng. With a soft sound, Hanayu with an anxious expression directly closed the door of the room forcefully, and quickly sat down, his consciousness sinking into his emperor space. This ... What is this? Hanayu's consciousness opened her eyes in the Daiga space. Her face was surprised and she looked at the palace in front of her, and said in surprise. Next chapter, Surprise Cold Moon. Minister. Chapter 250 Surprise Cold Moon. Minister. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 250 Surprise Cold Moon. Minister. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto. The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes Chapter 250 Surprise Cold Moon. Minister. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. This ... What is this? Hanayu's consciousness opened her eyes in the Taiga space, and her face looked surprised. The palace in front of him said in surprise. Hanayu looked at the imperial palace in front of him with surprise. Next to the huge stone monument, a smaller stone monument appeared. Under the huge throne, a statue also appeared. This statue belonged to Minister Honest. It looked like, behind the minister, there appeared a row of weapons placed one level lower than the emperor. That's right. This is a courtier. Hanayu looked at the row of weapons in front of him with surprise in his eyes, with a trace of astonishment on his face, and said with excitement in his mouth. After that, Hanayu looked at the smaller stone monument. Official equipment. 400 years after the establishment of the empire, the emperor at that time also tried to make imperial equipment, but was unable to surpass the previous weapons. He only produced some weapons that were inferior to the gods. For this reason, the emperor regarded it as a shame, and satirized these weapons as officials and sealed them up. 380. Is it really a minister? Didn't you think that even the main minister would follow me? Interesting. It's really interesting. Hanayu looked at the introduction on the stele of the minister, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Shensheng said, "It seems that the abnormality that appeared in the imperial space just now is the unblocking of the ministerial equipment." Hanayu calmly looked at the minister statue, calmly walked to the throne and sat down, looking down at the minister statue and the minister below. With a stone monument, a smile appeared on his face. The rules for the use of court equipment are the same as those of the emperor. Only those with the corresponding wavelength can exert the ability of the court equipment. However, unlike the emperor, the burden on the use of the minister equipment will be greater. Moreover, the power is not as powerful as the emperor. Gu was so huge, so the king at that time only made a small part of the court equipment. Hanayu's right hand hit the throne armrest, and looked at Baif the minister statue underneath, with a playful smile on his face, said contemplatively, "I already have the imperial equipment. So, these minister equipment are no longer needed. However, Since they have appeared, you must make good use of them. Hanayu's eyes scanned the minister equipment stone calmly, with a smile on his face, said in a low voice, "Interestingly, I have a statue of Minister Honest. I can control the fate of officials and those who use them at will." Hanayu's body stood up and walked to the statue of Minister Honest, glanced at a stone ring in the hands of the minister, and then a smile appeared on his face. "Speaking of it, I have forgotten that Minister Honest has an extremely interesting piece of imperial equipment." Hanayu patted his forehead with his right hand, with a smile on his face, and walked quickly to the Emperor, in front of a stone monument. "Let me find ... Where is it?" Hanayu's eyes scanned back and forth among the Emperor's tools, muttered a few lowly in his mouth, and then his gaze fell on the position below the throne's right hand. "Found it." Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, his eyes calmly glanced at a ring floating in the air, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Tegu, sealing ring, has the ability to seal everything." Minister Honest used this ring to seal Leone's King of Beasts, the Lion King. The exquisite ring has a closed eye in the center. When the eyes are opened, all the abilities that exist within its line of sight will be sealed by it. Hanayu reached out and took the ring, and put it on the index finger of his right hand with a hint of excitement. However, this ring that can seal everything seems to have some restrictions on its use. Every time the ring is used, it takes a while to regain its power. No wonder Minister Honest spins the ring every time and never uses it! A trace of regret on Hanayu's face flashed away, and then regained his excitement, and walked straight to the stele of the minister. "I don't know what interesting things will happen when the ninjas in Naruto get these court equipment. I'm really looking forward to it." Hanayu's face was with a black-bellied smile, and his right hand was gently drawn out. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and he said in a deep voice, "I seem to be a little impatient." Konoha's ministers. In the house, Hanayu, who had been sinking his consciousness into the Emperor's space, had a look of excitement on her face. His eyes opened instantly, and his mouth was low. Then, first of all, let's start with the court equipment." Tongyi text. Hanayu's face was calm, and a court fixture that resembled Kunya appeared in her right hand. Guardian Tong Yiwin. Although there is no on-strike kill effect like the village rain, but the wound cut by Tong Yiwin will not be healed. Hanayu's eyes flashed with light, and his mouth whispered softly, "Konoha's fourth generation. The battle for courtiers in the dark."